What is up, everybody? I hope you are having a fantastic evening. Night two of the draft is upon us in just an hour and 40 minutes. And this is the day that the San Francisco 49ers finally make a pick, I think, at least. Yesterday, they traded back a couple picks. They, in my opinion, I thought, my gosh, man, they did such a good job. They ended up getting, in fact, let me pop this up here. Right here. They traded pick 27 and 138 essentially and got pick 33, 90 and 179. I don't know if you can do a better job than that. Now, what I also like about the 49ers is that they openly admitted that they had guys in mind that didn't fall to them. So what they're not going to do today is they're not going to get up and say, well, you know, the guy we wanted all along was right there waiting for us, and we got a bunch of extra picks. They're not going to do that. And if they do, we know that they're lying because they already came out and said they had multiple people in mind. They ended up getting picked before. I imagine one of those guys was Malachi Lawrence. He went to the Dallas Cowboys a few picks before. He was the most mocked guy to the 49ers. I think he was probably on that list. I don't know that a guy like Dylan Thieneman was on that list, only because I don't know that they expected him to fall that far. But at any rate, the San Francisco 49ers do get picks 33, 90, and 179 by trading pick 27 and 138 overall. And what I want to do today before we get to the draft is talk openly about the possibilities for the 49ers. It sounds like they are still very much open for business as far as trading back again with pick 33. And I think that they're walking a fine line here. What's up, David? What's up, buddy? Oh, hold on. Let me bring you on. There we go.
You got me? Can
I
you
got you, bro. I got you. I got you. Yes, sir. Look at you. You're like, you know how to do all the stuff backstage now. You just bring
Well,
yourself on stage.
I was sitting back there and I was realizing, oh, I'm a boss man now. I'm taking you got this the worst decision you ever made, man.
I for those of you that obviously are trying to figure out what's going on, I've given David the keys to the vehicle backstage, which means he can bring up comments and do a bunch of stuff that he wasn't privy to before. So now David, he can control the stream. So listen, it'll get interesting. We'll see what David decides to do with this newfound power. But either way, David, I was talking about the draft tonight, and the 49ers, it sounds like, are trying to trade back again, which I don't know that either of us are necessarily against, but I do think that they are playing a little bit with fire. Like, if they can trade back a few spots, pick up another pick, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But at some point, you got to make a pick, man. You can't just keep trading back and trading back and trading back and trading back. Like, you got to make a pick. So are you comfortable with the 49ers trading back again? And if so, like, how far? Like, what is the line? Is it pick 40? Is it pick 45? Like, what is the line for you if they are to trade back?
I normally would say there's a line. I would say, though, I've been on record saying that I thought that this draft class between 25 and 75, it really is. And I know it's been kind of almost like a trite to say, but there's so much parity there. I don't see a ton of difference. At least maybe 75 is a stretch, but I don't really think it is. Like, there's guys I love, for instance, like a receiver out of Clemson, Antonio Williams, one of my favorites. I would draft him right here. I'd be happy with him at 33. There are other guys that don't want him until the 80s, right? And there's people that I respect that feel the same as me. They say, "Oh, I'll take him at 45." And I say, "Well, guys, like, when you really start having that conversation, you're mocking out all these players. You start to realize that day two is always like this, right? You like your guys. I don't have this. There's a bunch of players I actually really like, but there's not really one player that I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be crestfallen if we don't take him. And I think that's where you're in a spot where it said, hey, you already came in with 6 picks. You got it up to 7. You don't need to be drafting 10 guys. Let's be real. Okay. But if you have the opportunity to even swap picks where you're coming back and you're going to be in a spot where you like maybe change that late 4th up to an early 4th or late 3rd, and by do it. Why not? I don't know. Like, I don't That being said, you're right. There's a line. I would say to me, I have no problem dropping from 33 up into that, even that 40 to 40. I don't that 40 to 43. I don't think that's that bad. I think there's a bunch of great players there. And if that means, let's say you drop back 10 spots, let's say 43. You're like, oh my God, we were at 27 before. I'm assuming the return on that is going to be a lot better than dropping from 33 to 37 or 33 to 35. And so, but is that player at 35 and 43 that much different? Not necessarily. So I think a team that we're looking for, and I was late to the game here with what you were talking about, but I think the Giants are a team that might be looking to move up. I think there's some players that are desirable. Guys like a Denzel Boston. Maybe it's an Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Maybe it's a TJ Parker. Maybe it's one of the interior linemen after Keelan Rutledge went, and that's where you might not want to get cute, because I talked about this before. Like, these guys that you want at guard, they might not be there at 58, like your Emmanuel Pregnans, your Chase Besantis, guys of that ilk. And so all it takes is one team to say, hey, there's a dude we like. If I'm the Niners right now, I think they've already traded down twice for a reason. If they were truly convicted, they would have stayed at least at 30, right? Had the 5th-year option, but they didn't. And I think what that tells you, you're very rarely are any teams in the number 1 pick in the second round. There's only one team that can do it every year. And that is right now where they're fielding calls. And if there's any team can say, hey, I don't have to negotiate with anybody else. I know if I deal with the Niners, I get my guy, period. And that is a great place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why the possibility of trading down is very realistic again, because there are players like Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Jermod McCoy, Denzel Boston. There's going to be a team that wants one of them in particular, and we'll see what they're willing to give up. There's going to be multiple teams, that have probably made that call to the 49ers. So I would almost be shocked if the 49ers pick at 33. I would. I think they're going to trade back again. I really do. Now, what sucks about this is that hopefully they don't trade back into a spot where I can't be live on stream. But it is what it is. So we'll see how that goes. We're playing it by ear. Oddly enough, David, I didn't tell you this. So that I got a jet for a little bit during the middle of the draft because I got to go coach my son's flag football team. We are the Vikings, you there in Minnesota. We are playing the 49ers tonight. My guess is we win by at least 4 touchdowns. I'm just throwing it out there. Sorry.
Well, hey, man, I mean, it's like, who do you have? Is JJ McCarthy playing or Kyler Murray playing?
Oh, I got JJ, but like he's, like pre-injury JJ. He just never got injured, and he panned all the way out. You saw my quarterback throw. Come on.
Oh, yes, I did. We're working on that, and I was over analyzing the 12-year-old on his hitch. Oh, no, it looked good. I mean, it was awesome. I don't care if it was second, third. I don't care if it was a fake read. That was beautiful. Like taking that safety off and going deep, and then got him in stride. Beautiful.
He definitely did. So, but yeah, man. I don't know if you've noticed this. I'm going to bring it up here on stream because I think this is pretty cool. So PFSN, if you run a mock, they go ahead and plug all the players in round 1 in the places they went. So you get to start today with the actual draft at hand, the way that it's laid out in real life. Pretty cool by PFSN. Yeah. So question is, if we think the 49ers are going to trade back, let's look at some of the teams that are behind them that we think could possibly trade up. Realistically, I think Buffalo, who traded back 3 times, by the way, could be a candidate to trade up here. I really do. They need a safety and a wide receiver. If they like EMW or they like Denzel Boston, maybe that's the team that trades up. And you only go back 2 spots and you pick up something else.
I think there's multiple teams here. I think what I'd like to see too, I don't know if you can click on the teams and see how many draft picks they have. Yeah, we do that.
Let's check Buffalo real quick and see what they got.
Oh yeah, plenty. And I think they even have below 182. Do they have 7th round picks below that, or does that just stop, or is that scroll? That scrolls down. I think they have more picks. Yeah,
220.
So 220. So and they've got that 3rd, they get that high 4th, they've got those compensatory 4th, they've got 3 4th round picks there. So, or maybe that 101 is that late 3rd. I'm not sure on that. So
maybe we could do this, something like this, trade down 2 spots, pick up 26 spots here, something like that.
I think the premium would be better. I think the Niners could say, look, yes, exactly. I think the Niners are going to say, like, wait a minute, maybe even go better than that. Say, look, if you're going to come up and get your guy, we're the team that you don't have to worry about doing anything. You get the phone calls right now. We might even go once. Yeah, we might even do something like I wouldn't go give 2, but if you were going down to like 37 with the Giants, I do think that you could flip 179 and say, hey, we're gonna go 2 picks for 2 picks. Yeah, we're only moving 4 spots down, but we're saying nope. You're going to give us like a 105, and we're going to give you 179. And they draft with a lot of parity. I think they'll take that deal. I think that's a good deal. No, but you're not giving up any capital. And then there's the
this is so this. Yeah, David, I actually tweeted this out about an hour before we went live here. I said the 49ers should be calling on Thibs, because the way that I see it is, sure, they weren't shopping him prior to the draft, but I highly doubt they thought Arvell Reese was going to be there. There are rumors that they're in talks with the Saints, and we'll see how true that is about Kayvon Thibodeau. And that was exactly my thought. Go from 33 to 37, throw in a 4th-round pick, get Kayvon Thibodeau, and you still have the 37th overall pick. I think it's a possibility. I've also heard that, some people don't think it's very realistic. We're not giving up enough. I don't know. Either way, so that's a possibility. Another team that could trade up. I mean, I could see the Raiders, who need a wide receiver, trading up and jumping to get Boston, right?
Possibly.
I don't think it's as likely, but I do think it's possible. Also, they need an offensive guard. Maybe they have whoever, Pregnon or Basantis, as their guy, and they just got to have him. I don't know. That's a possibility. Let's see here. Let's see what the Raiders have available. Raiders have 36, 67, 102. So again, maybe you could do a 33.
Yes.
36.
And that was the team I was thinking. I think the Bills, the Raiders, the Giants. I even think a team like potentially the Texans did already trade up to get Rutledge. They're probably not going to be too keen on doing that. But even like if you go down below, all these are going to, and even regardless of what the mock machine says, like at this point in the game, like you're saying, hey, I'm going to go. I know I'm getting my guy. I don't have to wait till they're having these talks right now. They're not going to wait until they're on the clock to have these talks, and they might still be like, if this is happening, this is going to be settled. I don't think the Niners even want to be in that position either, where they're getting they want to make their decision. If you go down though, like I said, go down 40 to 43. I could see, I think at that point now you might be maybe the Browns. Maybe the Browns are a team.
I could see the Dolphins potentially as well. They recoup, although they've already traded with the Dolphins, so probably not, because the Dolphins were in that spot. So maybe not necessarily. And
Mickey Loomis is a guy that usually likes to move. He didn't. I don't think he had to. I think didn't they just take Jordan Tyson at 8? Was that they didn't move up for, obviously didn't move up for Tate. The Titans stood pat and took him. They might have some picks. I think it'd be ideal to stay in the 30s if you can.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I think, but at that point, that you're not going to miss out on some guys. And I think that's the point where we say, hey, who are some guys that we're comfortable with, that we like to at least be in range to take and not miss out on.
Well, let's look at the Giants. So they've got 37, 105. I would love to do the Kayvon Thibodeau trade, but maybe that's not so realistic. But a trade like this is, I think, very realistic, right? Point wise, look at that. 196 to 195. That's about as close as it gets, right? So we give up 33 and 139. They give us 37 and 105. I think that's very realistic.
And I think you could even get away with, honestly, I think you could get away with potentially if the Giants are getting, for instance, they want a receiver. And if they want Denzel Boston, I think they could get 179 out of that instead of 139. I really do. So it's because you're going down to 105. You're getting that 105. I think that would work. I don't know if you put that in,
it's still close enough.
It's very close. And I think that's, hey, you're going to go get your guy. You don't have to wait, because everybody's been talking about, I think this is what the Giants are doing. I know people talk about Caden McDonald because they moved Dexter Lawrence, but they really, people we trust have talked about how there were a little bit of shock that they didn't end up taking a receiver. There had been some word that Malik Neighbors, and then he goes on the pod, and then you start to watch this, and I'm like, bro, like, you've been hurt, and now you're kind of giving up. Malik
Neighbors is honestly, dude, that was an awful look by him.
It was horrible. It was weird vibes, and like this idea of like, bro, like don't be talking contract, man. You maybe get through a season healthy first, and the idea that like you need more people. Like you look around the league and don't see people like Jamar Chase being mad that T. Higgins got a contract. You don't see Tyreek Hill mad that Jalen Waddle's getting paid. You don't see like I don't Devontae Smith and AJ Brown. I don't understand it. Like that's a good thing to take pressure off of you that actually might end up making you more money on that second contract. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Okay, you want to make this trade here and then just mock and see what happens?
Yeah, let's try it.
All right, cool. So we just made a trade with the Giants. We went back 37, picked up we traded 179 for 105 and 33 for 37. So Giants went Jermod McCoy, then Zion Young went, Chris Brazzell, Denzel Boston, which we expected Boston and at this point McCoy to be gone. Although I think Boston obviously would go to the Giants in this scenario, but either way.
Yep.
And then here you go. You still got a chance at a guy like EMW, which I think this is a realistic scenario, you know?
I do too. And I'm thinking this, if EMW, if they really felt that that safety was that linchpin that they really needed, right? I just feel like they're not looking in that direction. I'm not saying like, what are we doing?
Because he's there right now. They can make it happen.
Okay. Yeah. So are we saying what we would do or what we think they will do?
I want to do realistic. What we need to talk through both, we got plenty of time here, but I want to do both. I personally still, nothing has changed for me. I'm still looking at EMW. I'm still looking at Basantis. And I'm still looking at TJ Parker, me personally. Yep. Now, the 49ers, I think receiver is still an option here.
Yes.
We've talked about Bell as being an option. Yep. I do think that guard is a potential possibility in both Basantis and Pregnon potentially. I do think that edge rusher, although probably not the edge that we would hope, is going to be a guy. It'll probably be somebody who should have been a 3rd or 4th round pick. But, either way, they're going to be looking at those positions. So I do think if it was EMW, to your point, they would just stand and pick them.
But I agree.
Clearly, not it, right?
That's my train of thought is that if they'd already traded down to 30 and he was still there, and the fact that you passed that up again, now people are going to say, well, yeah, Dave, Jess, they're going to take it. You could say that about anybody if they take anybody. And that's just because they wanted to accumulate more picks. I get that. But I also, as I've been watching my safety rankings, I feel like they probably think so too. Like there's going to be some players in that 3rd round and 4th round that are pretty damn good. And they might be just as good. Right. And I'm just saying. And I agree. To me, what I would do, and I know tonight when we get to the actual draft, I'm going to do my shadow draft. What I'm going to do, like, here, 2 players I'm considering, and then at the next pick, I'm going to say, this is what I would have done if I would have drafted the guy I wanted, and this is what I would do based on what the Niners did on the last pick, and I'm going to see how that goes. I would go interior. I would go Chase Basantis here.
For sure, I would too.
I like TJ Parker a lot. I don't know, though, that I think that's the direction they want to go. And I think that you can't. I don't know if Pregnant's going to be there. I think it's a huge need. We both would have drafted him at 27 if they would have stayed there.
Easy. Yeah.
I mocked him ahead of them before to Houston. Houston went up, got Rutledge instead. I think I would go Basantis here.
And I've seen this a lot. He really doesn't. He came in.
He doesn't at all.
32 inches, anywhere from 32 to 33 is fine for a guard. It's 33 would be preferred, but at a guard, 32 is not that it's not that crazy. It's really not. Like it's the way he moves, man. The way he moves is second to none. So me personally, and I will say this, the 49ers admitted a couple things yesterday, David.
Yep.
One, they admitted that there's multiple guys that they're looking at today. They don't have their eye on one particular person, which means they're completely comfortable with trading back, kind of like what we talked about. But number 2, they also said that there were a couple of guys they were really comfortable taking if they were available at 27 and they would have stood and picked. To me, I think one of them was Malachi Lawrence. And I don't think the Texans traded up for no reason to get Keelan Rutledge. I really don't. I think that Rutledge was a real possibility for them there. And Rutledge was my number 2 guard up until I found Chase Besantis. And then it went Besantis, then Rutledge bumped to number 3. But I think they really like Keelan Rutledge. And if that's the case, I think they would also like Chase Besantis.
Well, I agree. And I think at this point, and I think I like Emmanuel Pregnon a lot too. I think he can make a lot of sense here. But the bottom line is you're not going to maybe get one of those guys anymore that you feel can really be plug and play by the time they get to 58. Because I got a feeling these guys will both be gone, whatever the mock machine says. So to me, Besantis makes sense. Now, if I want to go address again, center, and by the way, the arm length as a guard, like we said, he's not playing tackle, right?
Well, I want to throw this out here too, because it's very different. When you're a tackle, you need 34 or longer. He's not playing tackle, okay? The reason that these guys are getting ripped is they have 30-inch arms, and they're going against tackles that have 34-plus-inch arms. That's a massive difference. If 34 is short for a tackle, then that means you're going up against guys with 34, 35, 36-inch arms, and you've got 30-inch arms. That's a problem. Having 32-inch arms on the interior is very, very different than having 30-inch arms as an edge rusher. Like it sounds crazy and it's only an inch. No, it makes the world of a difference. It does, also, especially because of who they're going up against on the line.
Ruben Bain had 30 and 7/8 inch. Cassius Halley said 30 and a quarter, but there were other people that had under 30. It's like, this is these again. I don't even. We're not talking about edge players here. We're talking about guards.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's just a completely different. Anyway, so this is where I would go. There's a lot of other players I like. We know that there's some other players the 49ers like. But I think I think that at 58, some of those players are going to be there.
I do too. So what do we think the 49ers are going to do though? I have a feeling. Okay, let me throw this up because this I think is relevant. So I'm going to stop this real quick. Stop it. We'll go here. Bring you up. Share screen. Let's look at what we've got tonight. So Prize Picks, for example, use promo code HMA, by the way, $50 free when you play your first $5 parlay, whatever your play is, your more or lesses, your team picks, however you want to look at it. Prize Picks has got you covered. Link is pinned to the top of the description. Last night, we won. We had Ruben Bain going outside the top 10. That was a winner. So tonight, we don't know where the 49ers are going to take a player. But here's what they have. They have edge as the most likely player. Defensive lineman edge, most likely player. Number 2, they have a cornerback or a safety. Number 3, wide receiver. 4, offensive line. Then it gets to running back, fullback, tight end, quarterback, yada, yada, yada. Linebackers 33 times, by the way, if you take them. So, in fact, anything after offensive lineman, you can't even pick no. You just got to say yes to. So, here's what we've got. What do you think position-wise the 49ers are going to take? Not player, but what position do you think they take? I like the wide receiver 4 times my value here. 4.34 times my value. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think that there's a receiver that hinted at a little bit last night, and that I think they like. And I think that I personally believe that Casey Concepcion was a player, much like maybe Keelan Rutledge, that they were hoping would fall. And I think agree. That when he didn't, and they didn't, there was like, okay, we're cool. It wasn't that they didn't want like going to go trade up for those guys. They easily probably could have if they wanted to, but they said, no, we're not doing that. And part of me wants Kyle and the Niners to actually admit that offensive line is something that would be prudent to address. But now I think OT was also something they would have considered if the value was there, but there were no OTs left other than Lomu. And I don't think they ever were in on Lomu. So yeah, I'm going to
It's my monies. It's my scratch.
Let's do
put it down
receiver.
on a wide receiver. I'm putting it down on a wide
Okay.
receiver.
All right.
I got some money from Bane yesterday. I got some money from Bane, so I'm going to use that. I'm trying to win 87, so I'm going to put 20 down to win 87. You too can have a little fun with tonight's draft for sure. Oh, entry was rejected. Why was it rejected? Tell me why. Why was it rejected? That's interesting. Let's try this. Doesn't like my pick here. I don't understand this. Why are you rejecting my pick? Maximum potential loss is equal to your entry fee. Interesting. All right. Maybe it's because it's reloaded here. Let's try this. Oh, offensive lineman's up to 6.66. Okay. I don't know why. That doesn't make it very fun. Okay, let's do this then. Let's do landing spots. Carson Beck, Denzel Boston. We think there's any chance he goes to the 49ers? Actually, who's the guy? Bell, right? Bell's the one that you have? Potentially for the 49ers? David?
I was muted. Chris Bell. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. 11 times.
Cool.
I like that one even better.
All
right. So, I don't know why it wasn't letting me make the other one. It didn't tell me why. But either way, we just put 20 on Chris Bell to be a 49er to win 222. If this hits tonight, that would be massive. So either way, you can play as well. Promo code HMA. You get your free $50 play when you play your first $5 lineup. Link is in the description. Check them out. They've got futures. They've got draft things you can do. They got more or lesses on the NBA playoffs and so much more. Check them out. All right. Let's get back to this here.
Let's do it.
And okay, draft. What do we think the 49ers are going to do? We both agree we would both go Chase Pasantis here. What do you think the 49ers are going to do?
Yeah, I think that here's the thing. I think that there's a lot of people out there that actually poo-pooed the idea about Chris Bell. I think that at this point, he's actually a lot higher in a lot of consensus rankings than people think. On consensus here, he's 50, but on other places, he's higher. And I think that he's a guy that the 49ers like. Have done good, and I don't know where you see it. PFF has been at 44. Dane Brugler has him at 47, right? And so here you are at 37. I mean, again, what's the 37 and 47? I mean, honestly, I just don't see the difference. And if you are going receiver, again, this is where you go positional and you say, who's my favorite guy at that position for the team? And so at that point, it doesn't really matter. And so do I think it's him here? Yeah. I mean, I think if they're going to address receiver, I think they want to go for upside. And I think that from what it looks like, they have reason to believe that he's going to be ready to go for training camp, or at least be very, and if that's the case, and you get a guy that you felt like you had a top 15 grade on, I thought, hey, talk to Kyle, Kyle Posey today at Niners Nation. I was just chatting with him just before we get on the show. And he said, hey, I have top 15 rating on him in the draft before his injury, right? Like that, and I'm not saying like try to drop, but just to show like there's people that really like him, and Kyle likes him. Okay, I think we can say that we've got that on pretty good record. So if that's the case, and you really feel like, hey, if that's that type of ability, and now you're at 37, you're not at 20, so you're in the second round. Why not? I don't think here's the thing. I still don't know.
I think they might do it.
That's the thing. I'm trying to think like what the Niners do, because the Niners always surprise us. They do Aaron Banks. They go Nick Martin. They do all these. Like, I don't know. Like, again, we've already said what we would do. I'm just trying to think like, what would the Niners do that's a little bit more wild? And I think this could be it. Now they've added some more picks. They feel like they can play with this a little bit. And I don't think, I'll put it this way. I don't think Chris Bell will be there at 58. I really don't. I think it's and I think that somebody else is going to, and I think they're going to say, hey, I think this is as far as we're willing to go down if we think, and if they miss him, they miss him. They wanted him that bad. They could have taken him in the first round. Obviously, though, with the injury concerns, it's probably not prudent. But at this point, you're like, hey, let's do this.
It's either that or they're going to reach for an edge that nobody likes. That's a possibility. Let's do it for fun, man. Why not? Let's do it.
Let's have some fun.
I got picked 58.
I mocked him last night at 27. Why can't I do it at 37?
I know. Okay. Eli Stowers is there. God, could you imagine if they started their draft with Eli Stowers?
Yeah, and I love Antonio Williams, a receiver. I mean, I have him higher than Bell myself. Like, so yeah, is it prudent to go there? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If we go to if you're going, there's Dennis Sutton. There's Derek Moore. Yep. There's the big citrus. There's Traden Stukes, right? They have him listed as a CB here, but I think he's a true safety. I think that would be great. Yeah, he's going to be 25, but at 58, so what? Right? Like that, to me, that's great. Like, I know who he is. I know who he can be. He's got the requisite length. He's got the juice. He's got the ball skills. To me, I don't think he probably lasts this far, but sometimes these guys that are older don't, unless you're, Jim Harbaugh and drafting Akeem Mesidor at 22, which is, again, the first edge player since, I think, the early 21st century where that's ever happened. And the track record of those guys succeeding in the NFL are -0. But for a guy like Stukes, doesn't have injury concerns. He doesn't have, I could see that being something. What's available at offensive line? I doubt they would address it here, but I don't even know if I'm looking at, and they're gone. You see what I'm saying?
Dunker's there though. They like Dunker.
Besantis is gone. Pregnon is gone. Right. If I go to center, I know Trey Zune is a guy I really like, but this is too early for him. But I think he'll go in the third round.
Pregnon went 53 here, and Besantis went 40 to the Chiefs, of course.
And other guys I love, like EMW, I like. Brandon Cisse is my favorite corner. I really wish they consider corner as well. All those guys I would consider. So here's the risk of them maybe jumping at a player. And I think this is a good exercise to see, like, hey, if the 49ers were to say, I got to get my guy, my gold helmet guy, my dude, they don't act like they don't do things like this. Okay. So at this point now, I know what I would do by going BPA. Stukes is a guy that I would do. I love Stowers as a weapon. I think that he's not a great blocker, but he is a ridiculous. Like, he has like the number 1 yards per route run of any tight end going into the draft class in like 25 years. Like, he's got great hands. He's a former high school quarterback. He's got the QB IQ, but also a really smart kid that's going to Vandy, who's a dynamite athlete. And like, I mean, I don't know, man. If you went Jalen Hurd in the third and you're not willing to go Eli Stowers in the second, I don't know. That's wild to me. But I doubt they double up on this. I think they're probably going to go defense here. And I think who they're probably going to take.
Well, I mean, out of everybody left, there's only one that's the top of the list here, David.
Yep. And he is the top of the list. And he's not a guy that I have a second round grade on. I talked to a couple people about him that said they had maybe third round is fine. Or if you really want him, like if you're sitting at 90, you want to trade up a couple spots, and like, because at that point, who cares, right? It's day 2 and getting on late day 2. But I think if they're going edge here, they're not going to wait. And I don't think they want a speed guy. I think if they want, I don't think they're looking for a DPR. I think if they're looking for a guy who can stay on the field. And I can see Kieran Crawford is a guy I absolutely love. He will not be there at 88. I can guarantee you that. No. I don't even know. DDS will not be there at 88. I can see this being Derek Moore. I could see this being Derek Moore. I think that he is a guy with a high floor. He's a guy that can use power, a guy that's reliable, a guy that they feel they can stay on the field and is pro ready. Might not ever be a Pro Bowl player, but I don't know if you're drafting edges at late in the second round thinking that they're going to be a perennial All Pro. I would go trade in Stukes here. I would consider Eli Stowers here if I already went receiver. I would consider looking at corner and safety and see who this safety room is looking like. I think Bud Clark would be a guy. This is a little rich for me at 58. That's why I would wait on safety. But
well, I took Derek Moore because
let's go.
Let's do it. I feel like that's a Niner thing to do. So we got Chris Bell, Derek Moore.
Yep.
Again, this is not what we would do. We're just trying to predict what we think the 49ers are going to do. So I'm sure we're not going to be close, but might as well have some fun with it.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. I mean, is this where they could potentially draft an offensive lineman? I mean, there's not really anybody left. You know what I mean?
I mean, and this is where maybe they go. I know they had Chris McClellan in as Oscar Delp. There's some other tight ends I love too. Dalen Everett is a guy I absolutely love. He's got some juice. I can see Raheem Morris really wanting that athlete in the second. He likes his athletes in the secondary. I can see a Dalen Everett being a really big pick here. I think this would be a sweet spot for him. I also know, again, they might not think, hey, we drafted West, we drafted Collins last year. Why are we going to address defensive tackle? Not struggle to stay healthy, struggle to stay on the field. Need them in waves. I could see Chris McClellan being a guy they really like. I've heard they like him a lot. I like him a lot. I think he would have value here. So I'm looking at Chris McClellan. I'm looking at Dalen Everett. I'm looking at, if I scroll up, there's so many edge players here that I would really like too, right?
We already took more. Yeah.
Now here's a guy, Jalen Kilgore.
Here's a guy.
He is another South Carolina, not complete clone of Even Warry, but boy, athletically they're very similar. Has a lot of utility. Can put them all over the field. I think this would be a great place for him. I think that I'm all about upside and juice, but also people that I think that have relatively higher floors than people think. And I think he's one of those guys. So boy, there's so many players here. Oh my God, Antonio Williams, and Skylar Bell, and Kieran. I mean, this is why I don't think the Niners should reach. This is why I don't agree with the Niners taking Derek Moore. I think they're going to do things like that because they'd like to get their dudes. And at this point, I think you're seeing this experience of saying what happens when you do that, when you just maybe go a little more consensus.
Yeah, I think so as well. They could use a safety. Do you think that Kilgore or Smith could be a true free or no?
I think that Kilgore, and I think that I think that Bud Clark could be a guy that they could be. I'm not so much worried about free. I think that we need to look at more, I would say positionless, but people that have utility, people that are going to go into a system and with Mike McDonald, I think Raheem Morris too can bring guys in. Yeah, I know. We're not trying to inspire joy.
We're not trying. Listen, we're trying to think like the 49ers. We're not trying. This is not at all what we would do, just so we are clear. This is not at all what David and I would do. These are players that we believe the 49ers are in on for different reasons. Not saying that they're going to take them, but this is just our thought.
And also that, again, I don't know what your stand like. If we're all 49ers fans, we've seen the drafts over the years. Since when has day two ever gone the way any of us want it to go? I mean, rack your brain, folks. Go back to google.com right now. You're not going to see it.
I don't want to make all the picks. I just want to get through to day 3 picks and see what we end up with. And then let's do what we would do. Okay. So we'll do a war room, what we would do, and we'll take what the 49ers, I know
this is what 49ers would do.
Yes. Okay. So I could see a safety here. I really could. I could see a safety. You feel good about Kilgore? Or one more guy. I'll just throw him out there. Offense. Oscar Delp.
I think there's going to be some tight ends later. I would just say that, but I'm if we do that later too on what we would do, I don't know, but I would say I think they might, and VJ Payne is a guy I love too. So
Yes.
all those guys, I mean, and I think VJ Payne goes much higher than consensus, and so
I agree.
I could see Kilgore being the pick here. I would do it.
Okay. So this is what we think the 49ers might do today. We have them trading back to pick 37, drafting Chris Bell, then Derek Moore, then Kilgore. That's what we think the 49ers might do. Leave that there. All right, let's do one more draft.
Yep.
And let's do what we would do, which is very, very different.
You should hire us.
Yeah, they should. Here, let's do this. Do consensus. Okay. I feel like I didn't do the fast speed here.
You didn't.
What? All right. You know what? Fast consensus. There we go.
Now, are we going to do the same trade?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's
think
do that just to keep it equal.
Yeah,
just
to keep it equal. Yeah, and what we would do.
Okay.
So we'll do proposed trade. The Giants confirm. We're gonna give them 33. And what do we say? 179 for 37 and 105. Propose, confirm, done. Okay. So now we are on the board.
Boston
DeSantis.
Went. Perfect. Yep.
And Boston went, and so did McCoy. This is very realistic, by the way. Okay.
Yes.
So I like this. So now, EMW, we've got Pregnon, we've got TJ Parker.
Yep.
I know that we like all these guys. What do you think? What is your choice here of these guys?
I've had EMW as my number 3 safety for a long time. I've had Stukes at 4. I've had other guys that are climbing there. I'd be happy with EMW here. I've got a lot of receivers. I love Brandon Cisse. I mean, I think cornerback is a much bigger need. And one of the draft people was like saying that it could be higher is that I don't know if this corner room is as good as people think it is. Renardo Green allegedly being on the block, Diamondor Lenore not really being nearly as good as I think a lot of fans think he has been. And the secondary has been an issue. People blame that on the lack of pass rush. And so I could see that if I were picking, I would prioritize a guy like Cisse over EMW, but I don't think the Niners will do it. I know it's what we would do. I like TJ Parker a lot. I'm willing to defer to you, Big Dog, on this one because
give me the top 2 guys you would be comfortable taking here.
The two guys that I really like here, I would say I'll give you 3: TJ Parker, EMW, Brandon Cisse. Those are my picks. Those in no particular order.
Same. So I've got the same. I would take Cisse out, and I would go with Pregnon.
True.
I say let's go just because we're big on TJ Parker and the 49ers. As much as this is what we would do, and I think I would prefer EMW personally, I also think that I want to keep it close to what kind of thinking along the 49ers thing. They would go defensive lineman over safety, in my opinion.
I think so too. Yeah. And I also think that I think EMW is good. Everybody comparing him to Nicky Manwari. EMW is a good. He is not that level of athlete. He's not that level of juice. And I don't think that people need to understand that. Like I don't. Nicky Manwari, you saw he's a special player, and that's why I would have drafted him at 11 last year and said as much. So, and I do not feel the same way about EMW. So let's go TJ Parker. All right.
Okay. Do we want to go with Antonio Williams here?
I like Antonio Williams a lot. You know, my son's come in the front door here just because he didn't know I was good. But I'm going to be. I like Antonio Williams here. I like Treydon Stukes here. That's the thing. I think there's going to be safeties to be had. I think a guy like Stukes with like VJ Payne. These are guys I really like. I like Anthony Hill, linebacker out of Texas. I think he's another guy that's a guy that Raheem Morris would really like. He's kind of one of those almost like Micah. I hate to say the comps like Micah Parsons, because if he was Micah Parsons, people would have drafted him in the first round. But boy, does he have juice. I like Chris Bell in this type of spot too, like at 58, too. Right? So I would say Antonio Williams, and this is the reason I like Antonio Williams, is that he is a legit 4.4 speed guy, but he is the best route runner in the class. He is not afraid to take a hit. He has the best nose for zone coverages, which is essential in the modern NFL. I don't understand why more people don't like him. He's not fragile just because somebody's like, oh, he's under 200 pounds. Like, well, guys, like that's common in the NFL now. Like, that's not abnormal. And so, yeah, and I know you guys said Basantis or bust, but he wasn't available, and I don't think
he wasn't available for us, unfortunately. Yeah, but if Basantis was there, it would have been like phone it in, easy, done. We would have taken him, but in this scenario, unfortunately, Basantis was not there. So.
I think, to me, Antonio Williams is a guy that's just too good, and he is 49ers fans would immediately absolutely love him.
You're the one that put me onto Antonio Williams, and
you watched,
dude.
No, he's a stud.
So good. And he contributed immediately. He's a route technician.
Yes.
He's
but he's not just like your like a route geek like a Lad McConkey. He's actually like
no. He's got some wiggle to him as well, and he's got some speed. He's got toughness. He's got he actually reminded me a lot of Ayuk in ways.
I agree.
Not as crazy on the arm length, but almost like Ayuk mixed with a little bit of I don't know. I'm trying to think of somebody who's a little bit harder to bring down than Ayuk. I wouldn't necessarily like go Debo in his prime, like that'd be lazy. But somebody that's a little bit harder to bring down than Ayuk, right? Like so I don't know. He just the way he ran his routes looked a lot like Ayuk to me.
It does. It absolutely does. And he's just also, he gets a lot of balls behind or near the line of scrimmage, but not exclusively. So it didn't affect his data, but he's willing to do that. And in Kyle's offense, that happens all the time. Look at Kieran Crawford go right before that. We'd already taken TJ Parker, but
we did.
So we've gone edge, we've gone receiver, and now we do have guys like Sam Hector sitting right there as a center.
Mm-hmm. I would love
you've got guys like Kamari Ramsey, who I really like as a safety. Jalen Kilgore, I actually like as a safety. I like Ramsey more. You've got there's a lot of guys that like Jay Sean Barham. I think he's more of that tweener, but we've already gone Parker.
Yep.
I love Dalen Everett. Personally, I think that's a guy that I think I don't understand as a 5-star top 10 recruit took a little bit to develop, but when you turn on the big lights and you put him against the best competition, actually a guy who draped Antonio Williams was Dalen Everett, and Antonio Williams just made great catches, and it's just like two studs going at it. And so that would be a guy I like. And tight end could be a position too. I think that's going to be available at the 4th round. I don't know if they're going to address it unless it's a Stowers-like type of talent. What are you thinking?
I could see them going Delp here potentially. I really could. We've already got the edge. I mean, we did what the 49ers would do. So now let's do what we would do. I personally would go with either Heck or.
That's how I'm leaning. I think he's the best. I think he's the best interior lineman left, and I think it's a need. I think center is a need, and I Trey Zune a lot. I was
just gonna say I like Zune though, and but he's probably not going to be there at the next pick. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly.
And
although in this scenario he probably will be, because we did move to 105, right? So it's like
that's true.
We probably would be able to get him there. But it's a risk, right? It is a risk. Right. There's no guarantee. So, and Heck just fits the system so well.
I agree.
So, I'd go.
Let's do it.
Let's go Heck.
And let's see what. Okay. Yeah, so we stop it, and we got. Yeah, I mean, that's to me. Oh, you tell me, what's the better draft, Parker Williams or Hecht, or Bell, Moore,
Bell,
Kilgore.
Moore, and Kilgore. Yeah, I'm
Look,
going with ours.
I am too. And I look, if Chris Bell, I still am worried about the December ACL. I mean, I'm not going to,
I am too.
again, I once bitten, twice shy. We're not once bitten, folks, man. Like, we're like 1,000 times bitten and a million times shy. I get it. I also understand that it wasn't comorbid injuries, that these things do get recovered from. People have rebounded and done well, and it's different than it was 10 years ago. It's not Marshawn Lattimore level of like exploded every part of his body. But I think that's a little risky. But the Niners, they take risks. They get very convicted. And I'm not even saying this is the perfect draft, guys, but I will say this. If you look at the consensus and see these guys, like, I think we're getting all of these guys at positions where that makes sense.
If the 49ers left with TJ Parker today, traded back and got TJ Parker, I would be ecstatic.
Oh, I love TJ Parker, and he's not the sexy pick, but he's a lot better athlete than people think. And when Clemson's season went sideways, his effort stayed up. He was, I think there's a lot of these Clemson guys have been depressed in value because of how they did last year. I think, but you had Peter Woods that went, you had Blake Miller that went. I think Antonio Williams and TJ Parker are going to go pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Either way, I think we both agree that the 49ers are absolutely going to trade back here. So I don't see them making a pick at 33. I don't see it. I think there's going to be too many teams that fell in love with the prospect overnight that are going to overpay to go up 4 to 6 spots and give the 49ers enough that they just can't refuse it. So I again, like I said, I would be pretty surprised if the 49ers picked at 33, personally. What do you think about this one? Gabe Jacas versus TJ Parker. Is better than TJ Parker? What do you think?
I think that Gabe Jacas is one of those gritty high floor players. I think it's pick your flavor. I think that we get in day 2. I always call it Baskin Robbins Day. Like I don't begrudge you for having that opinion. Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's, I was higher on Parker. I wasn't saying take him in the top 15, but I was absolutely comfortable taking him at 27. I thought he would go a little bit higher, but again, we're still only at 33. I don't think he lasts long. And so I don't think he's going to have quite that level of juice and all around game as Parker, the pedigree there, but I surely can admire the player, the work ethic, the strength, the grit. I think he's going to have a good career. I just don't think he's a special player. And I think TJ Parker has the potential to be a little bit more special player, even though he's not maybe what you think of as like being this DPR. He's got a lot more juice than people give him credit for.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about some teams within the division and what they did. Love ended up going number 3 to the Cardinals. Now that we're a day removed from that, we know that we like Love, the prospect, but what do you think about Love with the Cardinals in particular? How do you like that pick overall?
I absolutely love it. No pun intended at all. Like I talked to you guys about this. I am not an idiot. I used to be I wouldn't say analytics dork, but I understand salary roster construction. But I'm not looking at this third contract with this guy. I'm looking at drafting elite players when possible. And when I'm particularly in the top 3, you hope to not always be doing that. But in a draft class that already was bereft of super top end premium blue chip talent, to me, it seemed to be consensus among almost people would agree that he was one of those few players. And I think that's what Monty Ossenfort, right? And Mike LaFleur ended up kind of saying, like, it's like, guys, this dude is the best pass catching running back. They're thinking this guy's Jahmyr Gibbs with maybe even a little bit more boom, right? Like this guy, this is a dynamic player. And I made fun of Brad Holmes. Oh my God, I can't believe you went running back. I feel like maybe we need to get beyond this idea and like look at this as a true offensive weapon that can really elevate. And I hate this term, but people use it all the time, these force multipliers. If there's any such thing as an offensive force multiplier, I could listen to Ben Solak and everybody else talk to you about, hey, the offensive line is really the biggest reason for, and I get it. Saquon Barkley had big Mack truck holes to run through a couple years back. He also kind of lost a step. Okay. We've seen what happens when running backs lose a step a little bit. Right. And I just think that what were your other options to trade out? It looked like they're maybe not getting what they wanted. Everybody talked about Ty Simpson. I think they thought they were interested, but I said before the show when we were in our mock, I said, if Love goes here, this is the Arizona Cardinals saying we are cool missing out on Ty Simpson. And I think they showed that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that they did a good thing there. I think if Bailey was there, they would have taken him personally. I really believe that. But when Bailey wasn't there, they're the one team that couldn't take Arvell Reese. They couldn't do it.
Right.
Because they've taken the Simmons. They took Hassan Reddick once upon a time, and they've, different regimes still, but overall like similar players in that they don't have a true position and you got to find the right spot. And it just didn't work. I don't think it would have sold well to the Arizona fan base. And there is something to trying to sell tickets. And the Arizona Cardinals going and getting a guy like Love, you're going to sell tickets that way. You're not going to be a good team this year. You're still going to have a chance at getting a good quarterback potentially next year. So, yeah, I think it was a good pick for them. I'm fine with it. I don't think it's a home run by any means, but based off of how things fell, I can totally understand it. The one I do not understand what the hell the Rams were doing taking Simpson at 13. I just don't, man. I cannot get behind this pick at all.
We were we were told about that. Like, we watched the presser where it did look like Sean McVay was not that happy. Now, had it on good record from somebody I trust a lot that said, hey, actually, if you go back and watch certain pressers, McVay, when he's not in control, he likes to kind of have the mic because he's a TV guy. He doesn't like to play second fiddle to anybody, including Les Snead. It's just the way he is. He had the stamp of approval. The Rams were not making that move without McVay saying, we're going to do this. That being said, I don't quite understand this. I think that particularly with Stafford, I get the idea that you want to go replace it, but next year you've got a quarterback class. You just traded for Trent McDuffie in a win now move, which Trent McDuffie is also, I think, at his best, could be a top 5 corner in the league, truly. And so I think that's a great move to solidify the secondary. We've seen what happens when Seattle did it. Okay. That being said, if with Stafford being aging and maybe worried about the injuries, the back of the neck, whatever it is Ty Simpson really that guy? And if you are in win now mode and at Vegas odds to win the Super Bowl, they're saying, well, yeah, that's why we went now to plan ahead, the Howie Roseman move. But you're telling me there's not a player there or players there that one are really first round grades, 2 can come in and contribute right now in a Super Bowl team, or 3 be the same principle that might not be at their best yet, but then be somebody that's going to help you win down the road. And I think that's what Les Snead's point was. Like, if we're going to go for a player that is going to need a little bit of seasoning, why not be quarterback? Right. Or not seasoning, like and from that mindset, I get it. Like, maybe there wasn't a player to them. Like, we saw Mekhi Lemon, we thought they were in, but he went down to 20, right? Maybe they just really strongly feel really good about their roster. And they were like, we don't plan on being up here where we have the juice to move up for quarterback. Right. We don't want to have to think that way. We like this guy good enough. Right. And we've seen, who he was out of high school as a dual threat quarterback. He is a plus athlete and his arm is actually pretty good. He's just small and he had some injuries this year. It was 1 year sample size. We don't know if this is going to be a chronic thing with him. I think they probably feel good about it. So they could go and prove us wrong. This could very much end up badly for NFC West fans that are not Rams fans, right? I do agree with you, though. I think it was unnecessary. I think this kind of reeks of, like, for a guy that says F them picks, if I'm a Rams fan and I'm sorry, man, I think the Rams are going to be really good this year. But I do too. I don't think they're like, I don't know why people are like acting like the Seahawks are just, they got lucky or something just because Darnold's there, even though we both don't like Darnold that much. Like, the Seahawks didn't go away. Yeah, they lost Kenneth Walker. Well, guess what? They just drafted a another really explosive running back who, guess Kenneth Walker's a second round running. Like, they're probably about the same level of player. Like if we're being honest, like I don't know, man. The Rams, that was a head scratcher to me. Now they've got other picks. They're still going to be good, but yet Puka Nacua, who knows what's happening with him, right? Absolute head case nonsense lately, nonstop, ego tripping, doing crazy stuff. I don't know. It doesn't even offensive line, like do something. Like, why not do that with a tackle? Like a Monroe Freeling. Like I don't understand. That's what I thought they would do something like that, where even if he doesn't have to play right away, but hey, if they're in their building, you got Les Snead does not treat Sean McVay like he's in the dark. I just don't believe that. And I know people talked about that he had it with Jared Goff, but I think at this point, if Sean McVay doesn't want a guy at quarterback, I just have a hard time believing that Les Snead would just say, "I don't care what you think." I don't buy that.
I don't buy that either, because you run the risk of alienating him and him just leaving. Now, what I find interesting is today it was reported that they're close to a deal with Stafford that would keep him there beyond 2026. So the day after you take a quarterback at 13, it sounds like you're trying to keep Stafford for 26 and 27. Now, we've seen teams like the Packers, for example, do the same thing with Aaron Rodgers in the building. They go and get Love, and, it works. Or same thing with the Packers with Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. So it's not crazy, too crazy, I guess, what they're doing, but it is interesting, to say the least. I didn't understand it at all. I think I don't like the pick. I think it was dumb. If the 49ers did something like this, I would bag on it, and I would be pissed. So I'm going to do the same thing for the Rams. I'm bagging on it. I think it's a bad pick. Now, Seattle took Jadarian Price, who I think in most cases was probably the second best running back in this draft. Maybe you can make an argument. I thought that Mike Washington fit better with the scheme, but that's, it is what it is. That being said, I don't think Jadarian Price was that big of a surprise here. I really don't. No. What do you think of their pick? They did need a running back. We know that for a fact.
And this is where I love the Love pick, and I don't. I mean, the Seahawks, the head scratcher here was other teams were able to trade out. There's other teams that are wanting to trade out for 32, 33, as we've been told. So then they're sitting there at 32. Why wouldn't that be just as desirable? And
right.
And you only have 4 selections in this draft, and then you take a running. I get it though, because right now you have Zach Charbonnet, who's fun, but like he has injuries
coming back from an injury. Yep.
Yeah, you don't have, and then because you only have 4 picks. If you felt like this is Jadarian Price with a bullet, like this is a dude that is clearly head and shoulders and I think that was consensus. I think it was like Love, and then people thought that Price was kind of number 2. That Mike Washington, who I like, had some fumble issues, might have run a little bit high, and then you got other guys with warts, right? And just kind of who knows. There's people from Notre Dame that felt like Jadarian Price was sometimes could be just as electric. He's not like if Jadarian Price was playing another college team, he may have had a lot more juice. And that's when Jahmyr Gibbs went at 12, there were people like, well, he didn't get as many carries. I was like, what? That was kind of me too. I was like, well, look at that. We're not talking about a guy that was like incredibly productive beyond belief. And so maybe that's that. If Jadarian Price ends up being even like Jahmyr Gibbs light at 32 for a team that's just plug and play, like I think I can understand it. I think it was the smart pick. No, but I think it looks like they were kind of hoping to not just develop. I think they were maybe thinking like, hey, Chris Johnson might have been our guy at corner. I had definitely heard that they like Brandon Cisse, but maybe they're like, are you really ready to go? We actually kind of want to run it back. And maybe they want to run it back with a running back. So maybe, and that's the thing, Jess, when you're a team that's in a Super Bowl mode, when you have a quarterback like Darnold who laid an egg plenty in the Super Bowl, did enough to win, but did good, that you might not have the latitude to go elsewhere. But if you still think that you need to surround him with other pieces and to keep that offense going, that could be another force multiplier I was talking about. And I think that we have to reevaluate the significance of running back. We are 49ers fans that have been beneficiaries of Christian McCaffrey, folks. Like,
Yeah.
Since 2023, this offense has completely run through Christian McCaffrey.
100%.
And I think that, I don't know.
100%. I completely agree with that. I would have preferred to trade back if I was Seattle. But they didn't. I don't think it was a shock. I give it a solid C plus. Like it made sense. I get it.
Yep.
Not shocked by any means, but I think you could have done more. So I would give it a C plus. Listen, I have to give Ty Simpson an F, and I'll give Jeremiah Love a strong B plus.
No, I hear you, man.
So that's probably what I would do. Oddly enough, the 49ers made 0 picks, and I would probably give them the highest grade for what they did yesterday out of the division. So, as crazy as that sounds, I really would. Obviously, Love is a hell of a player, but I'm just saying, as far as like what was available to you and what you ended up doing.
I'm going to say this, though, Jess. I'm going to say this again. I want to go because I didn't get like Jeremiah Love. If there were people that had him as the number 1 player in the entire draft.
Yes.
And the last time I checked, your job is to draft elite players whenever possible. And if I'm a Niners fan, we can, and I'm not, I love, and this is what I love. Justin and I can disagree sometimes. And it's like, he goes, oh, you guys always, no, we don't. It's like this idea that I get the whole contract. I get it. Oh, he's going to be the highest paid running back. Okay, cool. What if he's awesome? What if he deserves it?
Right.
What if he makes the offense elevated? I just feel like, what do you want these coaches and GMs to do? I'd rather take Jeremiah Love than maybe reach for somebody that when David Bailey was gone, Arvell Reese could still be looked at as kind of that project, right? Kind of that unknown. Then you're thinking, am I going for a safe, like Caleb Down? What about offensive lineman? Was there really an offensive lineman there that you were like, oh my God, I got to have him? Was there, to me, as a Niners fan, Niners fans cannot look me in the eye and say that they're geeked to have to face Jeremiah Love for the next 5 years. They can't tell me that. And you can't tell me that just because Arizona was kind of bad now that they're going to stay bad forever. I just don't believe that. Like, I think they are on the right trajectory. I think that LaFleur is going to be a lot better than people think. And I think that we've seen teams turn around and with youth. And boy, look, Michael Wilson, Marv, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love. And if they add a Basantis, I think they're going to go offensive line right here at the top.
Who I would agree. I think Arizona will. Okay, let me ask you this. So who are the top 3 young running backs in the NFL, in your opinion, right now? Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, and I don't even know who else.
I'm not even thinking straight right now. But yeah, I mean, Bijan and Jahmyr are absolutely
okay. Let's go Bijan and Jahmyr. Prospect. This is not you saying that Love is better than those guys or going to be better than those guys, but as a pure prospect, Love was probably the best of the 3, to be real, as a pure prospect.
And I think Bijan coming out was close to that, the kind of like that. But I would say that at his best, and that's the thing. Bijan he has those, and so does Love though. Like Bijan just has this change of direction kind of stuff that's just makes you feel like the video game glitched, Yeah. But yes, I would absolutely, at the very least, he definitely was a much better prospect coming out graded, at least consensus, than Jahmyr Gibbs. And I would tell you that I think Jahmyr Gibbs is the most electric player in the NFL. And I've said that. And when he's on the field, like the offense is different, right? And I just, boy, guy, I mean, to me, 20 years old, high character. And here's the other thing, Jess, we talked about before last night. Ashton Jeanty had 350 more carries in his college career. So much tread on his tires, more than Jeremiah Love, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting a young player who's got fresher legs, who's a better prospect than Ashton Jeanty.
Yes, he is.
Who's a better all-around player, in my opinion. And so I don't know. I feel like nobody was giving the Raiders crap for taking Ashton Jeanty last year. Nobody. Everybody said that was fine. Because the Jeanty hype was just somehow like the Cardinals. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like just because the Cardinals are kind of like the little, sister of the poor team that doesn't have the cool logo or the cool, like, the long-standing history. I feel like there's a little bias there sometimes with things. And they haven't had a lot of success. Either the Raiders haven't either, but I do not want to face him. I think they did the right thing. I think that the geeks aren't going to like the contract stuff, but whatever. Oh, what do you say? Oh,
I don't think he did that for S's and G's.
Yeah, but Matt Barrows also didn't get. So, guys, pass rush is available and win rate on pass down. See Derek Moore's number one. Yes. Okay, Spider. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason we mocked him.
Yeah.
Okay. This
was our 49ers mock for the day. This is what we would do, but there's a reason that we mocked him. So it looks like Matt Barrows agrees. Okay. That being said, one of the things that Love said in his press conference that I really liked was they asked him, what he's excited about in the NFL. And he said blocking. He loves to block, man. Absolutely loves to block.
Who said that?
Jeremiah Love. He says he loves to hit people. He loves to block. He loves to protect the quarterback. So I thought that was cool. It's one of those things. It's like, well, I don't like running backs who can block are hard to find, I think. And that's why, like, to me, like, who is it? Kyron Williams, big fan because he's a great blocker. Like, blocking matters in the NFL as a running back, especially in today's game. These edge rushers are so fast. Offensive lines aren't as good. So yeah, I mean, Love truly is an all around running back. So
I agree. I got it. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. According to Dieter, Seahawks had a deal with Arizona if the Rams didn't snatch him. Oh, you're saying Arizona would have drafted up and taken him? Yeah, maybe. I don't, but is that really that big of a surprise? Like, oh, breaking news, Jets or Cardinals might have traded back into the back end of the first round to try to draft Ty Simpson like that. Okay. Listen, I'm sure Dieter's got something there. I just don't think that's that big, like that big of shocking news, personally. Yeah, I wish you were in here, bud, pal. So, anyways. Are you serious? All right, well, let's look at it. Next Gen Stats had him listed as 96 and a 6.73 on NFL.com prospect grade. Let's look at Ashton Genty. So 96 and a 6.73. Next Gen Stats had him at 95 and then a 7.15. So, yeah, I mean, half the prospect. Listen, I loved Ashton Genty. David wasn't the biggest fan of Ashton Genty. I loved Ashton Genty, but to say Love wasn't half the prospect, I mean, I don't know about that. I think, Kelts, I genuinely think the 49ers are trading back. I would be shocked if they picked at 33. I would, because here's what's happened overnight. You've got some really good players there in Boston, in McCoy, that teams have probably talked themselves into. Yeah, we made a trade with the Giants, for example. Like, if the Giants wanted to trade up and draft Boston, would that shock us? Or the Bills or the Raiders? I just think that the 49ers can move back 4 to 6 spots, still probably get their guy or whoever, choose between a couple guys that they like and be totally fine. So I think the 49ers would prefer to trade back again. And I think that they probably will trade back again. So that's, nice. The Steve Young jersey. That's good. So anyways, that's as far as who they get. If they stuck Chase Pasantis, TJ Parker, EMW, any of the three, I would be fine with. So that's just me. You know what's interesting? You bring up the Mac Jones thing. You could see the Steelers trading for him for a third, fourth round pick swap. Kyle Shanahan said something really interesting about Mac Jones yesterday. He was asked, "Do you expect that Mac Jones makes it through the draft and is on the team?" He said, "Yes, especially something along the lines of yes, especially at this point because like the value's already come and gone for him." Meaning like he thought that like he's worth a first round pick, and if we don't get a first, then we're not going to do it.
Right.
Which we had kind of heard. Doesn't really surprise me that they would way overvalue Mac Jones. Thinking you can get a first round pick for him is absolutely crazy. But it sounds like that's for real. Like they genuinely thought that. So that's just out of Kyle Shanahan's mouth. So I don't think that Mac Jones is going anywhere. I don't think that there's draft capital available to get him anymore based off of what the 49ers value him at. I would be fine giving him up for that, but I don't think they would.
And Jess, while I was gone, did you talk about Kayvon Thibodeau stuff?
I did not talk about Kayvon Thibodeau. Is there more?
There's just some stuff that Jordan Schultz and Ricky has been talking about too that said that sources, the Giants have engaged in trade talks involving Thibodeau, and the Saints are among the teams showing the strongest interest. But it's among the teams. So there's multiple teams. So if a deal happens, it could be as soon as tonight. And then so the Giants are also in the market right now for a defensive tackle. We talked about wide receiver. We talked about Caden McDonald, the Denzel Boston, and a cornerback. Well, right at the top of the draft, boy, I tell you, you've got Caden McDonald, you got Jermod McCoy, you got Brandon Cisse, you got Denzel Boston, you got players like that. He said Bob Whitmore, the guy who gets a lot right, who Ricky put me on to actually when I was talking to Ricky. He said I expect to return to net at least a third rounder.
Well, listen, okay, that's fine. That's if you're doing straight across, right? But if there's a guy that they really want, and that's where I genuinely think that this trade could really work. I really do. I don't think it's that crazy that the 49ers, the initial trade that I made for Kayvon Thibodeau, who not surprised that all of a sudden he's potentially available, like they didn't expect that Reese would get to them. They didn't, and he did. And once he did, all of a sudden Kayvon Thibodeau became more expendable. Yep. So if you're trading with the Giants, my thought was 37, 33, 127, right? Yep. It's right there. It's still, early enough in the fourth-ish. I guess it's late, whatever. But it's still a fourth round pick. And Kayvon Thibodeau. Like I value for value, I think that this is a fair trade. Then they can go up and get whoever they want. Maybe that's Caden McDonald. Maybe that's whatever. You make that trade. I think it's a realistic one. Like, yes, that absolutely could play. And then all of a sudden you've already got your edge. You don't have to get one. You can go get whoever is BPA right there. And then that's it. Like, I don't know. To me, I'm offering it. If I'm the 49ers, I'm not saying the Giants would take it just because like, I think that it would be a good trade that makes sense, but why not? Like that trade makes so much sense to me. Like I really genuinely think you could get it done for that. I really do. Yep. I really do.
I agree.
So I don't think it's that crazy. I think my original trade a couple weeks ago was Ricky Pearsall in 127 for Kayvon Thibodeau. But now that we are here and that 33 pick is probably pretty coveted, I think that that's a trade that could potentially work. So I don't know.
I think that I see that there's a couple different people saying that say they think it's going to take at least a third. Another guy that's saying, hey, the price might need to dip a little bit. So I think though that the question is here, and I always forget on this. I don't want to get on my phone right now too much on it, but Thibodeau, what is he going into age 26 season? Is this
he'll be 26 this upcoming season? Yeah,
I mean that's prime, right? Now he's going to command some money. He's going to want. We've seen what these contracts go with this. So if you're trading him, you better be prepared to be ready. Because the word of it was that he's going to want to get paid. That's
true, but he's also coming off a 2.5 sacks season where he only played 10 games. So I mean, you know. Dexter You're not going to get as much as you want.
Dexter Lawrence came off a season that, according to box scores, weren't quite as productive, and yet he just got traded for the number 10 pick and then he signed a big extension. So at 29. I mean, I know it's not apples to apples in the position, but I think that the guys like Kayvon Thibodeau do not grow on trees. It is very hard to find. I think people like it, but you could say that and then say, hey, you can never have too many edge rushers. And so like these guys do, that's why you see guys that double up and triple up with these guys. That's, you can see the Giants said, hey, we've got Abdul Carter. Hey, we've got Brian Burns. Even if we get rid of Kayvon Thibodeau, we're still taking Arvell Reese, right? Yeah. Like that's why I think that's the thing tonight. If I were to go back and do the mocks, boy, I think edge, whether it's the Niners, I think that's going to be a big run on the rest of the guys who are there. You know, I think that I'm not just saying the Niners. I'm saying that if you're looking at Zion Young, Cassius Howell, who I just think is Gabe Dawkins. I mean, there's guys that like him a lot. TJ Parker, Derek Moore, R. Mason Thomas, Kieran Crawford. Some guys like Barham a lot. DDS. I think that those guys, I think the second round is going to be edge heavy, 100%.
I don't think Kayvon's redundant at all. I think he's
redundant with who?
Different, much different.
What do you mean redundant?
Redundant than Michael Williams. I don't think they're at all the same type of player at all. I think he's a better run defender than you know. I think he's a better run defender than probably a lot of the edges. But I don't know.
Can I ask? And I'm not trying to be rude here. Like I don't understand this idea that we have player who has this profile, and so we can't have another player like him on the team, even if it were the case. Like I get that, like all the same, but again, the best defensive lineman. This, and by the way, guys, we're going to be going to an 18-game season by next year. Okay, it's going to happen, and so this idea that it's kind of like the NBA. Everybody makes fun of the NBA for load management, and everybody makes people are bigger, faster, stronger. It's harder on these dudes' bodies in every sport. And basketball's physical too. And so this idea when you're going through with even with the second bye week, the idea that you got to keep these guys on the field all the time, it's smart to have guys that have similar profiles and you're still willing to pay. So you don't have to do what Kyle does to CMC as a running back or other player. Like give them let them come in waves and be able to trust what that looks like in your team. That makes sense. And I think that at edge rusher, it's the most important position on defense. And I don't know. I don't think even if he were, I don't think he's a doppelganger for Michael Williams. And I think that even if he were to be more similar than not on the, the spider graph, okay. Like I'll be cool.
Drew says, Drew. I wish you guys were Packers fans. I enjoy the show, but I hate the 49ers. Hey, we appreciate you, man. We appreciate you.
Hey, man, my mother-in-law grew up a block from Lambeau's, diehard Packers. My wife grew up in Appleton, Wisconsin. So I have Packers season tickets as soon as I push her off a cliff, which might be this summer. Okay, they're mine. If you want some Lambeau tickets, I'll shoot you my digits, bro.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, the way I see it too is like we're talking about Kayvon Thibodeau for trading back 4 spots and a 4th round pick. Who are you going to find in the 4th round at edge that's better than Kayvon Thibodeau? Like,
no, nobody.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's like, okay, so then what? I can draft. Let's say the choice is Chase Besantis and Kayvon Thibodeau, or TJ Parker and whoever the hell in the 4th round. Like, give me Chase Besantis and Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, bro, easy. That's a no-brainer.
Let me walk you through this. Kayvon Thibodeau doesn't turn 26 until December 15th. Okay.
So not even until halfway through the year, almost
halfway through the year, all the way through the year.
3 quarters. Yeah.
80. Yeah. I mean, Akeem Mesidor.
I was just going to say he's the same age as Akeem Mesidor.
Akeem Mesidor is 20, just turned 25 on April 5th. Okay.
Oh.
So they're not the same age, but they're about a half year apart. Okay. Like, so this guy is like 7 months older. So 7 months older is Kayvon Thibodeau, and he's looking at, and we're taking Mesidor in the first round to pick 22. And you're telling me, would you not? So here's the thing. Now, granted, Mesidor's contract's going to be lower, but like, if you were the Chargers, would you rather have Kayvon Thibodeau or Akeem Mesidor? If you say Mesidor, I'm sorry, like that's insane.
And Thibodeau for a 4th round, and Mesidor just went for a 1st.
No,
like,
and I get it. You have to pay him. I get it, and I know that's the thing is like when you use those picks, part of longitudinal roster management is that those when you give up those picks, it's like, hey, we prioritize picks too much. It's not so much prioritizing draft picks so much as prioritizing the fact that that's how you can build a roster that's not bloated to the point where you're compromising quality elsewhere. I get all that. But at some point, there's got to be a balance, of what that looks like. And I think, man, the Saints can be a team to watch, man. They make a play like that. I think the Saints are. I think the Saints are. I'll admit, I was a little bit low on Tyler Shuck. The more I watched him, I was like, this dude had a lot of injuries. He was older coming out as a quarterback, but if any position to come out old, it's probably that. That's a team I think that could win the South.
Yeah, listen, Drew. If let's just assume that Kayvon Thibodeau was coming out this year, this was his combine numbers. People would be going crazy over them. 6'4", 254 pounds, 33 and 1/8 inch arms, 9 and 3/4 inch hands, 79.5 inch wingspan, 4.58 yard 40, a 1.59 10-yard split, 27 reps on the bench press, and a 9'11" broad jump. People would be going nuts over Kayvon Thibodeau, especially in round 4.
What was his 10-yard split?
1.59.
That's not, yeah. Isn't
that the same as Christian McCaffrey?
No, I think Christian McCaffrey's is faster than that. But the idea that
1.55, sorry.
Yeah,
1.55.
yeah.
Still,
I mean, but Brock Purdy's way faster than that. So,
well, his 10-yard split was, I mean, you take Lamar Jackson, cut it in half. That's,
Steve Young's a scrub compared to that.
Yeah, of course he is. SCJ family says Niners gotta take McDonald.
I actually, look, my wife, a bowl full of, is this microwave popcorn or is this homemade popcorn? It's not homemade. Oh, this is not
just throw it.
I'm throwing it.
No,
look at that. Look at that. It's a big old
that
bowl
is
of
buttery, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. This is yeah. All right. So the question was though, what, Jess?
Cade McDonald.
I was thinking about this.
Okay.
I think the defensive tackle is still, again, you talk about players and waves, more than even edge is defensive tackle. I love Cade McDonald. I think that Cade McDonald is a guy that, now he's more seemingly limited in what he can do when he's kind of more of that traditional nose, but he's got a little bit more juice to him. And just so what? Like, if you're saying, like, is he a lot like CJ West? He's a better player. He's a better prospect. I can look. I'm all about drafting really good players.
It's David L. Twitter, just so we're clear.
Yeah, brother. It's Marco Podcast, David L. Twitter. You notice that I did not wear my shirt. Thank you for being a friend from the Golden Girls, but on my wine glass, I have Dorothy Spornak.
Oh, yes, you do.
And it says, "Go to sleep, sweetheart, and pray for brains." Jess, that's for you, sweetheart. Okay. Now, I used to have a Sophie, a Blanche, and a Rose Nyland one. Over the years, our family, who doesn't break coffee mugs and glasses every now and then? You elbow it off the countertop in the dark when you're trying to walk through the house. So this is the last one. And when this one breaks, Jess, our friendship is over.
Nice. All right. That was one question. I did this for you, just so you know. I saved this right here, and it said Cassius Howell is who they should take. So if John Lynch is using Chat GPT, Cassius Howell will be the pick. There you go. All Niner 9876. Do the Niners current rostered players stay on our team through the draft, or do they trade someone? Gosh, man, I think this is a question for two players. This is Ricky Pearsall, and this is Renardo Green. I would say more than likely they stay on, but also wouldn't be shocked if either or both are traded. I mean, this is the draft. The 49ers clearly are trying to recoup picks. I don't know. I mean, do you think that either Renardo Green or Ricky Pearsall are traded, David?
I think that it is a strong possibility. And I think that it is one of those things where when they are also looking to potentially add, like let's say the 49ers were to do something where they were making a move for like a Thibodeau, or they're making a move to do what I think that is a way that now would they be the first team in NFL history to trade the way their first and second round picks 2 years after they were both the first and second round picks respectively in said draft? Yes. Would that be another notch on the belt for this team in a bad way? Yeah. Would that make Jed happy? Nope. At least saying like, and I think there's a reason why, again, we can't, the sky is not falling, but the leash is getting shorter. Okay. And guys, after almost 10 years, that's just in any sector, in any industry. It's about wins and losses, but it's not just about regular season wins. And yes, that sells tickets, but at some point you start to kind of get that itch if you're Jed York. And I know they're laughing all the way to the bank and they got the suites and they priced out season ticket holders and you still can't buy Gatorade within a mile of the stadium. I get it. Okay. But you start to ask yourself, like, where are these draft picks? Like, where are these, and I think we'll see. I think that might be what prohibits them from doing it. I think that they say, hey, why are we not giving these guys another chance? You made me overpay for Raheem Morris. You made me pay for all these guys to keep going through. We keep losing defensive coordinators, keep bringing them in. Like, shouldn't you be able to make these guys? You believed in them. We signed off on it. But if Raheem is saying, I can't work with this, I don't know.
Yeah. All Niner says, David L. Twitter, take a drink every time John Lynch says due diligence.
with pleasure. I just do this for keeping my blood thin.
Ty Simpson, what were the Rams thinking? Yeah, man, we talked about this. Somebody else asked us, like, what do we think about what happened in division? We did go over the division and what we thought. I think I gave the Cardinals a B plus. I gave the Rams an F, and I gave the Seahawks a C. So that was my thoughts. And I think the 49ers have an A. Now, they'll probably screw it up by taking somebody that we don't want. But, hey, there is that. Chris Bell, Derek Moore, John Kilgore, something like that. Or Jalen Kilgore. We'll see. I mean, that's what we're thinking tonight. So we'll see what the 49ers actually do here. We'll see what they do.
Yeah,
Marco, jump on, Marco. Because listen, I gotta go coach my son's football game here shortly, Marco. And David's gonna need a running mate for about an hour while I'm gone. So
I'm seeing people say right now that Adam Schefter just tweeted out the 49ers have had talks throughout the day. So far, no offer enticing enough. Another guy that's saying, hey, they are really trying to move this pick. Then I had my buddy Jake said, hey, pick 33, offense, Chris Bell or Denzel Boston, defense, he wants Traydon Stukes or Zion Young. And I could see, I keep on forgetting about Zion Young, but Zion Young might fit that profile of not be, that prototypical size, the guy who's a high floor dude who's maybe not kind of what you think of as like the ultimate juice, but a player that, when you look at it, it looks like he might be kind of built in a lab. That could make sense. My guy, Jake. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we agree. I mean, the 49ers absolutely, it's clear they would prefer to trade out here. You got to find a buyer. That's for sure. I don't know. I can't imagine that there isn't an offer that's worth it or will be worth it. Like 4 or 5 picks back. Again, it all depends. Like if they have a guy that they really like, then do that. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
All right. First of all, it's the same link as yesterday. And if you join David while I'm gone, I will change my name in your phone to Marco M. And I'll drop the podcast.
And Marco, just to let you know, bro, is that when Jesse's gone, I now am the puppeteer of Last Second Sports. So I am looking right now at the main controls And so if I see any of you jabronis making some like off color comment, I'm going to put it up there. Okay. I'm going to get Jesse's channel deleted. No, trust me. I'm going to be very safe. So let's keep it PG. Okay. But Marco, I can't say what little Marco Schefter is going to do when he gets up here. I can't say what Marco Podcast is going to do here. Okay. So, but when you get in, bro, I can get you in. So you can text me. I know you don't like texting me. You don't like me anyway. So,
well, you'll see him down there anyways. I'm telling you, man, we'll see what the 49ers do here, but none of these, I wouldn't be shocked if they went Bell or Moore at 33. I'm just saying, if they stick and pick, I don't know. We'll see.
And no, the coach is not
tomorrow. We're joining up with Coach tomorrow. Him, Tom, David, and I will be covering day 3, just like we did last year, just like we did yesterday. A little nervous, all-nighter. Listen, as a guy that I won't even put his last name in my phone, a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. So
hey, man, I'm a high school teacher. I catch live. I'm getting live bullets all day long for 20 years. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Let me ask you this, because this is a topic of conversation. Chase Besantis, Emmanuel Pregnon. Why Besantis for you?
For me?
Yes, for you.
I think his movement ability is just going to be something that's a little better there. I think hey, Pregnon's a mover. I think Pregnon does have better length, and I do think that Pregnon is a underrated movement skills, but I think Besantis is just that next level. And when Besantis gets you, he likes to go, he likes to hit. I don't worry about the arm length of guard. I just don't. Like that's why, when we talked about guys like Will Campbell, or we talked about guys like, this is why you guys move these guys inside. It's not a concern at that level.
Yeah. What did we say about Will Campbell last year? We said would be an elite guard. Yep. You put him in at guard, he'd be elite. Do not play him at tackle. And I think, we kind of found that out. Listen, Pregnon, I disagree with this. Besantis moves, man. He is quick-footed. He is way more agile. Pregnon, for his size, is agile, but Besantis is just agile. What's up? What do you got?
We got Ian Rappaport is saying the 49ers are getting action at number 33. And after that pick, all eyes are on the Cardinals to move. So he's saying this is another recent one that's in. There are lots of teams. To me, look, if you're the Niners and you're getting I just can't believe that you're that convicted on a player that you move down from 27 to 30, now 30 to 33. Like if you're getting that type of action, I like it. It's smart. It's smart to play this out to see if they can, because they're comfortable. They don't have to be making this decision like right now or even 2 hours ago. If they're getting this action like they're saying, they could be playing this up against teams, but we know the Niners sometimes can't shit or get off the pot. So it's like the idea that I don't want it to be a situation where they get too greedy. But I think if you got a couple of good offers, I think now's the time. It's 6:58 Eastern time. You're going to be on the clock here in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an interesting question. They get 7 minutes tonight. Okay. 7 minutes, and then I think it goes to 5 in round 3, if I'm not mistaken. This is a good question, and I think that right here. How would you feel about Bo Stevens in the bottom of the 4th? Listen, I will say this. I'm not going to say he's for sure better than Dunker. A lot of people love Dunker in the mullet. When I watch Dunker, I often drifted to watching Bo Stevens. So I'll just throw that out there.
Oh yeah, no, I think Dunker is the third. I think Logan Jones and Bo Stevens are better. I think Dunker's the third best offensive lineman on that team. I think that go to Texas A&M, they had other guys like Besantis is there. I think Trey Zune actually has the potential to end up being he's got a ceiling with his utility, which I think he projects to center, but he's played tackle. He's one of those guys who played every position on the line, but at center, I think that he did his best. Trey Zune does have the capability to end up maybe having the better career than Besantis too. And I love Besantis. So I think Trey Zune is going to go. I don't think he's lasting today. I think he goes tonight.
7 minutes until Denzel Boston is a 49er. 8.5 minutes until Caden McDonald's a Niner.
No trade.
No trade. They're not trading.
And they are picking. We are basically on the clock at this point, guys. So we're going to be. Here we
go. The 49ers are about to make a pick, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna be tipping picks, guys. Just a reminder.
Yes.
You know, if you're not, we're not waiting for Santa Claus to tell us it's, give us permission.
Let's go. I'm so happy. I was so worried that the 49ers were going to pick while I was gone at this game. Now I'm not going to miss their picks. I'm so happy.
I'm happy for that too, brother, because I wanted to be here with you.
I would have been so disappointed, dude. I would have been so disappointed.
So I'm just, and again, guys, tonight I'm going to have I got my things up. I should probably get I don't know where you put your Twitter up. Adam Schefter's again late on this. Schultz had it.
I just have it on my phone. I just have it on my phone. And
the 49ers are planning to stick and pick. So we got that corroborated. Schultz has it. Schefter has it. There it is.
Let's go. Let's go.
Pretty soon, little Marco Schefter will be here. So
I honestly, man, I don't know if I've been this giddy for a 49ers pick in a while, man. I mean, obviously when they were at number 3, that was pretty exciting stuff. But after trading back twice and sitting all night, and I absolutely loved that they did that. Mm-hmm. I'm excited right now, David. I'm like giddy over this pick. Please don't screw it up.
I took a
please don't take Derek Moore.
It's a little chilly in my house, so I got out of the t-shirt. But I said, I put my Steve Young jersey on. I'm geeked, right? I got my chicken, I got my popcorn, I got my water, I got my wine. I'm ready to roll.
Seemed to be Mike Garafolo just corroborated it as well, so it's happening. Seemed to be trending this way this afternoon. The 49ers are about to go on the clock. I'm so excited right now, man. So excited. They basically start right away, right? Like 2-3 minutes in, they're basically on the clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not. They won't be officially on the clock until Goodell goes out there. Right now, he's going on stage. So they have to say on the clock. And right now, they're going to make the pick within the next 9 minutes or so. Round 2 is not started yet. So so here's what we're going to talk about, brother. I think Zion Young could be a guy that they like. I think Denzel Boston could be a guy. We know they like Chris Bell. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think Jed's going to allow that. I think the leash is shorter. I don't think that's going to be something they want to be doing here. If you're asking me at my heart of hearts, I think Basantis probably waits. I think this could be TJ Parker, Zion Young, Denzel Boston. I think that's I could be very wrong. I know we thought Chris Bell. I would be geeked to actually see it be Chris Bell, because I'd be like, all right, Niners, man, never change. Like, you guys are going to be doing what you do. So we'll see.
49ers are on the clock. Is he there? Is he out? Is he talked his talk yet? What's going on?
No, it's not started. He's going on right now. He's going on right now.
Let's get this show started. I got a football game to coach. Come on.
Here comes Goodell, and he's got a bunch of people in front of him here, so it's going to be a moment.
Come on. You got to make this pick by 7:15. I got to be out of here by
7:20. We're going to be good on that. We're going to be good on that.
7:20. I got to be out of here by 7:20. Okay. I know, dude. I honestly, I didn't expect to feel this way.
And by the way,
I thought they were going to trade. So
there are people out there. I'm not trying to make it about us, even though it was our show, Jesse's show we're on.
It is about us. No,
but like we've had so many people, you have no idea. Like, I just went and got my Steve Young jersey on. Where do I get that? I had people say, you're not really a Cyclones fan. We are diehards. And this idea. So let's just disabuse yourself of that notion. Now, here's a guy. Marco, your mic on, bro?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, I might just let you know, throughout this whole time I'm on with you guys, my phone's active, so I might just drop at some point. So I am working all day. My phone is on. I will be on my computer, sidetracked 90% of the time. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay. No, you're good.
Kayvon Thibodeau on IG right now.
Already a call. So
what did Kayvon Thibodeau?
Kayvon Thibodeau just said goodbye. Paul Walker.
Wait, what do you
Are
say?
you serious?
He just said on IG just now. Kayvon Thibodeau had a picture with Paul Walker's picture from Fast and Furious that said goodbye.
I said goodbye.
Yeah.
It's been a long
I don't know.
time
Without you, my friend. Yeah, dude, this is crazy. So Kayvon's going to get traded. That's happening.
Yep.
But that was 14 minutes ago. So it's not necessarily 49ers. It's not us. It's just.
So, of course, Pat McAfee is the closest person to Roger Goodell right now. It's always about Pat. We are on the clock. We're on the clock.
We're on the clock.
It could be about the Niners, or like they won't make that trade until they're on the clock for the suspense and the dramatic for the NFL.
Well, we had Garofalo, Rappaport, and Schefter all come out and say the 49ers are going to pick at 33. So we'll see.
Is Jed tweeting? 6:30. Yeah. I just saw Jed on his phone with 6:33 on the clock. It looks like they probably ready to roll. Yeah, you just saw Jed's bald dome. Boy, does he have a bald dome. And hey, bald people are people too, but I'm not bald yet. So we'll see. Maybe Jed's going to get ready to fire off this. And wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I've got my guy 49ers edit saying I'm not spoiling the pick. So might be something that he thinks he knows.
Well, what is it? Spill the beans. Let's see if it's right.
I don't know. I can text him.
Dave says, "Come on, Niners, don't shiv the bed. Don't shiv the bed." Yeah, I'm hoping, man. Please.
So yeah, I mean, what are you thinking, Marco? What are you thinking this is going to be?
I think they go D-line. I think they go Zion. There.
Okay.
A little bit different. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, he's very similar to Mike Out." Nah. This guy's explosive off the edge. He has a little bit of hands off the edge. Mike Out is a true inside guy. So I think I would like to pick, but it all just depends on what they plan on doing. I think it's between Zion and Boston.
But Marco, we talked about this before you got on, and I was like, why is it horrible? I'm not saying if it were Mike Kyle, but is it impossible that a profile could be similar? I mean, you can have similar players on the team that can still get reps, that can still have value. I don't understand. Like, I don't think that should preclude a team from taking a player.
No, he did get a DWI. Are we sure this is something the 49ers would be willing to?
I mean,
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
they have a propensity to be scared of these types of things. So I'm just
if that's the only thing that's gone down, right? Like if it's not like an occurrence like that consistently happens, and then while he's in the facility, like coaches talk, right? So like if he's a good dude or a bad dude, and I would go more off that. I wouldn't go off of a one-time incident, but that's just me.
Nothing. It's like radio silence on Twitter right now.
4 minutes on the clock. I mean, the TV's up there. There's been nothing tipped. And usually you see this a little bit more on day two, right? Day two doesn't always get tipped quite as quick. Also you only have 7 minutes per, but there's only 8 minutes in the first round. So
yeah. I love the 8 minutes. It went fast yesterday. It felt good. It flowed well. I felt like there wasn't too much time in between picks. Like I really enjoyed it. I like the 8 minutes. Sped things up a little bit.
I'm going to say
smoking a pancake.
I'm going to go. It's going to be between Denzel Boston, Chris Bell, Zion Young, and TJ Parker. That's what I'm going to say.
I don't even want to make. I'm nervous right now. So I just want to. Let's just get through this pick and let it be a good one, please, man. I've listed a bunch of players I'd be okay with, and that's that. That is that. Although
we got to pick.
Who is it?
Your mom.
Oh, you're such a David L. Twitter. If I didn't need you for the next hour, I'd be kicking you off.
That's the thing. You're leaving you're leaving the keys to me. It's gonna get wild.
Just so you know, man. I will. David L. Twitter, ex-friend.
That's what you get, brother. That's the comeback. Okay. We're showing the guys. They're all turning around right now. They're all looking at each other. John's looking. Oh, we're on the phone. We got this weird aerial view of this war room that's just kind of get everybody's bald spot. It's nice. It's nice. We got looks like is that Al? Is that Al Guido? Yeah, I got nothing.
If the pick is back, I'm hucking my phone in the river. Nice, Niners worldwide, nice. And all of you people that are laughing at David, he's not funny, all right? He's immature. He's a big child.
The pick is in.
The
pick is saying the pick is in.
Okay. Can we get a Can we
third time's the charm from the San Francisco 49ers. That doesn't mean anything. Third time's the charm. That doesn't. Yeah, that's just the fact that they traded down. So the pick is in. Oh my God, it's Deshaun Stribling.
No.
Yep. The 49ers will select Ole Miss wide receiver Deshaun Stribling at number 33, getting a weapon for Brock Purdy. Stribling posted back-to-back.
Shut up,
yeah,
dude.
No. Stribling posted back-to-back 800. I'm not lying. This is from Ari Myrov. And I got Jordan Schultz. Deshaun Stribling is the pick. Stribling posted back-to-back 800-yard seasons and has shown steady hands, strong ball tracking ability, and willingness as a blocker.
Yeah, that's the pick. That's the pick. I just got Yeah, it is.
Whoa. Why does this always happen, man? Why?
Hey,
why are these guys always reaching like this?
I told you guys you're gonna be expecting a pick that wasn't
the
right pick.
We didn't.
Come on, man.
So my pick was.
Bro, he had like a 5th round grade from a lot of people.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I'm sorry, man. This is just you.
This is a 3rd round grade.
I don't care, dude. I don't care. Like if anybody even tries to sell this pick as positive, like,
hey, at least he runs a 4.3. I'm gonna make it positive now. So he runs a 4.3. He's pretty athletic, big body. I text David and Jesse before the earlier, and I said the Niners were looking at a big body receiver.
Don't care, dude.
I thought they were going to go in Denzel Boston just because he was the best. No, I'm not. I don't like the pick at all. I'm just saying, like, I thought they were going to go Denzel Boston because they wanted a big body receiver. They ended up going Stribling, who's a big body receiver, which is crazy.
What did I say though? What did I say? I told this to Coach, and he didn't want to believe me. I said the first pick the 49ers make is going to be a receiver. I knew it. I knew it was going to be a receiver.
I guaranteed people that it was going to be a receiver. They were always looking for a receiver. They did when Ricky Pearsall and Debo that year that they had Debo, Ricky Pearsall, and BA, right? They were preparing for the next year. Mike Evans and Kirk are only on 1-year contracts, essentially. They're looking for next year. Now, this just tells you that they most likely...
What?
Cardinals take Chase Besantis with the very next pick. And this is what I said. This was my shadow draft. I'm sorry, Marco. I don't want to interrupt you. So my shadow draft was, we talked about this before. My shadow draft was Chase Besantis because I didn't think there would be those interior linemen left at the end of this at 58. So just let it be known. My shadow draft is Besantis. And from there, for every pick, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to list on my shadow draft. I'm going to write it down here. Then I'll post it on Twitter later. Is that here's the 2 players. Here's my first guy I would go with. Here's a guy I was considering. But then I'm also going to say, here's my shadow draft for the player I would have taken if it would have been the guy that I would have taken. So I'll base it off Besantis, but then I'm also going to base it off of Stribling. So I'm going to do a double shadow draft, and we're going to kind of see how that goes. We predicted this. What I just tell you, Jess, in our mock, I said Arizona's going to sit there and going to take Besantis. I said, just put it in your pipe and smoke it. And it's like, and here's the thing. We knew, Mark, you tell us about not being surprised. I get that. We knew. That's why when Jess and I mocked, we mocked like just total rando picks. But because we're like, they're going to do something crazy. And I'm not trying to be rude to the Stribling kid. Like I think that he might actually be a decent prospect for the NFL, right?
But again, it all comes down to value, man. It has nothing to do with the prospect or can he be good. It's the value, man. Value.
But it's not just value. What this shows you the Niners cannot stop doing is that they get so convicted on a player. And the idea that receiver. Now, by the way, we said receiver. Didn't you put money on receiver on your
I tried to on my price picks and it wouldn't let me. But receiver was the first pick. That's what I had. I had a receiver. I knew it. I knew it.
So here's the problem though. The 49ers, they moved on from 27 to 30. They moved on from 30 to 33. You were in bell of the ball position. You have corroborated reports that you have multiple action on multiple teams. And you're like, no. I just have to have a player that will be there at pick 90. I have to have that player right now. I have to have him.
You want to know something worse? They were probably willing to take him at 27.
Oh, yes.
Well, last night they were very confident that the guy that they wanted was still there. And if they traded back, he was still going to be there. They literally yesterday. Kyle, that's what upsets me. Like Kyle, was trying to tell the fan base, I'm like, oh, if I trade back, he's still going to be there. That's crazy.
You know what's even wilder? He's with his teammate Jordan Watkins, and all we were told, I got a plan for Jordan Watkins. Jordan Watkins, he's a guy that's willing to block. He's a guy that has this. He's the guy that has a route runner. He's a guy that has. Are these the same player? Is this the same player?
From the same school. From the same school.
Like, what are the so you got a fourth round? I hate ragging, and Marco, because Marco works in this world that I'm a teacher and I'm a coach.
I'm gonna read a quote from Matt Miller, who is pretty well respected in the industry.
Yep.
He put Stribling was 75 on my big board, so the value is off here. But the Niners do need a deep threat receiver, and his 4.33 speed at 6'2" is intriguing. A raw route runner, but he can't scoot. That don't sound like a. Honestly, what's worse, Ty Simpson at 13 or pick 33?
Ty Simpson, but gosh, this is not much better. I'm sorry, it's not. Dude.
I honestly, guys, I am not a hyperbolic person. Truly, sorry, you might be able to hear the helicopter out here outside my house. I hope that.
Well, real quick, guys, David, do you see where it says starred under the chat? The starred right there.
Yeah, I see it.
Where
it says live comments,
live, and then starred comments.
Starred is a starred super chat?
Yeah, those are your super chats. So just make sure you read those. I gotta go.
Hey, good luck.
I'm letting you know right now. So listen, I'm gonna coach my son for the next hour. We're playing the 49ers. I'm gonna come back and tell you the score. Right. We're gonna outscore them by at least 3 touchdowns. I'm letting you know right now. That's how pissed I am. All right, 3 touchdowns minimum. We're beating this team by tonight.
Jesse, play the game. Jesse, I love you. We're gonna tear that. Where'd my guy Marco go? There he is.
First play of the game. Jesse's gonna throw a deep shot. First play of the game.
So Daza, we got a super chat here. Like, this is why I never listen to mocks or get excited about players. They always screw it up regardless of what good players fall down. And hey, man, we told you before with mocks. I'm with you, man. Mocks are it's a fun process. It gets people engaged with players. The purpose of mocks is not to be completely predictive and accurate. Its idea is like to have the thought process and conversation of where players could go. But you're absolutely right. It is a complete waste of time in a lot of ways. But I think that this is one of those things where, and by the way, man, thank you for the chat, bro. That is so helpful. We got Daz again wasting a second round pick. How is this better than using our late first and Brian Thomas for Pickens? Now, well, the other side of that is that you're going to be now. Thomas would have a rookie contract, but Pickens is going to be looking for monster money, and that's probably not going to be that simple. But I hear you, brother. All day, every day. Get used to it. Jed's going to give Kyle Shanahan another 10 years. Doubtful. We'll see about that. But winning. That's one of those things where it's going to be. We'll see what happens. And then Dave, so they did shit the bed. Wide receiver, no one ever heard of. And I just, Marco, I'm going to go to you, brother. Like, we're not, because Marco lives in a world. I'm a teacher and a coach, but I'm not. And if Marco is a guy that you work with players, we don't want to tear these players apart. This is their moment.
Shout out to Stribling, man. His dream just came true. Like, that's 100%. That's one thing that's out there, man. Shout out to Stribling, man. His dream came true. His family's lives are changed by the selection. But at the end of the day, like, you got to look at the pick and see why, right? When you look at the Niners roster, was receiver the biggest need, right? You have Ricky Pearsall, who you drafted in the first round three years ago. You had Jordan Watkins you drafted last year in the 3rd or 4th round. You just signed Mike Evans. You just signed Kirk. So you had DeMarcus Robinson. Receiver wasn't the biggest need on the roster. So when you look at it, truthfully, you probably should have been attack of the trenches, an edge rusher, another interior offensive lineman, a center who could possibly start if Brendel goes down, offensive tackle for the future. Like, that's what you truly should have been doing with a lot of guys that were still on the board for the interior, edge. It just doesn't make sense to me when you're drafting a receiver who, in my opinion, wasn't the best receiver on the board. I had Denzel Boston ahead of him.
Well, and TJ Parker just went to the Bills. So you're seeing again what this is what happens, right, Marco? Like the players I talked about, I said Basantis, Parker, and then they're gone. And I'm not saying that always works out, but it seems like somebody was ragging on it. I mean, and that idea that, we shouldn't bring up the consensus boards because it's not necessarily what other people, but for some reason, the 49ers, they're going to add to this, the worst team in the NFL about reaching far beyond consensus. And this scribbling pick is just going to skyrocket them and cement them in that first place status for at least another year. And it's just mind boggling to me about how other teams can sit there and say how to mitigate value, trade down. And they're like, we're at the top of the second. We're not at the top of the fifth or the bottom of the fourth, the middle of the third. We're going to try to get premium talent where it's there. I don't get it. And I know this is that kind of like that Trev Alberts moment, right, with Mel Kiper, and I don't think it was Ted Marchibroda was the coach. I can't remember who the GM for the Colts was. And they had
Texans traded up with the Raiders. They're now on the clock.
Yep,
the pick is in.
And the pick is in. Yep. And we said, I can't with this team and they're constant reaching, even when they have a whole night and day to think about it. It's here we got a super chat here. This is for you, Marco. Marco, do you think Pearsall and or Green are on this team by the end of the draft?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. By the end of the draft, not tonight.
Reason is because the Niners tend to overvalue their assets or their players. For example, they were being offered a second for Jimmy Garoppolo. Thought he was a first rounder. Didn't give him up. It's been like that for the last couple of years with players. This year, Mac Jones, teams called and they had a very high asking price. So like that stuff matters. So at the end of the day, like that's what matters the most.
Absolutely.
Are you overpricing your assets? And sometimes when you do, people don't end up doing it because these aren't like phenomenal game-changing players. Obviously, one's dealt with injuries, and one is struggling to star or potentially going to be competing on the outside. So a lot of things factor into it.
Well, and here's the thing, Marco. Caden McDonald just went. He was the guy that we were talking about too, as the guy that was premium that wasn't going to last. And so you go Basantis, you go Parker, you go Caden McDonald. Three big time players from three big time schools, three big time programs. And it's like these other teams are seeming to go a little bit more in that consensus range, and the Niners just don't know how to do it. And it's to say we hear the same names in Lyle drafts nobody. So we've got the. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story of the night. We got Daz that says, either one of these guards would have made an immediate impact. I think so. And there's probably somewhere else. Moody somewhere smiling. Well, Moody's all right. Moody going to be okay. He's not at 49 anymore. So, yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, guys, where and the chat is wild right now. I mean,
Texans traded up to get Caden McDonald.
I just said
D-line. I didn't hear you. My bad, bro. I'm
okay.
also I'm gonna try to do something where my laptop obviously have a MacBook. So instead of being on my phone and texting and doing a lot of my work stuff on my phone, I'm able to text and talk to people that I need to through my laptop.
No, it's all good.
So
it's all good. And the Texans traded away picks 38 and 91. The Raiders get a trade away picks 36 and 117. That's not that much. I mean, honestly, that's negligible. And in this draft, it might not even matter that much. That's a great, Raiders really didn't have to. I mean, the Texans didn't have to give up much at all. They gave up there's no net gain, net loss of picks. And that the difference between 91 and 117 probably ain't a whole lot. So they went up and get their guy. And it says that Mike Garofalo says that there were rumblings the Giants liked him, which is why Houston might have felt the need to jump the Giants. And, we see this happen last night too. So Houston jumped. Could have been, maybe did Houston jump the Niners for Rutledge? We don't know. But that's what happened tonight. It looks like. So yeah, I mean, this is the question is like, hey, what do you all see the Niners grabbing now? I mean, I your guess is as good as mine, brother. I mean, this is one of those things where it's going to take a while to have this kind of all bear out, but yeah,
Man, that's crazy. When how all right, looking back at from free agency to now,
Yep.
have the Niners really gotten that much better?
No.
Like true, like this pick was supposed to be the pick that solidified the trenches for them on the offensive line and the defensive line. Yes, they got better defensive tackle with Osa, phenomenal defensive tackle in my opinion. But now you still have gaping needs, and you ain't picking until at the end of the second unless you come up and come get a guy. But you had dudes that were there across the entire board. Looking at the team, at the players that a lot of people were talking about going within the first few picks, the guys like TJ, it was being mentioned, TJ Parker, Boston, McDonald, those guys go right after the Niners pick. And to me, that's the major concern. It's those every single pick after the Niners, trenches. Like,
yep, and
it's a theme here, guys. It's a theme. The Niners don't truly love the offensive line, and that to me is the biggest concern. They don't care about the interior of the defensive line or edge. When you look at it, they only draft it when they are desperately in need of it. I still think they need another 2 defensive linemen. Do they get that? I really don't know now, man. I'm in absolute shock on how the direction they've gone.
And Colton Hood just goes above Jermon McCoy, right? So this is really showing that this McCoy injury seems to be problematic for a lot of these teams. But Colton Hood was a guy who had first round potential as well. And you're just saying it's getting a little weird right now, right? It's getting at pick 36. I mean, this is Adam Schefter is so late. I should just stop following him. But it's wild to me. Like there's been really no surprises. Not a single player here. If you're looking at DeSantis, Parker, McDonald, Hood, these are not players that are like, oh, that's wild. That's not even remotely wild. They're like not even like within plus or minus 10, right? Picks of like within consensus. It's just, and I'm not to say, so if you took a player here that's like 11 beyond consensus, that's not a reach, right? When you're taking a player that's like anywhere from a grade from like a 75th overall to 130, like that's kind of an issue at 33. I mean, that's a full round and a half at least, and maybe a full 2 to 3 rounds in some certain situations. I mean, I would say 3, but at least 2.5. Like it's hard for me to wrap my head around, Marco. And I think that's the question is if this draft fails, it's still early. Do y'all see John being fired? And again, we don't like to be sky is falling people, hyperbolic people, but like this is what we're looking at, and if I can, it's wild to me. We've got another super chat. We got, hey, right. Why are you two better than drafting the 49ers? I don't know. Right. And I think here's the thing that Marco will tell you. Marco's a little more in the industry than I am, but like I'm fortunate enough to met people like Marco, like others who I have got their ear, who have gained their trust, who I have so much immense respect for. We got to demystify this. Like, I think there's this idea that because you're a general manager or because you're in that war room, that you have this kind of otherworldly ability to be able to scout players. There's so many scouts out there. And I feel like the Niners have some really, really talented people that just seem to constantly be dismissed higher up in the draft because Kyle gets convicted on a guy that he wants. And then I think we even in this situation, there might even have been players, Marco, that they wanted that they weren't even really given the, maybe the go ahead to go with because they were so wild or so marred with kind of question marks. And they still went with a question mark.
Colton Hood to the Giants.
Yes. And so and this is Dad's again. Why do the Niners think they're so much smarter than the rest of the league? We just got done talking about it here. The last several Super Bowl champs had a good OL minimum, but often an elite one. The last Super Bowl champs also, they nailed their first round picks for years in a row. Years in a row. Not only immediate contributors, but contributors that had high ceilings as contributors, that were prospects that were not just safe picks, but were players that were like, hey, now you could say Gray Zabel, that's a safe pick, but Gray Zabel was a first round prospect, right? He wasn't a reach in that situation. These were players that fit their team, and that's the reason they won, is first round success. Make no mistake. You can say whatever you want. It's the consistent first round success, consistent top of the draft success that put the Seahawks with the Lombardi in their trophy case. And I think this is a legitimate question. So we're sitting here right now. It looks like we got another pick. Arizona safety, Traydon Stukes goes to the Raiders. There's Traydon Stukes. In our market, when you weren't here before, we were sitting here talking about guys that we would consider. Traydon Stukes is going to be 25 years old. I get it. But in the second round, he doesn't have injury concerns. He's got the length. He's got the speed. We thought safety was going to be a key that needs to be unlocked for this defense to truly reach its potential. So we're just getting a laundry list right now. We're just getting a laundry list of some of my favorite players that are going boom, 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 boom. It's like it's insult to injury, brother.
Per Grant, he said that Stripling has not met John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan before.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people were making a fuss out of it. I know a lot of people were making a fuss out of it with Ty Simpson not meeting Sean McVay. I think that's kind of a little funny. I know a lot of fans were.
Teams trying to do this though, and you know that, right? Teams are consistently. We got another super chat here. Shanahan thinks he is due to not draft. Maybe Paul, you could kind of decipher your intent there. Thinks he is due to not draft a trash receiver. Okay, well, I wouldn't say that any of these guys they drafted are trash completely. As far as like even Ricky Pearsall was a guy that I had a little bit higher than most did. I think it was WR6, WR7 in that class. I still thought he was a reach in the first round because of the concerns that have kept him off the field. I don't think he's a true wide receiver one. And when you're drafting the first round, you better hope he has that capability or at least to be a dominant wide receiver too. He's not that guy. At this position, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of mind boggling. So, yeah.
I'm still in shock. Like,
no, man. Bro, I know that Jesse is going to run up the score. He's so angry, man. He's going to have that quarter. He's going to be, he's going to be Jaden McDaniel, my guy. Go Wolves, by the way. Go Wolves. We're going all the way this year. Jaden McDaniel said, yeah, you go at Jokic, you go at Murray. None of these guys can defend. They couldn't. Then he elevated, found another. Guess what Jesse's going to be? He's going to be saying, you go tell them to the face. They ain't you. They're never going to be you. They might want to be us, but they can't be us. And we're going to show them what it means to be us. That's what's going to happen. And Jesse's going to come back and he's going to be it's going to be legendary tonight, folks. It's going to be, what's even more legendary at 58. It's going to be even a worse reach. You can mark my words. This is going to be a classic 49ers draft. It is not going to disappoint.
Their second pick's going to be the right pick. It's going to be the pick they should have taken at 33. It's going to make more sense at 33 than at 58. And it's going to be one of those picks where I'm going to be like, I would rather have had him at 33 than 58. That's going to end up being that's just kind of how they operate. I mean, they might go punter at 58. They have been flirting with punter, so might as well go punter at 58. They don't need a kicker, so we can scratch that off the board. They maybe a long snapper. Geez, like might as well fix the special teams unit, right? Like, man.
No, I know. And we've got another pick. Denzel Boston to the Browns. I had mocked Denzel Boston. I mocked him at 24. I mocked him at 24 for months to the Browns, and here they get him at 39. And again, guys, I mean, the list just keeps going on and on and on. I mean, and we're not. This is chalk. This is chalk, like in the chalk range, right? There's nothing crazy here. The only thing insane is the 49ers. And again, y'all, like, I think in the chat, you might be used to people thinking, hey, Jess and I are contrarians or Marco. Guys, I'm going to be real with you. Like, I've praised the Niners. When the Niners drafted Bernardo Green, I about fell out of my chair because I love Bernardo Green so much. But then I reflected on my biases. To do this, a press heavy corner. gets a little bit handsy. But if that's what he does, that's what he does. But if he's not going to be good in zone looks, and now you're thinking about possibly putting him on the block, what does that say about your ability to evaluate and pulling the trigger on players that might not fit your system or last long term? This is how the Niners operate, man. They had no, and here's the thing, Marco. We've talked about when the Chiefs jumped them back in 2024 for Xavier Worthy and said, "Oh, we panic, we take Ricky P." They were the 33rd pick. They had multiple offers from people we trust, we know, that said this is true, corroborated. There was multiple action on these offers, and they still said, "Now we're good. We're good." We weren't even panicking.
Well, yeah, because they wanted this. They wanted this receiver at pick 27. They wanted either him at 27 or at 30. Obviously, they felt like they knew 100% knew, because the consensus across the league was that he wasn't going to be a guy that went until the 70s to 100s. So when you have that kind of player and who you are in love with, you could do that. You could trade down and trade down. It's just, man, I'm in absolute shock on the way the team decided to go about it. You would think that they learn from their past drafts and their past mistakes. They have been, I think, since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have gotten here, the most reached team when it comes to the draft. I believe there's a stat out there. Don't know what stat it is or where it's at.
Marco,
but
we talked
you know
about
what
that.
I'm talking about. The consensus board, they reached the most out of all teams, which is a concern.
And we just said, and that's why I said with Scribbling, it's gonna cement it. It's gonna keep them at that spot for another 2 years without even making another reach. Like that. That's how bad it is. And so thanks, All Niner man. You've been great, man. Your super chats are awesome. Very, very. We respect it. We appreciate it. Kyle only cares about stimulating his offensive mind. And I've long said, you talk about no hyperbole, but I've said, hey, once upon a time, I said, I believe in Kyle so much as an offensive mind that when I said give him a lifetime contract once upon a time, like I think that Kyle has been able to make, lemonade out of lemons. I think that I think that Kyle has been able to do a lot with less at quarterback. I will say this. The proof is in the pudding at this point as an evaluator. It doesn't, on top of the players that don't work out, but then also the draft picks that have been lit on fire, the draft picks that have not been traded for because you didn't have symbiosis. You weren't on the same page in the front office in the brass, and then you couldn't shit or get off the pot. You would race up the stairs and say we're going to keep BA, and I love BA, but like, hey, if you don't have that kind of conviction amongst your team, like maybe you need to go and say, hey, let's just take the value while it's hot. They don't do that, right? So here's the thing, though. If they even would have had those picks, are we even like at this point? Does it even matter? I mean, at this point, I have to agree. Like
Chiefs go Mason Thomas at pick 40.
Yep. And I said we were talking about before. This is going to be edge heavy, right? And so far, it's gone. You've had.
Yeah, Parker. And let's get a run on edge. I need that. Let's get a run. Have all the edges go within the next pick. I need that. Yeah, I need that. Let's get it.
I know you do. So, we'll talk about him later, maybe. Hopefully. Oh man, if his name came up tonight, would that be awesome? So,
I would probably you guys probably wouldn't see me. I'd be gone. That'd be crazy.
Let's see here. We got we got another pick. No, we don't. So
from Ted Nguyen, he said Stribling is an awesome / perfect replacement for Jennings. A really good blocker, physical pass catcher. No wonder why the Niners wanted to keep trading back. Really good after the catch, averaged 7.3 yards after the catch, more than Omar Cooper.
Okay. Cool. I mean, I like Ted. I think Ted also, yeah. Okay. I mean,
hey, there's something. I mean, sometimes you got to find the positive things, right, in certain things. And yes, he's a big 6'2", 4.33 receiver, or 4.36, whatever he ran. The Niners did select a receiver, Deshaun Stripling, out of Ole Miss. A lot of people had him going in the 3rd to 5th rounds. Not a great route runner, big physical receiver. Obviously, the athleticism's there. Now, when we look at who's gone, right? Let's take a look at the positions.
Yep.
Offensive line, defensive line, corner, safety, receiver, defensive line.
Yep.
Was Deshaun Stribling going to go at any of those picks?
No.
Like, no, none of these teams decided to panic and go receiver. Obviously, Denzel Boston was projected actually to the Browns in the first round. A lot of people had them taking him at pick 24. They ended up going Casey Conception. They're doubling up at receiver. Obviously, they already got offensive line. Yeah. Who's their quarterback? Because that's interesting. Like, is it going to be Shadur? Like that? That'll be kind of fun.
I don't know. And I'm with the comment here, man. I get it. Like 3 rounds too early, of course. But if you're talking about 3 rounds too early, buddy, but we're talking about the top of the 5th here. This is a player that absolutely could have been a player that was in that in that 4th round conversation, no doubt about it. Like it's not that far away now, because that's the thing. 3 rounds too early. Remember, with those compensatory picks, it makes those rounds longer. So if I said 3 times 32, right? You can do that math in your head. That's 96. That's Iowa math. Okay. So when you go like that, I'm sorry. Like I guarantee you, there have been places like consensus rankings on Stribling have put him all over the map. There have been places I'm trying to get a sort of a consensus ranking on what different people thought about Deshaun Stribling, and I'm struggling to see it. I know, I don't care about Mel Kiper. I know ESPN had him at 75, but that's why I want to get consensus. So if you've got anything right now, I'm looking for it where I can find it.
And for this comment, right, saying that 3 rounds too early, or telling people, oh, you don't know what you know, or XYZ.
Right. How
did you feel when the Niners took Cam Latu? How did you feel when the Niners took Jake Moody? Like those consensus amongst people who are watching film, it's out there, right? So like it's, how teams are viewing players based off of the media. The media truly doesn't. Honestly, a lot of the media guys don't watch film. They go to scouts and they ask all these scouts. They ask agents, hey, where is this player being projected? And that's how they build a consensus board. And when you have that, you're essentially looking for these players to go at a certain spot. And that's why they're being mocked to certain teams at certain spots. Nobody had Stribling being mocked this high. That's why it's considered a reach. That's why everyone is I shouldn't even say overreacting, reacting the way they are, because you just took in the last 3 drafts, you've taken 4 receivers.
Yep.
4 receivers, right? Jacob Cowan was with
Arizona,
was in the draft with Ricky Pearsall. So you got 2 receivers, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowan.
Huh?
You then the following year you follow it up with Jordan Watkins, or following year, right? And then this year Stribling. That's 3 drafts in a row that they take receiver.
And you've gone 20, 24 now, and 26, where you've drafted a receiver basically in the first round. I mean, 33 is right there. I mean, it's like that's a lot, right? That's a lot. And I think that Cassius Howell, he just went. Hold up,
and that's not us including guys like Danny Gray, Dante Pettis, Jalen Hurd.
No,
right?
Nope.
Like, do they consistently take
Ronnie
a
Bell
player? Yeah, like Ronnie Bell. Like, are they consistently take? Or Ronnie Bell was in later in the draft, but they consistently have shown us to reach for receivers, and their hit rate is not high. So for me, like you're consistently telling yourself, we missed on this player. We missed on this player. At some point, you got to develop and let these young guys play. It's got to happen.
And I was low on Cassius Howell because of the arm length, but you get in that second, third round. Cassius Howell goes for the Bengals at 41. 42 is defensive tackle Christian Miller out of Georgia to the, I believe it was the Saints. The Saints have taken Christian Miller. The Chiefs just got a pick up 43. And they took R. Mason Thomas. The Chiefs come out of this draft with Mansur Delane, Peter Woods, and R. Mason Thomas. Boy, oh boy! I mean, that's a class. That's a class. Marco, I'm going to ask you.
The Chiefs are killing the draft.
They're killing it, and everybody. I was a little bit. I was leery about the trade up, but then when you come away with these players, like these are all guys that were being mocked in the first round. in certain times of the year, and by people that really like them and really, I mean, they're getting value. I don't understand. To me, Marco, you tell me. Everybody told me that the defense was the problem. The defense is the problem for the 49ers. The offense is going to be just fine. Okay. And I think we could agree there were a lot of holes on that defense, a lot of injuries. But those injuries these guys don't just miraculously come back 100% better, 110% better, 150% better. We don't know. And so when you go out and say, we're not going to add even more capital, they could have easily moved back. If there was action on 33, they were going to lose that on scribbling. And in fact, if they would have, who cares? But that's how they operate, man. They just got to have their guy.
The understanding was the Browns were trying to get up to get Boston. I'm sure they called the Niners and said, hey, we want pick 33. The Niners knew that they wanted a receiver. The Niners probably felt, did they catch on? Do they also want dribbling? Obviously, they end up going Boston. I'm blown away right now. Like,
no, I'm with you, man. I love this. Coach just said the best line. Coach will be on with us tomorrow. He said Kyle's still stuck in Riyadh playing football. I think we play in 7-on-7. Because you said stripling. He's the guy that plays in kind of like that, I don't know, RPO-ish stuff. Like he's not got a polished route tree, right? Like he's not this. And I don't know. All I was told is that Jordan Watkins had an underrated deep speed, is a guy that is a blocker, not just a willing blocker, an excellent blocker, a plus athlete, and yet he's healthy scratch all year. I mean, are we certain that Stribling is like tiers above Watkins in this way? Like,
I mean, there's a chance that Stribling gets a little banged up in training camp and doesn't even play because of training camp injury. Kyle's done it to every other rookie. Why would he not do it to Stribling?
I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are on Christian Miller to the Saints. I mean, I think he's a little bit more right now, Marco, I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. So you're going to hold down the fort. And I'll be right back.
I thought Christian Miller. Is there another trade? Someone screaming trade. I thought Christian Miller was a really good player coming out. Tested really well for like the measurables and everything like that. Oh, the 49ers traded? Are you going to get me? Is the chat going to get me again? Let me see. Is the chat about to get me?
I'm looking for it, man. I'm not seeing it, so I don't know what
the chat's gonna get me again. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I don't. I'm not. Yeah, yeah. So
crazy work. Chat got me again.
Yeah, I'm not. That's the thing, man. Well, usually when I'm on the show, when I'm on with Jesse, when I'm doing the post games, I never look at this stuff, so I'm always just talking ball. But no, we don't got any. There's nothing going on yet. I'll be back in 30.
Yep.
Oh, no, excuse me. No, here it is. The Cowboys are acquiring D Winners from the 49ers. That's the trade. Okay. So Jordan Schultz is saying, yes, the 49ers are trading linebacker D Winners to the Cowboys as Dallas addresses a huge need at linebacker.
Wow.
So what is
linebacker at 58? Let's go.
Oh, well, yeah, right. I mean, hey, there's some dudes I like. I know I told you this before. I like this. I love Anthony Hill. I like him out to Texas. And I think that he's a guy that has some juice. And I think that you can clean up a lot of some of the things that you might feel like he's undisciplined with, but it's something I can deal with late in the second round. I think that he could be a guy that fits into that more situation. The Lions are on the clock. The Jets have traded out. So now the Lions have moved up to 44. Okay. The Lions have moved up to 44 with the Jets. I do not know who the Dolphins have selected. The Dolphins have selected Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker out of Texas Tech.
Who did?
The Dolphins.
That's a good pick for them.
All right. I'm going to have to roll. I'm going to do a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You do your thing. Oh, let's see. I'm going to go. I can't bring comments up. So I'm going to go through some of these comments. We got somebody in the chat saying, I'm a Niner fan living in Philly and I'm watching the draft with Eagles fans, and they are laughing, saying, what the heck is your team doing? I don't see how the pick makes any sense or makes our team better. It doesn't matter if Stribling turns into Jerry Rice. You still could have had Stribling in round 4. Fair point. The poverty teams are picking better than us. That's crazy. We got a 5th rounder for D. That's not bad. That's not a bad return on investment for D. Now they have 7 more picks remaining. Did we need a receiver? Yes. Did we need one more edge or guard? Did we need a receiver? Yes. Did we need one more than an edge or guard with pick 33? No. Did we need a receiver for this year? Did we need I really don't think we needed a receiver for this upcoming season, right? Like, you put all your eggs into the basket of the Mike Evanses, the the Kirks, the Ricky Pearsalls. I think they're just admitting that they miss on picks in the past drafts. Can we draft the GM, Marco? That's interesting. John and Kyle are on the Seahawks payroll. That's crazy work. I wish they would build around Purdy. I mean, technically they are building around Purdy. They're giving him extra weapons, right? They're giving him extra weapons. So technically they are building around Purdy. But they got a 5th rounder back for. Oh, you took the Niner gear off. You said nuh-uh.
Yep. Yeah. I said I'm going to go rock my Wolves because that's who's winning the NBA champ. That's we're going to the NBA Finals this year, baby. We're going to go. I
think the Atlanta Hawks are going to. I'm gonna stick it to the Warrior fans out there right now.
We're going to go. We're going to go to the top.
Jonathan Kuminga being the MVP of the finals, playing great defense and scoring.
Nobody cares. We're going to go to the top of the mountain right here. We're going to go to the top of the mountain with my Wolves, baby. With my Wolves. Jaden McDaniel's going to say, your all defense sucks. You're paper tigers. You're nobodies. All right. Jamal Murray, fix your teeth. You ain't going to be that guy. We're going to be we're not doing that. Okay. It's going to be Wolves. I can't even do this. I got to take my Niners gear off. I got to go with the team that's actually winning right now. That's actually making winning moves. Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna go bathroom, hit it to the pump fake, and came back with a different."
I did both. I'm a multitasker. I even washed my hands. So we're gonna be. I think that this is wild. This is yes, and here we go. Here we go. What do we have? This is right. Right on. It's right. It's right. Right on. It's right. Go cheer for a team that's got a chance. Okay. It's gonna be wild tonight, boys. We're
gonna the Lions. The Niners ain't getting their guy at 58.
And so Jesse and I mocked Derek Moore at 58. And there he goes. The Lions and Brad Holmes jumped up to 44. Okay. From 50, moved up 6 spots with the Jets. And now we've got the Ravens are on the clock. They took Vinga Ioane back at the 15th pick in the first round. He said, you're not going to regret this. Oh, my goodness.
Honestly, D Winters to the Cowboys makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys. That's a really solid trade for a 5th rounder.
Say what?
I said a 5th round in return for D Winters is actually a really good return.
That they flipped it. I think they took him with a 6th. They spent a 6th pick on D Winters. Once upon a time, they flipped him for a 5th a couple of years later. That's great. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
And then that pretty much slots in Martin to start playing. So that's actually a really good trade.
This also tells me, Marco, that there could be a situation where could they be packaging something else with another veteran in mind? Because are you really going to be, they used quite a few draft picks last year, and John is very proud of the fact they're all still with the team. But now you had 7. So now you had 6. Now you have 7. Now you've got 8 picks in the draft.
Can you bring up this Ryu Ken comment right here? The George and Fred draft.
Yes.
I think that's a great comment right there.
So so it says Ryu Ken says we lived up the George and Fred draft for years. We ain't getting lucky anymore. We coming back to. I'm with you, bro. And actually, George was wasn't George the 2017 draft?
Yeah, and I believe
and Fred was the 2018 draft.
Yep.
I think so. But you're right. Those drafts, like those were, and guys, I think it's important to understand that scouts do a good job. But a lot of those day 3 picks that people said, oh, the Niners were really good at, like, when you've got a lot of darts to throw, sometimes you hit, right? And by the way, the Niners aren't the only team that's done that. And so, but when you rely on that exclusively, and then you hang your hat on it, like Ryukin is saying, over time, it's like, well, wait a minute, where are these guys at now? I mean, these guys like Greenlaw. I mean, he's back, but he's hurt. So those are going to be some things that I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, like with that comment, it makes a lot of sense because the 49er fans always do so. Like they bring up George in the 5th, Fred in the 3rd, Dre Greenlaw in the 5th. Like they bring up these few selected guys, but then when you look at the entire 10 years of their tenure of who they've drafted, there's drafts that it's miss, one hit. Like you aren't going to be successful, or you're not going to be winning Super Bowls when it's consistently missing.
We got to pick. Ravens have taken Zion Young, the guy that you might have taken at 33. He
was up there for the guy I
would
have taken.
I had him mock the Bills for a long time at 26, so like this idea, or 20, whatever it was, 26, 28, wherever they were. I think that, and now Adam Schefter is saying the Giants have no plans to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, but Zion Young there he is at 45. I think that's good value for him if you're the Ravens.
No, yeah. So you can't consistently keep missing on draft classes and get away with it, and that's why they end up signing guys like, what's the oh my gosh, they signed him from the Eagles a few years back, defensive tackle.
I mean, defensive end or defensive tackle?
Tackle.
Oh, Hargrave,
right? They signed Hargrave to a massive contract. You end up signing other players because you're missing on so many draft picks, right? Like you're consistently doing that, and you're consistently having to sign free agents to make up for that missed pick. And all it does is a bunch of high cost players, and you're not building the right spots. So essentially it's a wasted pick. Zach said he likes the pick. He said he's stoked about the pick, so I don't even know why he's commenting about David Eden right now.
You know what I mean, man? I gotta say, I've been doing this, man. I've been teaching all day. I come in here. Jesse wanted to go like 2 hours before the draft because he got to go coach his kids and like actually be an involved dad. I gotta sit here and get nutrition here, brother. Some of us are doing things. Some of us are multitasking. Some of us are neglecting our kids. Jesse's not. My kids, I've said, they're relegated not to come into the living room. They can't be here during the draft show because I love this more than I love them. That's what I'm doing, and I'm eating popcorn, by the way.
Man, it's so. Who's your top players on the board right now? Obviously,
me?
Yeah. Derek Moore, and then you said Ravens just took Zion Young. Who's your top players on the board?
I'm not using ESPNs. I just have this up here for an easy access. I love Brandon Cisse, cornerback out of South Carolina. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but Nick Eamon fell. People thought he was a little raw, a little late to react. I don't care. I like what I like the ability. I think a good coach gets a lot out of him. I love Anthony Hill out of Texas. EMW, by the way, is still there. EMW is still there. I love Eli Stowers. I think as a weapon, is a guy that is somebody I want to take a chance on. I love Antonio Williams, but they're not going to go that way now. Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon. I like Jeremy Bernard. I think a lot more than maybe you did, but again, receiver, I'm not even thinking about it at this point.
You might as well double up.
I mean, they could. If I go down, well. I mean,
Josiah Trotter goes to the Bucks at pick 46.
Yeah, that's a little rich.
Back-to-back Missouri players going. That's cool.
Yeah, that's a little rich for me. I like Kieran here. One of the guys I really love is Kieran Crawford. Kieran Crawford out of Auburn. I think he's a dude that has a lot of ability to. I'm not saying he's a complete savant dropping back in coverage, but he has that athleticism to kind of to actually. I can't even speak English right now, but backpedal. He can do those. You're not going to want an edge player to be like, I got to have you good coverage. But the idea that if you're asking him to sit there and say like, hey, I got to cover this space, I got to cover this area. I'm not a fish out of water. He can do that. He's got speed. He's got juice. Every time I watched Kildrick Falk, I kept watching him. I think Brugler ended up putting him in like around 58, and then he had him at like 64 going to the Seahawks as his mock. I kind of put him up and he kept climbing my board. I like big citrus Dominique Orange. I like Sam Hecht out of K-State. I like Trey Zune. I like a lot of guys. There's a lot of good players here. I fully expect the Niners not to take any of them.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, they might not make it there, with so many guys there. But is there any guy you would trade up straight up right now to go get?
Me? No. I mean, I just think that at this point, if you only have 8 picks,
because they have
like,
extra picks. I'm asking because they obviously stockpiled on a bunch of 4th and 5th round picks and a 3rd round pick. So is there anyone you would trade up for right now as it sits, them being on the board?
I would say this. I loved Antonio Williams. That's not going to happen anymore. I love Brandon Cisse. I like EMW, but I like other safeties. So I'm not really. I kind of like. I don't feel the need for that. I really, really like Anthony Hill and Eli Stowers. I just don't think there's a need to trade up. I think Emmanuel Pregnon would make too much sense here. But that's just me. You know, I talked to you about Jeremy Bernard.
I think for EMW.
If it's just a small trade up, sure, why not? It's a safety. It's a safety that it's a need. And so it's like if I'm just giving up like 179 or whatever like that, and I already got that pick for D Winter School, I'm good. Like,
what about Gabe Jacas? Would you trade up for Gabe Jacas?
No.
What about Joshua Joseph?
No. I think there's some other players.
Would you take one of those guys if they're there at 58?
I would take Kieran Crawford.
Out of all those guys on the board.
Yeah. I don't know,
man. DDS, Danny.
I like DDS. I like DDS. No. I forgot about DDS. DDS is up. Yes, I would take DDS over Crawford.
If he's there at 58, sign me up.
And I would probably take Jacas. I would probably go against. I bumped Jacas in my top 10 at edge. I don't love him, but I really tried hard this year to not look at consensus, but to say, hey, Dave, like reflect on your own biases, reflect on like some of the things that you might not always like or might not always get like juice for. I'm going to go to some, we've got our Niners going to trade again, or are they going to F it all up? That's what we're talking about right now, Dave. That's what we're talking about right now. Like, is that going to be something there? And successive poor drafts equals aging teams. I actually think it's not equal. I think successive poor drafts. Yeah, true. I think it's just successive poor drafts plus aging team equals disaster. That's the equation that I think that we could tweak that a little bit, and then we get an A on the test there. Okay. But you know, what are we gonna do?
This pick with Stribling. This is the easiest way for me to say it. The Niners admitted they missed on Ricky Pearsall.
Huh?
And the reason I say that way is if Ricky Pearsall was what they thought he was,
yep,
as a receiver, even with the injuries that he's had over the last few years, and you can't, like, obviously injuries are injuries, but if he was who they thought he was or what he couldn't be, you don't take Stribling there because you're gonna keep him healthy. You're hoping he stays healthy and he could be what he is. The fact that they take another receiver, in my opinion, it's around the same pick that they took Ricky Pearsall. It tells me that they believe they missed on Ricky Pearsall becoming a true number one receiver. That's to me the way I see it. Because if Ricky was what they thought he was, you're feeling great, absolutely amazing about your receiver room with Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Kirk, Cowing, and the other guys. That to me is how I see it. They believe they may truly believe that Ricky Pearsall is a true number 2 or complementary receiver, and that's why they needed another guy who could complement Brock Purdy. That's how I see it. I get you may say, "Oh, that's crazy." That when Ricky Pearsall went healthy, was force-fed the ball, and he played well. But you don't do you don't draft another receiver if you truly believe Ricky Pearsall is your number 1 going forward.
Particularly when you bring in, I know Christian Kirk is just on a 1 year. I get that, but you also bring him in, presumably to play, and then you bring in Mike Evans, presumably to be your wide receiver 1 this year. And so then all of a sudden you spend what almost amounts to a first round pick on another receiver. They can't be long for Ricky P.
You
No,
know,
does Pregnon make it?
I'm not saying that they're going to get rid of him this year or anything like that. I'm just saying they thought Ricky Pearsall, when they drafted him, was a true number one receiver. He is not that, and they have came to conclusion that he is not that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you, man. The Steelers have traded up with the Colts to 47. They are on the clock. The Colts,
they're going to go quarterback here.
They went from 53 to 47. Could this be? Is this going to be Carson Beck? Is this going to be Nuss? Is this going to be Aller? Who's it going to be?
I don't know. I think Aller would fit here perfectly. No, they end up going.
Oh no. The Steelers took my guy, Jeremy Bernard.
They should have got a quarterback.
And so I softened a little bit. Actually, I mean, I'm gonna say, like, talking to other people, I think Bernard's a good player. I think there was that idea that sometimes what he might not do as well, which is why Antonio Williams really started skyrocketing for me, is that his nose for zone, whereas Bernard sometimes is like, hey, are you going to be able to get open in these situations? Like, are you just too like didactic and kind of stuck in this? Like, I don't know. I still think that I think Bernard is a solid player here. I think he has the ability to be a better pro than he was a college player. And I think he was a really solid college player. When he was at Washington, following the board down to Alabama, I think he potentially could have the best football in front of him. I'm not saying he's going to be an all pro at all, but I think he's going to be a really, I think he's going to be a contributor at the next level for a while. I think it's a decent pick, but you thought they should have gone quarterback. Talk about that.
No, I think it was definitely a spot you could trade up to get a quarterback if you're a fan of Drew Allar or the Becks. They're probably banking on Aaron Rodgers coming back, and they probably feel comfortable with the kid out of Ohio State from last year. But at some point, you kind of gotta take a gamble at a quarterback if Rodgers does not come back. Like, it's not set in stone that he is 100% coming back this year. So That's why I thought, hey, maybe a quarterback, a guy who you could develop. I feel like Drew Allar, if you put him with a quarterback coach who could tie his feet to his eyes, you have something there. There's a lot to work with. So,
and Mike McCarthy is a pretty respected quarterback coach.
He's developed a couple of quarterbacks.
Right. So, I mean, and here they go. Here's the question, though, before you were talking about it. Is Pearsall Pettis 2.0? I mean, what do you think about that comparison?
No. And I think people are taking it like I'm saying, like, Ricky's some absolute, like, bum or some trash receiver. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Niners truly thought they had a number one in Ricky. And he has not lived up to that expectation for them as a receiver, even when healthy.
Okay, so
they have felt he could dominate.
So let's go to another guy's last name that begins in P. Does Pregnon make it to 58? I mean, it sure looks like it could happen. I mean, with that, and would you be happy with Pregnon at 58?
Yes, I would, and I think he can. When you watch Pregnon, mauler of a player. Obviously 6'4", 315. But do the 49ers go Pregnon? And when I say that, like, Pregnon, in my opinion, is a really good guard, but the 49ers are looking for certain things in players. And at a guard, they want someone with quicker feet.
Which is why we like Basantis.
More of a Basantis, but more of a Bo Stevens out of Iowa. More of like they want more of a quicker feet, lighter on their feet kind of guy. And typically when you watch Pregnon, you're not seeing like you want him getting downhill, moving bodies. And I think for me, he's more of your bigger body gap scheme kind of like offensive lineman. I could see Pregnon going to the Chargers.
Well, a guy that you told me about early on in the process and just said, hey, you watch this guy. And I was like, I watched him and it's like, whoa, I keep watching Basantis. You keep watching these other guys like, man, this dude's legit. It's Trey Zoon. And I know he's projected to play center, but he's played every position along the offensive line. Could he? I mean, I think you and I both agree that Zoon is probably best suited at center, which I still think could be a need here. But could he? Do you think he could find success and put roots down at the guard position in the NFL?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He could play center, guard, or
swing tackle.
Swing. Like he could play either one and play it at a high level.
Right.
at guard or center. I think you could have him at left guard while he's developing and learning the protection calls and stuff like that, and move him to center. Um, or they could also go Sam Hike, Kansas State kid, who's more what they look for, the 6'4", 300-pound offensive lineman who's athletic and can
Yep.
move. Obviously, he went to the Senior Bowl, so they got to see him against some competition there. It looks like the Falcons take Clemson's Avion Terrell to partner
Yep.
up with his brother. That's pretty cool.
That's interesting. Yeah. And I want to
That's
say
pretty
too,
cool. Partner with his brother.
we got a super chat that I can't, Eric, I just can't post it because with YouTube, sometimes with the language, they can screen that stuff and kind of get it Jess in trouble. So I can't. Well, he's not here. Cat's away. I'm not going to let the mice play, but I'm going to read it every year. Eric,
we'll
you're saying
it there. We'll tell Jesse to like that you had it there though. So,
but I'm going to leave it here. But I'm also going to read it. Eric, every year I try to be optimistic, and every year we get to the draft and they take my optimism and throw it into a wood chipper. Yeah, Eric, I think there's some people that think that you or other people are being hyperbolic with that. And I think it's fair, guys. This is a decade in almost. This is a decade in. And for those of us who I'm older than a lot of you guys, I know I look like, the fountain. I just drank from the fountain of youth. I mean, guess my age. It's 21. No, it's 44 almost.
75.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We're going to talk. I'm going to get Jesse's channel canceled right now. If you let me just go.
You said guess your age, bro. Like,
yeah. Okay.
You said guess your age.
Okay, brother. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to get your baby anything now. There's nothing. I ain't going to give it. I was going to give it an infant Anthony Edwards jersey, man. All you're going to get now is Jamal Murray.
Edwards jersey would be sick, though. I ain't going to lie. Like,
yeah, bro. Well, it's going to happen. I'm going to do. I said, this is yours as soon as, and it's like, but it's, you know what? I'm not
vintage colors though. No.
I'm just going to cover up this side of the screen. Okay.
Wrong side,
no, brother. Like I hear you.
Grandpa.
I can't do it because you just stop it. All right. So Eric Dane, brother. I hear you. I just want to say I validate you. I don't think that it's hyperbolic at all to show frustration as a fan. I heard some of the other days and why do fans care? It's like, you know what? These guys aren't going to listen. You know what? We know that. Don't be pedantic. Don't be that guy that says that fans don't matter. Fans are what grease the wheel for this whole thing. This whole idea of us being excited. I'm a pro player guy. I'm a teacher guy. I'm a union guy. I love that what players do, right? But fans are the reason. The excitement that we're showing right now is why this thing is a big machine. What are you laughing at, brother?
He said Anthony Edwards jersey. The kid might think Edwards is his dad. He's talking about my daughter that's on the way.
Oh, bro. We're getting a little bit. Well, I mean, bro. Now.
Bro,
I mean,
that is comedy.
No.
Oh, he left. Oh, damn, we lost Grandpa. Oh, that is comedy. Now, David's talking about my daughter that's on her way. My wife's expecting in about like 20 days.
That is how. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. I
got so. I mean, just dumbfounded by that comment that I almost shut the whole show down on that because. I mean, we had a Maury Povich moment. We almost had a Maury Povich moment. You are not the father.
You are not the father.
Hey, to be fair, if Anthony Edwards was, I mean, I'm not saying
rich,
your
bro.
situation.
I'd be
anybody.
rich.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I'd be rich.
Get that bag. Mike Vrabel style. Okay. So anyway, we're gonna be let's see here. I got on the super chat. We're gonna go. This is BS man. I'm okay, yeah, brother. And there's Grant. Who that's I know that's not Grant, but who TF? I'm gonna say who the friendship is Deshaun Stribling. I don't know, man. I don't know, but we respect that.
You know how I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask my guy Jay Hart what his thoughts on the pick. Obviously, played a receiver at the very high level. Receiver teammates with Derek Carr and Devontae Adams at Fresno State. Played in the NFL, coached at the NFL level. I'm gonna ask him what his thoughts were, and I'm gonna ask him if it's cool if I share it.
All right, Carolina has traded up to 49, while also receiving pick 159 from Minnesota for 51 and 196. So the Vikings have moved down to 51, just moving down 2 spots. They were also able to jump up almost a full round in value from only moving down 2 spots. That's a great trade for the Vikings. and the Panthers are on the clock after the Avian Terrell pick by the Falcons. So we're getting closer. We're inching closer to pick 58, guys, boys and girls. We are almost there. So let's ask you this. I mean, honestly, if you're looking at, I don't know, Marco, what you're seeing here. I almost called you Jesse. I wouldn't say that. That's and by the way, shout out. We got 1,000 people on here live right now. They just like right here, right now. Like, so this idea that I know people are kind of coming and going, but it's great to see that. Great to see you guys, all these eyeballs on here.
My boy said I never watched him, so I can't say much, but it's definitely a Niners type pick.
See, and here, so here's former NFL receiver.
And he watches draft. He watches a lot of receivers throughout the draft.
And this guy didn't catch his eye. And he says this is a 49ers type of pick, a former NFL receiver. Let that sink in, folks. So when you're looking through this list, I'm just going to run through these names one more time, just real quick. Basantis, TJ Parker, Keaton McDonald, Colton Hood, Traydon Stukes, Denzel Boston, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, Kristen Miller, Jacob Rodriguez, Derek Moore, Zion Young, Josiah Trotter, Jeremy Bernard, Avion Terrell. Honestly, I think Derek Moore probably the biggest, but nowhere near as reach as Stribling. Trotter, I think a little high, but maybe not. I don't think, though, even like Derek Moore had some people had grades on him. There were people that had Derek Moore in the 70s, things like that. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle from Texas Tech, goes to the Carolina Panthers in that small trade up with the Vikings, and now the Jets, the Jets are on the clock. I don't see anybody here that's like, oh my God, that's a complete head scratcher other than Stribling. And Stribling was at the top. We're not talking about Stribling at 49. Even at 49, Marco, Stribling would have been like, oh, but we wouldn't be, if Stribling went at 58, we'd still be frustrated. That's almost a full round beyond, in value. So I did get saying that the difference between picks 25 and 75 aren't maybe so much of a difference. That's probably a little bit extreme. Let's say 25 and 55. But the fact that at 33, that's the biggest reach of the second round, like that, I don't know, man. It's too on brand.
Nah, Lee Hunter's a solid pick for Minnesota, for Carolina. Put him next to what's the other big D tackle they have?
Who for Carolina? Oh, Derek Brown.
Yeah, that's try running on that duo.
Oh man,
that's gonna be a big.
That's another team. That NFC South is going to start getting kind of sneaky. Like they were feisty, right? And Dave Canales had them feisty. The only thing is, I'm not a huge believer in Bryce Young, but he did show improvement. They have a pretty talented young roster, and they're getting better. So it'd be interesting to see what their plan is long term at quarterback. Now, and here you go. You said EMW is still available. You're right. I don't think anybody thought this. That's the thing. Now, here's the thing. I hinted at this in the pre day 2 mock with Jess tonight. I'd said I kept kind of getting a little more tepid on EMW. I kept on getting a little bit more reluctant. Not saying but I just said, and when you asked me, I think you or Jess, as you or Jess said, would you trade up for EMW? I think it was Jess said, no, I wouldn't. I don't think I actually like the more and more I watch other safeties. Boy, the guy, I don't know if you watch him a lot, Marco, but I really like this kid out of Kansas State, VJ Payne. I like him more than his old teammate, Marcus Siegel. I like Kamari Ramsey. I like, I'm okay with Bud Clark, but I like, Traylon Stukes is gone. I like Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina too. I'm not saying any of these guys are perfect players, but I don't know if EMW is either. But yeah, that's true. Mike, you got your thoughts on running back. I mean, at this point, here's the thing, guys. I'm going to be real with you. I'm just wanting, and I'm not talking chalk. You guys might know Mark. We're draft junkies. Marco and I, like Jess, like, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I'm not like I'm not a
draft junkie.
I'm not a casual that's going to sit here and just like go with chalk consensus and say, oh my God, this is a player I've heard of, so I like him. No. But at this point, I will say I'd just be ecstatic. Like and we shouldn't be throwing a parade for teams that just draft players who have the potential to be longstanding contributors. But like sometimes you got to take risks. But at this point, I don't even care about position at this point. I really don't. I just want a player that I can believe in. That's it. So Mike Washington, I know he had some fumble problems that people had issues with, but you know what? I don't think that's that. I think it's a little bit overblown. Do I think at 58 that would be a right pick? No. Would I take running back there? Absolutely not. If they took him there at 58, would that be a better pick than Stribling at 33? 100%. So these are going to be saying, like you just said, watch Kyle take a running back. I like Damon Claiborne out of Wake Forest. We're going to see what happens. I know other guys, he had fumbles. I said, yeah, Ashton Genty had some fumbles too. These things can be corrected, right? And sometimes it's a little bit anomalous. Casey Concepcion had some drops, but I think they were just more concentration Sunday because he can't catch. So yeah, we're just going to see what happens, boys and girls. And I know I got Marco, and Marco's going to be on his phone. I'm not going to give it away, but Marco's a dude. Marco's connected. And he has, here we got how many players have Kyle and John drafted in the first or second round that actually got a second contract with the team? Ayuk and Debo don't count. Well, I think they do, but to your credit, I mean, I don't know how they don't count. They did get second contracts. And then things went off the rails. I get where you're coming from, but that did happen. And so the idea that's the thing that I don't understand is that when I think that your point is, though, Eric, that once the 49ers actually had really good talent at receiver and nailed down that second contract, they still figured out a way to screw it up. They still figured out a way to screw up the relationship. They still figured out a way to either doghouse a player that might not have been needed to be doghouse and then exacerbated an issue with a guy that didn't bend a knee like BA, or let a guy like Debo kind of do his own thing. Have Emmanuel Sanders partying with him at the Super Bowl and being a horrible example. A lot of people didn't know that. That's true. And have Debo kind of march to the beat of his own drum, do his own thing, start to be a little bit kind of me, and then all of a sudden it's over. And now he's begging to come back. But yeah, I get it. It's not a great look. Not a great look. Okay. Let me see what we got here. If I missed a pick here, we have D'Angelo Pons, right? D'Angelo Pons reunited, and it feels so good with his former Indiana Hoosier daddy teammate Omar Cooper Jr. So D'Angelo Pons, I know a lot of guys that love D'Angelo Pons. Not my cup of tea at his size, but I think at 50, it's okay. At 50, it's okay. He is not going to be able to live on the outside. I don't care how much dog he's got in him. He's not going to be that dude that's going to be able to go outside given his size discrepancy. You can say whatever you want, but we see guys get mossed even with good coverage when you're that small. So he's going to have to operate inside, and that's a starting position in the NFL. He is an athlete. He is a dude. He is a competitor. He'll be fine. Not as high on him as others, but I think this is not that. I don't think this is bad value for the Jets at 50. And with Vikings, the Minnesota Vikings, I'm on the North Shore Lake Superior here in beautiful Grand Marais, Minnesota. Voted the coolest small town in America by people that voted online 100 times from their office lunch period and spammed it online. And we have a banner in town that says it's true, so it must be true. We're going to see what the Vikings do here, folks. Pregnon EMW Dunker at 58. In the chat, folks, this is what I want to see in the chat. We're getting close to it. Just absolutely pepper the chat with people that you want to do, and we're going to talk about it. Give me 2 or 3 players that you guys were looking at. Who do you think that we can go with? I'll try to get to as many as I can. It would be great for Jesse's show, Jesse's program. I don't know if you guys know how much Jess puts into it. He's coaching his guys tonight. His kids playing football tonight. He will be here as soon as he can. He wants to be here. But what Jess has done to put this channel up and be the dude he is. By the way, I'm just here right now, but you can take it with it. Jesse's one of my closest friends. Jesse give you the shirt off his back, literally. Jesse's one of the best dudes on earth. So those super chats, it's not just lining his pockets, but it lets him keep on doing the show that he does. You give him the programming that you guys like. And I don't care what you say. You'll never get me to say otherwise. Jess is one of the best dudes I've ever met, period. And I met a lot of good people. So get those super chats out there. And let's start talking about also, hey, what are some players that you want? Pregnon, EMW, Dunker. I'm not big on Dunker. I think a lot of people are big on the mullet. I respect you, Jason. But I think Pregnon, EMW would be home run hits here. We've got CJ Allen or AJ Halsey. Okay, Louisiana State safety. We could go CJ Allen linebacker. I worry a little bit about that. Halsey's more of that traditional kind of like, in the box, strong safety type of guy. Gay. He's a hitter. He's a dude. CJ Allen, I don't know if there's enough juice there at linebacker. I would prefer Anthony Hill, but maybe you can sell me on that, Goldman. I really appreciate you putting that out there. Dave, you're right, brother. Jesse really is an amazing guy. You and I probably have to talk sometime, brother. I'd like to hit it up with you, man. The Pons up to stout on steroids. And even though, this is the thing. Even though Jesse has David as David L. Twitter, I am still going to kiss the ring. I'm still going to kiss the ring because Jesse's that good of a dude. You got me right. I'm eating popcorn on the show too. I don't get it. So, my goal while he's gone is not to get this show canceled. But if you guys know me, some of you guys might be new to the channel. You guys don't know me because I'm always doing the post-game shows with Jess. So I've been around the block for a while with my guy. And my guy Marco, while he's not here, Marco and I met in the 49ers Golden 9 days with the Javi Vegas. Back in the day, 5 years ago, the Trey Lance trade, that's where we kind of all came on the scene together. Met a lot of good people in that world. And it's been a whirlwind since, and we're still doing this stuff, so it's really fun. Yeah, I love this. Amen. Draft Jesse's kid. And I saw Jesse's team, and Jesse's a good coach, bro. Jesse, and these guys they're tearing up the Tampa circuit. I mean, what are you gonna do? We have. Oh, I know, Dave. I know, Dave. And that's why I feel like we could connect again. And just talk it out, brother. Yeah, Jesse is so solid, man. Jesse is a guy that's he's gonna just real talk while we got a moment before the Niners pick. I just want to say while he's not here, like Jesse's one of those dudes that's gonna be he's just salt of the earth, man. Like my wife would say the same thing. Like he's just gonna be a dude that's there for you no matter what. And I never get to say that enough to him in front of other people. So while he's not here, just let you know, like real talk, he's a G. Okay. Enough talking about Jesse. Nobody cares. He's an Oregon guy. You're right. Draft Pregnon. Let's talk draft, guys. Let's get some players out here. We've got, and I've got David. You are my favorite, man. I watch. I appreciate your analysis and humor. I am the man. You're right. You are right. I am the man. My wife's right here. She's smiling right now because she's like, she knows I'm the man. She knows. She knows that I am the man. Okay. And she said, you know, you do know. Okay. Here, staying out of the frame because I told her she could not get in the camera while we're doing this. Let's see if we missed any picks in the process. We've got at number 51, the Vikings have taken Cincinnati linebacker Jake Galday. So there's a linebacker up the board. Marco had talked about saying, hey, are we going to be able to put a linebacker on? Are we going to be looking at something where that's one more guy off? I wasn't super high on Galday. I think he's a good athlete. I think that sometimes call me crazy, but with linebackers, I really want a guy that's going to put his nose in there. And sometimes I felt like when Galday was going in, I would call me crazy when I watched the tape that he was just hesitated a little bit sometimes when he would really get that nose in there. And when you're used to watching Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, that just kind of jumped off at me in a bad way. So I'm not saying he can't be a dude, but there's Galday, which is a little bit of a reach for me. Caleb Banks, I love the player, but I hate the injuries. I hope it works out for him because I got my high school students love the Vikings. It'd be nice to see them win once in their lifetime. But hey, what are we going to say? It's been 32 years for us either. The Packers are on the clock. My mother-in-law's from Lambeau. I hope they get something there. And as Dave said, size matters. And Dave is a tall dude. I've seen Dave. I would not mess with Dave. And size does matter. That's right. Gabe, get more beers than me, brother. You know what? I might have to go Norm. I can't even use this right. I've had like a half a glass of wine. I'm still nursing this at the beginning because I've had to host the show. I got to watch all these comments. I actually got to work for a living. Jesse better pay me tonight or I'm going to be pissed. Okay. So we're going to go. We got Packers are finally, and they take my guy. I'm going to text my mother-in-law right now. They have taken my favorite cornerback in the draft, Brandon Cisse out of South Carolina. I would have been stoked. I would have run around my neighborhood at 33 because I felt like cornerback was a need for the Niners. I'm not trying to rag on Diamador Lenoir more than I usually do. I just think that he is a fan favorite because of the culture of this idea that who Lenoir tries to be, and he tries to go beat guys up, and then he ends up getting beat up, right? You guys can hate on me all you want, but there has also been things on good record from the locker room that Kyle is not always a fan of that kind of thing from Lenoir, and it's starting to run thin. And when you go look at the other side, Bernardo Green being a press man corner, this gets lost in zone. Now, Upton Stout, hopeful, but another small guy that's got to go inside. This cornerback room is very thin. We got Nate Hobbs, and that they brought in, and then they brought in somebody can refresh my memory in the chat. I just feel like quarterback is more of a need than people are going to recommend. It's the most important position on defense outside of edge. We're acting like it's not. Unless you got Fred Warner, man, it's like those are the money positions for a reason. Okay, so Brandon Cisse, I think this is just a lights out pick. Everybody, even Worry, fell to the second round last year, and look what he did. He was the MVP. Nick Worry to me was the MVP of that defense. He was the X factor, and he's going to be the X factor for years. He is going to be a thorn in our side. And so, great pick for the Packers and Brandon Cisse, in my humble opinion. And the Colts are now on the clock at pick 53. That means that we have 5 more picks before the 49ers draft at 58, unless they trade out. We've got a super chat here. Oh, yeah, already got that one. I already got that. Okay. Yeah. So we said Dave. Oh, I can miss that one. I'm sorry, guys. As you can see, I'm kind of a fast talker. David, are Vikings your second favorite team since you live there? No, I grew up in Iowa. Actually, I grew up in Brock Purdy country. I'm a diehard Iowa State Cyclones fan. Actually, my grandpa was a professor there at the as a agricultural veterinarian. He's still living there in Ames, Iowa. He's 96 years old. He's doing great. My parents both went to Iowa State. My sister went there. We grew up going to Jack Price Field, one of the best tailgating scenes in the country. The grass fields all around. Like if you're throwing a football around, you're landing on grass, not asphalt, and breaking your elbow. Great place to watch football. So I grew up with the Troy Davis days in the 90s when he was running up for Heisman 2 years in a row. Watched every snap for Brock Purdy, not live, but on the treadmill. I still am a big Iowa State hoops fan, big Iowa State fan in Ames all the time. My sister still lives outside of Ames. So I grew up a Niners fan because in Iowa, we didn't have any one Midwestern team. You had the Packers, you had the Bears, you had the Vikings, you had the Chiefs, you had I'm missing a team right now. The Vikings were not that big. People think that in Iowa, they're not. I would say probably Bears and Chiefs. But even then, it's not one team, Lions even. And so back in the day in the 90s and the 80s, what we get, I'm almost 44 on June 2nd. So we had a lot of Niners games, a lot of Cowboys games, a lot of Skins games, a lot of Giants games, a lot of things like that. So we cheered for the teams that were on TV. And that was the Niners. And that's how I became a Niners fan back in the 80s and just stuck with them. And here I am 32 years later after our last one since I was 12 years old in seventh grade. And what do I have to show for it? Absolutely nothing. But hosting Jesse's show because he cares about his kids more than I do. Marco, good to have you back.
Hey, did you say you were 55?
Okay, I'm going to kick him off the chat right now. You know, I get him back on stage, and what does he do? This guy's going to be a dad. Marco's going to become a dad. He's going to be a great dad. He's not a good friend. And it's like, and so you can only have one. You know, my coach, I was at the U as a gopher. I was on the rowing team, actually. Traveled all around the country. He said, you can do three things well. Your academic, your social, and your athletic. You can maybe do two of them well. Well, in the real world, when you're a dad, you can be a dad, you can work at your job, or you can be a friend, and you can only do two of those well. And I think Marco is going to be a great dad. I think he's going to do great at his work, but he's going to be a horrible friend. And it's like, and so that's going to be something that, yeah. So you're seeing that right now, guys. Here we go. Dave is asking, do we reach again? Do we reach again? That I think that's a legitimate question. We've got Brandon C. While you were gone, by the way, Marco, D'Angelo Ponce to the Jets, Jake Galday to the Vikings, and Brandon C. my guy, went to the Packers at 52. So at this point, all the guys that I was considering at 33 are gone except for EMW. But the guys that I wanted, I said I was going to go with TJ Parker, Brandon Cisse, Chase Besantis were my three favorite players there, and they are all gone. Cade McDonald was close.
EMW is about to go to the Eagles, isn't he?
Yep.
That pick makes so much sense right there. It makes so much sense.
And here's the thing I want to talk about, that it's not just like Kyle can't draft after 10 years of lighting picks on fire. I've used this metaphor a lot. Part of the things, it's not just the draft pick, but it's like the fact that so many draft picks that have been wasted that we didn't even spend, that we couldn't even use. Now, admittedly, I like Trey Lance. And anybody that says that they didn't like Trey Lance or didn't like Justin Fields, I know, man, we were back there in 2021. I saw fans in chats. I was doing shows like this. I was doing shows on Niners Nation back at the time. I was doing things like people like these guys, and then everybody acted like they did. Guess who else liked him? Kyle. But nobody holds him. So it's the idea, though, that you spent the picks on him. You took a chance. You took a swing. Sometimes you got to do that, but nothing to show for it. And then you continue to do the same thing. And I think that that kind of lack of management of those picks, and then funneling picks like this into trading down, getting capital, but then throwing darts at players that are reached way above consensus and aren't getting second contracts or aren't having any appreciable impact. That's going to be something that's an issue. It's a consistent issue. Yeah, and I see Volt, and I appreciate you, brother. It's like corner is 100% needed. I agree.
Colts take linebacker CJ Allen.
Yep. And the Eagles, Howie Roseman's on the clock right now. And so when you're looking at with the Jermon McCoy still there. And that EMW still there.
EMW
Anthony Hill
fits that defense so freaking well, man.
Bro. Watch this be Eli Stowers. Watch this be Eli Stowers. There was a lot of talk. Like, hey, could he go Sadiq? Could he add an offensive weapon? I know he went Mekhi Lemon. I already get that. But boy, oh boy, I feel like, I mean, does he have faith in the new OC to get somebody like Stowers in there? I doubt it's him, but boy, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think receivers. I don't think you're going receiver at this point. Obviously, you're not going to double up. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a Kieran Crawford. I know that how he likes his athletes. There it is, Eli Stowers. He's the pick.
No way.
Yep, Philly takes Eli Stowers. Called it. This is gonna be so. This is
wow.
Look, guys, and Jesse and I only mock. We did a live mock a couple weeks ago, and we ended up taking Maxi Onachor at 27, and we took Eli Stowers at 58. Okay, and I remember people, it's like, okay, I'm going to ask you this right now. By the time 58 comes, I guarantee you that Onachor and Stowers is going to end up being a better haul than whatever it is the Niners are going to get at 33 and 58. No doubt about it. Doesn't even matter who it is at 58. It's just not possible. Okay. I love this, man. I mean, honestly, dude, like Eli Stowers, I thought people were overthinking him. I understand the blocking is really raw, but what's not raw is like number 1 yards per route run of any tight end of the 21st century. He has legit crazy athletic metrics, but he has really good hands. He is smart and savvy. He knows where he's at on the field. He was a quarterback coming out of high school. High IQ player and a really high IQ kid. He plays at Vandy with a reason. He's not just at Vandy on some type of like, hey, we're going to hide you in some of these, lower classes. Like the dude is smart as hell. Like this guy is, he from everybody that I talked to, interviews went incredibly well, just comes off completely selfless. Like this dude is just, I'm going to be honest with you. I think when the time comes, I think Stowers could absolutely be one of those guys that transcends the career of Kenyon Sadiq. Because I don't think Kenyon Sadiq is as polished as people say he is.
If New England doesn't go safety here,
yep,
EMW probably falls to the 49ers or somebody jumps up to get him.
Yep. I agree. My guy,
just looking at it. I don't see Jacksonville taking a safety.
Here's my guy who has. I got a guy who's in the building sometimes in the past, and he says wide receiver was not the pick I wanted. They better play him. At least he can block and go up and get it. I don't mind the player just to reach. I would not have taken him until the 3rd round, at least. So many stars right there at 33. They should have gone BPA. There's Gabe Yakas at 55 to the Patriots. Okay, so, with the guys we keep talking about. I mean, guys, those of you guys who are the 1,000 people that have been here the whole night, you guys keep hearing us talk, like players that we keep talking about. It's not like we're geniuses. We talk to these players, so we know these players, but
I'm a genius. Nobody don't do that.
No, yeah, you're right. Like we're yeah. No, yeah. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. My wife is still there. I coach Knowledge Bowl. Okay, that's a real sport. It's a contact sport. Okay, we just were at the state meet, at Minnesota State meet for like the 13th year in a row. Just got 7th place in the entire state of Minnesota. Feeling pretty good about that. Our best finish was 3rd place. Next year we want to win it all. Okay, so yeah, I am a genius. I'm sorry, I'm going to tell it. Yeah, Mark, we are geniuses. Okay, we do know, and I have actually firm belief that if you put 2 of us and 3 of us and all the people in the chat, we could draft better than the 49ers. I don't even think it's up for debate.
The Niners are 2 picks away. I'm just letting y'all know we will tip the pick.
Yep.
We will tip the pick. So
yep. Is it where the Jaguars are on the clock?
Mute us right before the Niners are on the clock. Obviously Niners are 3 picks away. David, who's your top 3 players for the 49ers? Obviously Gabe Jacas is gone. Who do you really want the 49ers to fall to them and be able to draft?
I mean, at this point, it's almost like I would even take a flyer on Jermont McCoy and get ready for him to see if the injury's not a concern beyond a year, let him redshirt. I don't even care at this point. I'd be like, fine. If that's the case, but if it's something that's going to be chronic for the rest of his life, hell no. Okay. EMW, I like a lot. Anthony Hill, Emmanuel Pregnon. I can't go Antonio Williams anymore, but he'd be my slam dunk in my top 3. Here's the guys that I would say though. I'm going to list more than 3. I'm going to list 4. I would say, if I'm not saying Jermont McCoy, I'd go Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I would go Anthony Hill. I would go Emmanuel Pregnon. And I would go Kieran Crawford. I'd probably throw Denai Dennis Sutton in there as well. Okay. And that's probably about where I'm going to, those would be the guys. I'm not saying there's other guys that I would hate. Those are my 5 guys. United and Sutton, Kieran Crawford, EMW, Anthony Hill, and can't remember who I said in between there. You might have to refresh my memory. Emmanuel Pregnan. And there goes.
I'm going to go a tight end, Max Clare. This is my top. I'll get 4 as well. Max Clare, Ohio State. Edge, Dennis, Danny Dennis Sutton, if he's there. I do also like Joshua Joseph. I wouldn't take him there. And then obviously EMW. And then if they were to go corner, I really like Dalen Everett right here as well. Now,
hey, can you guys hear me?
Hell yeah, baby.
Hey, all right. EMW's still there, and the 49ers are about to pick.
Yeah, hey, call a deep shot right now. I want to see them score.
Oh no, we already said it's already over. 32-7, we won.
Hell yeah!
Dang.
Hey, listen, we're four. Listen to this. We're 4-0. We've scored 129 points this season, and we've given up 7.
You know what? That's 7 points too much.
Who's your guys' quarterback,
7 points
man?
too
Tell
much.
him I said what's up.
Yeah, I know. He's good. He's good. So listen, the 49ers, how many picks away, guys?
2.
2 picks away?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got an update. Vikings are sending Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles in exchange for pick number 98 and a 2027 third pick. Per me and Rap Sheet, Grenard and the Eagles have reached an agreement listen up, please. 4-year, $100 million extension, including 50 guaranteed. He's entering age 29 season. Grenard is one of the most underrated, these are my words, players in the NFL, let alone edge players. The Eagles have just added Mekhi Lemon, my favorite receiver in the draft, Eli Stowers, my favorite tight end of the draft, and my favorite offensive weapon outside of Jeremiah Love. And they just added Jonathan Grenard for only 2 third-round picks. And
shut up. They got Eli Stowers?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, dude!
And I called it right before they pick. Yeah.
What are we doing, man? What is going on?
Nothing. This is the downside of the Niners. This is it. This is over.
Unbelievable, man.
I know people like I'm cool. Like, I'm actually, again, I've been nursing the same glass of wine all night. That is not normal. I'd be usually going through a lot more of these. I am totally clear-headed here, folks. Like, I'm not trying to be. It's not the sky is falling. I'm just saying this is the natural trajectory of wasted draft picks, like a lot of you guys in the chat have been saying. This is a trajectory of hanging on to an aging core of vets that are also hurt and thinking that you're going to run it back and have miracles happen when you didn't win it with nearly the best roster in football. It doesn't. I'm just saying, like, this is what happens. There's 31 other teams in the league, and there's other teams that keep getting better and keep doing it the right way. And the Niners just aren't there. And it's like we still want to hope for it. I think we can try, but the proof is in the pudding. And if the kicks came up like Stribling, it's just not going to work.
Hey guys, honest question. Over or under 20 catches for our rookie receiver?
Over or under what?
20 catches for the rookies.
Honestly, bro, nobody can ever see the field. What did Ricky have his rookie year, though?
I don't know. Well, he was out half the year because of the unfortunate incident. So
yeah, but he had more than 20 catches. But where's he going to go? That's the thing. If Ricky's playing, if Ricky's still on the team, and you have Mike Evans and you have Christian Kirk stuff over the middle, if that's the case, if he actually plays, if he ends up not just being a body at camp,
George Kittle, CMC, where's he going to get catches? Where's Stribling getting catches?
He also got a lot of targets when BA got hurt.
Guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. Everybody's been ragging on everybody. It's so popular to rag on Jalen Hurts so much. Everybody knows I don't really believe in Jalen Hurts that much. But my God, where are we at? Well, we've got a guy who's been a Super Bowl MVP who has actually played one of his better games in the Super Bowl when he lost the game to Patrick Mahomes' team. Like, this team, Eagles team is going to reload. This idea that we just like wishful think because we went and beat them in their house and they were kind of like on these vibes of Sirianni and Big Dom. Look, Howie Roseman, as long as he's in the building, guys, he's going to keep this machine alive. And it doesn't mean that Jalen Hurts is there forever, but they're going to figure it out. And if you think that the 49ers have the upper hand on them right now, I don't know what to tell you just because they won one game and we're still living off of that. Stowers and Lemon, Jesse, you know that Lemon was my number one receiver and you know Stowers. Like, you know how much I loved him when we mocked him a couple weeks ago. It's going to be crazy. Oh, I think the Jaguars have got to pick. It's Nate Berkshire. Cannot get the pick. It's Nate Berkshire, I think. Unless I clicked the wrong button. I don't think I did, actually. Tight end out of A&M. Boy, I think that's a reach. That is not a guy I had anywhere near my top 10 of tight ends. The Jags were kind of weird with this whole Travis Hunter trade, and now everybody thought this guy was analytics, and now he's doing the Niners thing. Boy, I mean, this is a guy that has a consensus grade of a 6th rounder.
How many more picks until the 49ers?
One. Bears ahead of him.
Okay, I'm hopping on right now on the computer. I'll be there.
All right, you better get on here. If you miss it,
dude,
I'm going to boot you from your own channel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know who this is. I don't know what this means right now. What? Who is this? Who are you? Yeah, goodbye.
Am I on the right side? Cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That is that's Marco the Doof to you. Okay.
Hurt my feelings.
Yeah. Yeah, who cares? Oh, I want to keep this up when Jesse's up. I'm going to keep this up when Jesse gets here. Okay. I want him to see this. No, I'm not going to ruin his 90s riding high right now. You're my favorite draft guy. I should be your draft. I'm going to. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to keep it up.
Jesse doesn't claim to be a draft guy, so like Jesse's not going to be offended by that.
No, I know. So we've got. I'm looking for that Bears pick. Oh boy. Yeah, my buddy Beckner, my Vikings fans friends are texting me. You say no, I'm no longer a Vikings fan. I'm a free agent. He knows we talked about this. Galday, I'm not a fan of Galday, and Vikings fans were not. The students were a little. I mean, students don't know crap about anything usually, but all right,
there we go.
I'm going back full screen now. You can take the comments. I'm done with this. You're going to pay me later, brother. And guys, look at that comment. Look at that comment. Look at Jewish guy. You see that fact? You see that?
I do.
Yeah, read it. Okay. Love you.
David, you're my favorite draft guy, more than Jesse, Coach, and Krug. Jewish guy. You just got banned from the chat. That's crazy. He's also my favorite. You know what? In fact, I'm going to put him in my phone as David draft guy. David L draft guy.
Actually, that's an upgrade.
Right?
It's an upgrade.
And while you were gone, we had somebody actually say that Anthony Edwards might be the father of Marco's baby. And so like there's some wild things going on this channel right now, man.
Okay.
He said bring your ass,
Crazy word.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
So top available players, Jermon McCoy, obviously the ACL injury.
Pick us in for the Bears.
Is it degenerative?
EMW. What was that?
Is it degenerative? Is that the problem?
Some have said, at least from what I've seen, I haven't asked about it, but they're essentially saying that he may need a second surgery to remove a plug. Like a knee plug that's in there. I'm not 100% sure, and it would essentially take the entire year from him. So
49ers are on the clock, yeah.
Well, yes, because the pick is in, but I don't know who the Bears have taken.
All right, let's do it.
Man, if EMW is there, they should go EMW. Like
at this point, come on, man.
It would fix their first pick, like in my opinion. Like
yeah, I wouldn't say that. They got lucky that happens, but
yeah, but I don't get how he's still there.
It would help. I don't know.
Like I said, guys, I'm not as high on EMW as others are.
Yeah, but third round, I mean, a little.
EMW could play like.
Oh,
I mean, it's second round, but it's late. It's late.
I would not have. I've considered him in the first. I'm not saying I don't like him at all. I've had him as my third ranked safety. I'm just not. I never thought he was Eamon Worry like that. I said Eamon Worry was one of 6 players I would have considered at 11 last year. So
Marco, you heard him. He said he wouldn't even
49ers trade. 49ers have traded the number 58 pick to the Browns, and they have moved out of the second round.
It's like they don't even know what the hell. They don't even know what they want to do.
So
they have no clue.
They said, hold up. I gotta get my camera back on. They said Deshaun's dribbling is too good to miss. We can't possibly trade down as the belle of the ball. We have all day and all night to take offers. And we said, we've got more time than anybody in the history of the world. There's only one team every year that's in this position, the most enviable position. When everybody, and you can't, you just won't take an offer. It's just, there is no Don Corleone offer that's out there. Nothing. Okay. But then at 58, with players that we would have even possibly considered at 33, you're saying, no, we're going to go. We're going to take this offer.
So what pick did they
I don't know. It's all I see is Mike Garofalo sending it, and from 58 to 70. They move up 12 spots back, according to Matt Mayoko. And it is 57. The pick is in the Bears select center Logan Jones. What did I say? The best lineman on Iowa over Dunker and Stevens. And look at the mullet. He's not there. 58. Would be funny. It'd be funny. Is if the Niners want Logan Jones, and then they said, I'm mad.
Didn't he? Their center, Chicago Bears center, retire.
Yeah,
makes sense why they went Jones.
It does.
The Browns are now picking at 59.
Anytime you go Iowa offensive line,
no,
pretty
that's
smart
wrong.
choice.
Jordan Schultz has got the number wrong. He said they're picking at 59. No, it's so the 49ers have traded from 58 to 70. So they will now be picking right now. Yes, it is official. They have 70 and they have 90 tonight left.
Okay. What else did they get? I wonder.
I'm looking at it right now. It says Mike Ruff, the Browns have traded up to pick 58. They also receive pick 152.
And the
Niners get 70 and 107. I mean, look, I again, here's the thing though. Cool. I could get it, but I would have understood it at 33. You know,
so
and now
they traded a fifth for a fourth and then dropped 12 spots out of 2 to 3.
Yeah, 107 is a fourth round pick, folks.
Yeah.
So it's not like going from 33 and saying
4 of those again.
So now, here we are. Here's our fourth round picks right now. 107, 127, 133, 139. We're back to 4 fourth round picks. Yeah. And we also have pick
2/3.
No, I'm talking about the fifth. 179. So we have 2/3. Yeah, 70 and 90. And then you have 107, 127, 133, 139. All of a sudden, day 3 got busier for us tomorrow, gentlemen. Yeah, 58. Guess who the Browns took? Guess who the Browns took, guys?
EMW.
Once upon a time, the year was 2017. Okay. The 49ers had back-to-back third-round picks. They trade one of them to the New Orleans Saints. They had back-to-back. The New Orleans Saints take none other than your mom, Alvin Kamara. Okay? The very next pick, the Niners take Ahkello Witherspoon, who has, to be fair, he's still in the league 9 years later. Kudos to him. That's a good career, brother, in the third round. That's awesome. People should celebrate that. You missed out on one of the most dynamic running backs of the 21st century. And I tend to see, I'd like to go back to some of these Niners trades over the years. Who they have taken. So I can't even do a shadow draft here because they didn't pick. If I were to go back and say, I think what did I say, Marco, that I would do there?
You listed.
I gave 5 players. I gave 4 players, but that was before the pick was up. Yeah, but that was before the pick was up.
Yeah.
It literally says it. It says it on the bottom, Stovey. 49ers trade pick. Yes, we're very aware.
We're talking about it.
Yeah, EMW went to Cleveland. We said it. We're good. We're caught up, y'all. We're caught up.
I don't know what's going on at this point because the 49ers, John Lynch told me that that this team is a Super Bowl contender. Okay. So they're acting like it. But now all of a sudden we're going to have like 8 or 9 picks. And now, like, what are you going to do? You can't possibly rationalize accumulating these again to move up further, because that's just a waste of capital at that point. Might as well just stay where the iron was hot, where you have better players. So this idea that you're going to draft 8 or 9 guys again and expect them to make a team that had healthy scratches last year, even though when you brought up older vets, the math ain't mathing.
No, not at all.
And I'm not talking about being excited about a draft, guys. Like, sometimes we get excited about a draft, like, oh, I want a player to be here and I can't stomach a trade back. But I'm like, there's players to be had.
Pregnon's still there. Drewish guy says, we love wasting 3rd-round picks. Acquire more. We did. Daz says, considering how bad the Niners are at drafting, does extra picks really help that much? No. Drewish guy says, John Lynch trading back to take the picks out of Kyle's hands. P.S. I love you still, Jess. I love you too, man. I love you too. Appreciate you. Yeah. So even Steve-O.
Anthony Hill of the Titans. So since they've made that trade, the 2 guys that I was highest on were the EMW them, and I had Pregnon, and there was DDS and Kieran Crawford. Okay. But I didn't get a chance to do a shadow draft because I didn't even get to the pick before it was traded, before it even got there. And so, like, that's the thing. I didn't even get a shadow draft tonight, like, other than 1 pick. And that's what we're at. And it's like this idea that so I'll go back and revise it, I guess. But we're sitting here every time these other teams say, yep, we're going to do exactly what we're talking about doing on this channel. But all these other guys are scrub. We're just loudmouths. We don't know. We don't know what we couldn't possibly know what those guys know. Nobody's smarter than the Niners.
What's crazy is exactly that. It's like either the Niners are the smartest guy in the room, or every other team knows what the hell they're doing. Like, guys, that's just what it comes down to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. This is just crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. I can't.
Spider has a good comment. Not gonna lie, Spider Rico has a good comment here.
Where's it at? Hold on.
Pull it up. It's hear me out. Saints for offering 73. Did they trade back to get pick 70? Like, that's fair, but at this point, why not just get pick 58?
Well, yeah. What's the point? So what? So you added another like
you went from a 4th to a 5th to a 4th. I guess I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, but you added, but it wasn't even a net gain. It was like I get that. I get that. And I could say, so you guys overreacted because no, you could have got this done for something else. It doesn't rectify the fact that you're missing out on more talented players higher in the draft. You have that capital that exists already.
No, but he's saying you don't. So if the picks are a little bit higher, at this point, I would rather just give pick 58 for Thibs. Like, you're not taking anyone at 58 anyways. So might as well just give it to the Giants to secure him. Like, if that's the plan.
Yeah.
Good comment. Good kind of like, hey.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe
it is a good outside the box comment. I do like it.
Yeah, it's a good thought.
Dave says, facts. Niners don't care about Super Bowls. Trash. I mean, they're not a lemonade stand anymore, Dave. They're not a lemonade stand. Justin says, I'm disgusted. Brother, I got an hour reprieve and I came back disgusted. So there's that. I was so disgusted that my son's team beat the 49ers 32-7. BTA is what happened.
You were running up the score.
Oh my God. Dude, Matt Miyoko right now. In 1986, Bill Walsh and John McVay traded back 4 times before selecting a player. The 49ers ended up making 6 trades total and had one of the great drafts in franchise history. You know what?
They also didn't draft Deshaun Scribbling.
Can I ask you something? Bill Walsh. Why are you putting Bill Walsh, Matt? Bill Walsh and John McVay in 1986 after they've already won a Super Bowl?
And I'm pretty sure
The
that was
great-
the
one of the
Charles.
greatest coaches
If
of
I'm not
all
mistaken,
time?
that was the Charles Haley draft, wasn't it?
I don't even care who it was.
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
it
remember.
was.
Crazy salary cap, but
Like
also
90%
Bill
sure.
Walsh, arguably the greatest mind, the greatest coach of all time. And we're talking about a team a decade in with nothing to show for it. We're going to sit here and invoke 1986, 40 years later. Matt, like, you're a nice guy, but bro, like, seriously, stop. You're better. Like, this is a joke. And I'm not even like, I'm in a good mood. Like, there's nothing that's going to ruin my night. I'm not going to go to bed mad, folks. Like, trust me. When you get to our age, it doesn't matter anymore. We have fun with it. We get into it. We love our Niners. We want them to do well, but nothing's going to ruin my day. But like, if we're being honest, like, this stuff pisses me off. This idea that we're going to talk about, well, actually, guys, you guys just don't get your panties in a bunch because 40 years ago, let me gaslight you. Let me be the pedantic police. Let me tell you how to be a fan. Let me tell you what you don't know. What are you, Matt? You pulling a page out of David Lombardi's book? Bro, like,
Yeah,
stop
this is
it.
bad.
Don't,
I heard Lombardi had tweeted that this was an immediate need for the 49ers when Stribling got picked.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Immediate
that's what I
need,
heard. I don't know.
receiver?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That
We thought
receiver in particular.
I am just like, hey, I like this. I like this. Where you at? Where you at? Yeah, get him up there. He's done listening to this idiot rant. All right, you're gone. Bye. See ya. Cool. Look, I'm sorry. You got cool. Hey, buddy, Arbiter, whatever you are, I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. It's all good. But like, you want to go back to 1986 and you want to believe that you want to be gaslit by a beat writer that says that, hey, because you've traded back, you think this is the first time a team's traded back in the history of the NFL?
I mean,
You think this is the only time the Niners have traded back this amount of times in the last 40 years?
Texans took Marlon Klein, and then
Marlon
right after the Rams took Max Clare, who I said was one of my.
You
top
love
4
Max
guys.
Clare, but you also like Marlon Klein. Marlon Klein was my number 4 tight end. I love Marlon Klein.
Marlon Klein was solid.
The Rams.
yeah, Adam is a sleeper. I thought we could get him much later. So
Yeah, but Max Clare was one of the 4 guys I said when the Niners were coming up. He was a guy that I liked.
I'm not offended, but I do resent this idea that you think like we're being like first take right now, or like this is like just like we're doing a whole Skip Bayless, Stephen A type of just drama for drama's sake. Like, I'm be honest.
The funny thing is we've sat up here year after year in the draft, and for the last 4 years, for the better part of 4 years, we've said we don't like most of their drafts. You tell me if we were wrong. Tell me if we were wrong. Where did they crush a draft? Where did they crush it? We've liked some picks. David was fine with the Pearsall pick night of the draft. I wasn't.
Yep.
But
I thought he reached.
You thought it was a reach, but you know what I mean? You talked us down a little bit. The point is that there have been some picks scattered out here that we've liked. But for the most part, draft after draft in a totality, we have not liked. And where have we been wrong? Where have we been wrong? So the 49ers, we should just bend the knee to the 49ers because they sit up here and do something completely backwards from the rest of the league. When everybody's zigging, we're zagging. They're the smartest guys in the room. But year after year, they flub up the draft every single year, making reach after reach after reach after reach. And every year we get the chat going, you guys are too harsh on them. And then 2 years later, you guys are in here again going, man, they don't know what they're doing. Dude, it's like, yeah, catch up, man. We've been here.
Dude, and we know there's other guys that you don't have to ditto head with us. You don't have to agree. I like different discourse, but this idea, like, you never finish an idea. I mean, you don't have the bandwidth to listen to the whole thing go through, right? You're the student that falls asleep and said, we never learned this. I said, no, you weren't paying attention. Okay. Been there, done that, been doing it for 20 years. Like, this idea, last year's looks like, this is what I want to talk about though. Last year looks like a great draft overall right now. I think what your comment is like saying, like, compared to what we're doing here, maybe. And if they do parlay that into a Thibodeau deal, that's cool. But that doesn't mean that it's actually that good. Like, you could still acquire Thibodeau in other means without passing up on the opportunity to secure young contract control players that are of a more premium talent. You could still acquire guys without having that exact spot. And I would rather give up 58 if that's what it took, in those situations, to be able to parlay that up and move up. Last year looks like a great deal overall right now. I still don't even understand why that last draft is getting flowers. Like, why? What exactly about last year's draft was so good? Can somebody tell me? Like, am I missing something?
And again, it's
Am I missing something? Tell me.
No, you're right.
What was last year's draft that was so good? What?
We listen, when we sat up here and we're upset about the Nick Martin pick. All right. And we're like, what are they doing? Not that we didn't like Nick Martin, the player, but we thought it was a major reach. Oh, you guys, Robert Saleh, he knows every great linebacker. Just give him a chance. And then those same people get mad when he's a DNP 8 weeks in a row. He gets on the field for a half a week and then is gone again. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't care. Like, listen, there's a difference in analyzing the pick and not liking it and rooting for the players. Of course, I'm going to root for all these players.
Hell yeah.
But to act like Stribling isn't a major reach, according to every team in the NFL, I don't know. I don't know what you think this is. Like, sit here and tell me that Stribling was an amazing pick and wasn't a reach. He could be a good prospect, but just like Ricky Pearsall, we said the same thing that night. Good player, major reach.
Yep.
Stribling's your next Terrell Owens, and I'm gonna preach it to you right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
Listen, and when Ricky Pearsall's played, he's been a good player, but still it was a reach. Both things can be true. Stribling might be fine as a prospect, but it was a reach. It was a reach. It just was.
Hey, Jesse, can I play some of these super chats or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, we've got say, hey, Nick just got back. Did you beat the Niners by 50? Yeah. Also, what are we actually doing? In your opinion, is this Lynch or Kyle? The great question. Jesse, talk about your team, bro. That's actually more positive than anything.
Yeah. So my son's team beat the Niners. We're the Vikings. We won 32-7. We're 4-0 on the season. We've got 129 points scored. Today, actually, the 49ers were the only team to put up any points on us through 4 games this season. So kudos to them. As far as what we're actually doing, brother, dude. Listen, yesterday, and that's the other thing. Yesterday, when the draft happened and we made the trades, we were saying it was an A+ draft. We started today's stream saying that the 49ers had the best draft in the division without making a pick, in my opinion, after round 1.
Yep.
So it's not like I'm just up here crapping on everything they do. But then when you go draft Stribling with your first pick and then trade back when you got good players on the board again, listen, man, whatever.
Hey, did your son like the Ravens draft pick?
He loved it. Of course he did. Who did they pick in round 2? We don't know who they even picked.
They took Vega, and then in round 2, let me see.
But I as you guys are talking about that though, the key part
they don't
of
have a pick in round 2.
Okay.
No, yeah, they did.
The
Zion
other part
Young,
of that,
Zion Young.
the other part of that super
They took
chat
Zion
was,
Young.
Yeah, he's gonna like. Yeah, that's a good draft right there.
Yeah.
The other part of that super chat was, oh my god. Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. All right. The idea that is this John or Kyle? I think that's a question.
Nice,
GTC. Yeah, GTC, we'll get that back, buddy. But I didn't know. So, is it John or Kyle? Like, what is the dynamic? I think this is important to understand. I think it's a good question, right? What is how does this dynamic work at this point? How has it evolved, and why does this kind of continue to be the head scratching? It seems to be the outlier of all outliers of all the teams. I mean, the Jaguars did have a head scratcher there, but nobody's doing it like the Niners. What's going on?
Well, let me ask you this. Didn't we start today saying that if they didn't we say Zion Young at 33 would have been okay with?
Yes.
And the Ravens took him how many picks later? Like
15.
Hey, well, we got Stribling. We got Stribling, guys. It's cool. It's fine.
Well, I mean, there's just some guys. These are some guys I know you were pretty high on, Jesse, and Chase Besantis, TJ Parker, back-to-back picks after. Like
right after the 49ers. So exactly. So listen, for all those that think we're being too hard, I am willing to bet you that either Chase Besantis or TJ Parker are way better players in the NFL than Stribling. Any one of them. I was fine with taking either one of them. So if one of them is a way better player at a way more important position, by the way, in a bigger position of need immediately, don't say I didn't tell you so.
And I agree with you. And I
the
think
same thing. No, the thing too, Jesse, is like a lot of fans, right? They'll right away they'll harp on the offensive line XYZ. We're not protected throughout the season. They're saying this. Come Super Bowl, they're saying this. Our offensive line is not good enough. They pass on an offensive lineman for a receiver, and then they're like, "Well, think about it. It may be a good pick." Like, come on, man. You guys are the same ones. We're all throughout the season saying the offensive line needs an upgrade in the inside. Yet, when they have an opportunity to take an upgrade in the inside with Basantis, and they pass, and everyone else is trying to make light of it and try to explain how not taking the interior offensive lineman that's going to make your team actually be able to try to run the ball inside. They could not run the ball inside last year. They can't really block inside. So, like, what are we really doing? What's the plan at left guard? You eventually need a center to replace Jake Brendel. Like, he ain't going to play
this
after
is final year of his deal.
Years. So, like, man, it's just confusing to see people hype up the receiver pick when there was other positions of needs that went right after them, and then people are still like, well, it makes a lot of sense for Cotton.
Well, those same people will tell us how CMC isn't washed and the offensive line didn't block for him and that Brock Purdy needs more time. So which one is it? You can't have it all. You can't sit here and say CMC is not washed, the offensive line sucked, and Brock Purdy needs more time because he's a good quarterback if he has it, and then be happy when we go receiver and pass up good interior offensive line options.
And you
don't get both.
Pregnon goes to the Chargers right here.
And Davis Nigbenhassen was the pick the Bills traded up for.
What do y'all think would bring this whole draft back from the weirdness they're on and make it a W draft? If Pregnon is there and they're able to get him, let's go.
I think the Chargers
Chargers
do this.
right
Mesidor.
Chargers might take him.
You're muted, I think, unless my thing's out. It could be
I'm muted.
Oh, me.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Of course.
Jesse.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think the Chargers should go Pregnon right here. They need an offensive guard. Why not?
Yeah,
it fits their system.
I agree.
I agree, and I would say this. I think that it's one of these. I just want to, in the moment when we have those moments where I'm like, I'm not trying to go off kilter. I also am not ashamed to like have moments and just be human. Like, this is just who I like. It's fun to like actually watch people like just be real. I'm sorry, I don't.
They went Jake Slaughter center, so
and Jake Slaughter was like almost an all-time Raz center. It's an interior line play. There was a time that I liked more than I do now. I don't think he's a bad player at all. I think this is fine. And here's the thing that I was going to broach to you guys. If you look through round 2, I'm looking at it right now, and I listed these names quickly. Do a ding, like make us like, I don't know, say ding, ding, ding when there's a player that you would not have taken over Stribling. How about that?
Okay.
Would not have. Give me the
would
alarm.
Not have.
Yep. Chase Basantis, TJ Parker, Cade McDonald, Colton Hood, Traden Stukes, Denzel Boston, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell.
Ding, ding.
Okay. The short arms. Yeah, I'm not high
at that pick. Not necessarily.
Okay. No. I'm talking. Okay, at 33. That's fair. Krista Miller, Jacob Rodriguez. I'm not saying to take any of these guys at 33. I'm saying if you were to decide between those two players, who would have you taken Stribling over them at 33? Derek Moore, Zion Young, Josiah Trotter, Jeremy Bernard, Avion Terrell, Lee Hunter, D'Angelo Pons, Jake Galde. That's probably a ding, ding, ding. Brandon Cisse, CJ Allen. That's my ding, ding, ding. I'm not a big CJ Allen fan. Eli Stowers. I'm taking him. Gabe Yakus. I would take him. Nate Burkircher.
Ding, ding, ding.
Logan Jones. EMW. Marlon Klein. I like Marlon Klein more.
I do too.
Anthony Hill. Max Clare.
This comment right here isn't true, Steve-O Supremo. We still don't know who is good or not, unfortunately. That's not true.
Every year. He says this shit every year. Every year he says it. Every year he says it, and every year the comment doesn't play. It does. I'm sorry, Steve-O.
That's a terrible take. Because at that point, it's like,
why you watch a show? Why do you watch a show?
No, not even that. No, it's not even that. Like, There's teams scout these guys for a reason. That's why they have a draft grade for a reason.
Yes.
You know who is better than the others based off the film. You know who is better.
Or
Like,
or even if you
more
don't know,
athletic.
you
that is a terrible, absolutely terrible. We don't know who's good or not. So you don't want, like you're saying, these teams are just, hey, you know what? I like that guy's name. I'm just gonna take him. No, they're watching film. They go in person. They watch them test. They interview them. Like that. That is the absolute worst thing. Because at that point, might as well just freaking grab your phone and do AI and say, hey, pick the top players. Like that's a terrible comment, man. That's literally saying that the Niners aren't watching anybody's film or they aren't going and evaluating anyone and sending scouts to these schools. Arizona just took Pregnon.
Yeah, and Arizona took Pregnon, and Bud Clark went to Seattle, and we said,
hey, Bud Clark in Euphoria, that's gonna be fun at the safety.
Holy shit! The Cardinals just took Pregnon. That did happen.
Are you sure they took him?
Are you sure they took Pregnon?
I don't think so. I don't think
they did.
Not what the chat just said.
I go off the chat, man. Don't stop.
I go off the chat. They're my friends. Okay.
Stop. You guys screwed last night with this. Don't go off the chat.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, is I will say this: when we went through the ding ding dings, we had two players. The second round is now over. We are now at the third round. There are 32 picks in each round, at least in the first two rounds. Okay. There were two players that we had any one of the three of us say that we would have taken Stribling over. Guys,
the first pick of the round.
What? Your microphone's So while Jess is getting that figured out, again, back to the comment of like we don't even know. Let's be real. Like, let's say you're right though. I'm gonna go play devil's advocate on that. We don't know. Okay.
We had the first pick of that round, is what I'm saying, and we still only had two players.
Right. But we don't. Let's say we don't know. Like we could never know until they play. I get that. We're all speculating to a degree. It's a speculative market, just like anything else.
It's
right?
Speculative.
But hold up.
Hold on. But we're measuring prospects. We're going off the prospect. That's what we're going off of.
I get that. So it's not like Marco said. It isn't just drawing straws, right? It's not random. It's not just like blindfolded throwing darts. Okay. But the idea that even if it were, like the idea that while we're on this show and while this whole machine and sports analysis, we're talking about it and we're speculating and having the conversation, what would be the point of tuning into any one of us talk? You have ESPN right there. What would be the point of being on the chat to like talk, like, if it's like, hey guys, I just want to let you know, we don't really know. What is the pedantic point of that? Like, we get it. Well, I don't know if it's Kyle Shanahan said if we'll be anybody else to be alive on Sunday. We don't know that either. What's the point of saying it? What does that add to the conversation? What is the point of being here just to say that? I don't understand it. It is completely, if I would say to my students like about writing, make it clear, concise, and compelling. What's compelling about what you said? Nothing. Let's just not talk sports, guys, because we don't know.
So stupid.
I'm having a good night though. It's Friday.
Joseph says this team disgusts me. Fire everyone. LS team. Gregorius Greg says, Jesse, remember Moody? Yeah, and I do remember Moody, and I remember that night people telling me to chill the fuck out, and 3 years later still trying to talk me into it. Where's that guy at?
Oh yeah.
What about TDP? There. Remember when TDP got drafted? You guys were in the chat telling me to chill out. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, or you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, I remember
Carson Beck. Carson Beck to the Cardinals. It's Carson Beck to the Cardinals.
That's what's his name said was going to happen. Ricky. He had
Ricky
it.
the dog. Yeah, he called it.
Yeah, he had
Carson Beck.
Ew, that's gross. That's a bad pick. I'm sorry.
I don't think it's a bad pick, but I thought they could have waited a tad bit for him.
Alar is better than Beck, I think, or at least is on par. Like, geez, man, I don't know.
You got to give credit. You got to give credit because Carson Beck has played in big time games. When he's played in those big time games,
for sure,
he's played well. So you have to give him that credit when you're watching him.
For sure.
Damn, that's. Well, I guess we're playing against Carson Beck for the next couple of years, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. He's like Jimmy G 2.0.
If you think about it, though, like they have a solid foundation, though. A run game. They have.
I don't believe
three
in
good running
Beck at
backs.
all, personally.
No, but
I have
the
no
thing
belief
is,
in Beck.
you're not when you bring in a quarterback like Beck, you're not gonna have him throw 50 times a game. You have Jeremiah Love, you have Trey Benson. They signed Tyler Algier. You're gonna run the ball as much as you possibly can, and you're gonna limit the opportunities for Beck, where you're gonna put him in a situation where he can be successful as a quarterback early on. As you continue to get like more reps and more reps, that's when the playbook starts to develop and you allow him to grow as a young quarterback. I don't. If you're gonna go running back, and then I know did they go offensive line after, right?
Yeah, they went with
Basantis.
So you kind of have a foundation there, right? Of hey, we're building a foundation of an offense.
Building the offense. Yeah.
But I like their draft, even though obviously like, hey, we could have that conversation of is it the right quarterback or not? What they're doing is they gave that young quarterback some weapons to come in with. They obviously have the offensive minded head coach. I don't mind what they're doing when you look at it.
No,
it's a really good foundation.
They're taking a swing at quarterback, and there were people that I know. There were people that I talked to that had Carson Beck as in that QB 2-3 range over Simpson as a potential. He's a little bit older, but like what he can do well. Like, again, he's got the quarterback is always hard to do. He's a swing at a quarterback. Do I think it's going to work out? No, right? But like you said, you take a swing, and the Cardinals are fully prepared to be right back in 2027 in the market for a quarterback. Clearly. But I think if you don't take a swing at quarterback at some place, what are you going to get? Do I think they needed to do it right there? No. But again, you're building for a roster, building for the future. You got to see what you got. I kind of understand it.
We're up in a few picks. By the way,
we're at the point. We got 5. Yes, we're 5 players away, or 4 players away.
Well, let's do this. Let's give 5 players each of us.
Okay, sure.
That you would take if they possibly are there.
Okay. I would say I'm going to go. I don't give a shit. I'm going to say receiver 2. I don't care. I'm not going to just because they took Stribling. I'm not going to not say players that I like. Okay. I'm going to go Emmanuel. I'm in no particular order. Emmanuel Pregnon. Okay. Antonio Williams. Kieran Crawford. Sam Hecht. Dominique Orange. Excuse me. I would probably put. No, I'm going to put Dalen Everett there. I'm gonna put Dalen Everett. I like Dalen Everett a lot. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna put Dalen Everett.
I would go Pregnon. I mean, I don't care. I'd still go Jermod McCoy. I don't care. At some point, the talent's like just outweighs whatever the hell's going on. You know what I mean? If you're throwing away picks for fucking Stribling anyways, whatever. It's a 3rd round. So yeah, I'll go there. I'll go Dominic Orange. I'll go Sam Heck, and I'll go. Jeez, guys, Kilgore.
Okay.
I said 5, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Danny.
I forgot him.
Oh, I didn't even realize he was left. Okay. Yep. I'm good with him.
I'm going to go Sam Heck from Kansas State.
Okay.
Trey Zune. So that's 2 offensive linemen.
Okay.
And then I would go Sam Roush. And then if they decided to actually go defensive back, I would take a shot at Dalen Everett. He's been a guy that I've liked for a long time. So
he's been my draft crush, one of my draft crushes. DDS is in there for me too. I have him. I'll be honest. I have him and Crawford real close. I know I'm higher on Crawford than most, but it can be salvaged. I get it. The idea that people say, hey, let's say they draft a guy at 70 that we like. Of course, we're going to celebrate that. The idea is that also, I would say 58 to 90 and then just the 70 and 107. I mean, I get it. But like when you have a player, like everybody's been saying, there's a lot of players a lot of guys in the chat that I know like DMW a lot, right? Or a lot have that idea. So like the idea of risking that being there, they've still got 5 teams to draft in front of us. So I don't know who's going to be. But
there's honestly probably like 10 players that I would be fine with that I'm looking at right now. I mean, to be real with you.
Oh, for sure. You gave me 5 though. He said 5.
Yeah,
there's
sure. You're right.
Yeah.
But you guys all listed some different people. There's legit probably 10 guys And the Niners probably won't take any of them. So there's that.
All right, we've got
Who's the best running
Onyedem,
back
Tyler
available?
Tyler Onyedem, a former Iowa State Cyclone, former teammate with Dominique Orange. He is going to the Denver Broncos. That's their first selection in the draft. And it is, I think it's their first selection. Am I wrong on that?
Who did they take? Dominic Orange?
Tyler Onyedem, former teammate of Dominique Orange, Big Citrus. So the thing about a lot of people don't know, they don't watch a lot of Iowa State football. I was talking to somebody else who talked about why I wasn't a Vikings fan. I'm an Iowa State fan. So John Haycock, the former defensive coordinator with Matt Campbell, who's now at Penn State, he runs a 3-man front. And boy, when you watch it, it's really hard on scouts, I think, a lot of times because there's just so little of that. It's not even your traditional 3-4 because he kind of does this idea where he might go more of like a 3-5-3, like where it's like he's got these positionless defensive backs and their secondary has always been legit. And you're like, well, you can't really generate much of a pass rush, but there's nowhere to go with the ball. Because these guys are going sideline to sideline, they're very they're zoned, they're very disciplined. But because of that, Tyler Onyedem went to Texas A&M because he wasn't getting enough run to show what he could do. He goes there to Texas A&M and had his value depreciated a little bit because he didn't have the run before. But Nate Tice was saying this just 2 days ago. I was listening. He said, "Hey, I love Big Citrus, but I know how to scout the prospect, not the production." But it's harder to see that in that 3-man front. And then when I saw Onyedem in A&M, it was much easier to project that. And he thought Onyedem would go above Orange because of that. And he was right. I'm not saying it's because of that, but it's like he was right that Onyedem went ahead of Orange, even though he didn't know necessarily that they're the better player. So I thought that was a little interesting.
Crawford just went to the Raiders.
There it is. So
here's one for you guys. Okay, so we took a receiver at 33. These are the receivers that are left. So would you rather have these guys at 70? Stop me when I give you a name that you wouldn't rather have at 70 than Stribling at 33. You ready?
Sure.
Zachariah Branch, Chris Brazzell, Antonio Williams, Malachi Fields,
ding, ding, ding,
Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell, Bryce Lance, Jacoby Lane,
ding, 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 ding,
Deion Burks, Kevin Coleman, Brennan Thompson.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, so we're about to the list now. Listen, there's like 10 guys that we would rather have that are still left.
Yep.
I would have taken most of them at 33 over freaking, let alone 70. Just geez, man, this is insane.
So that's the point, guys. That's the point we're saying. It's like it's not hating on it. It's the idea of if you believe in process evaluation at all, that idea that, and people could say, oh, you'll never be able to know that. But yet when you watch other teams not stray from the other teams aren't looking at the board and saying, hey, Mel Kiper, draft for me. Hey, Dane Brugler, draft for me. Hey, Daniel Jeremiah, draft for me. Right. But the reason consensus means is like it's a composite of a lot of different, it's not even hive mind. These people aren't getting together and saying, hey, they're going independently.
Teams,
right? But they're talking to other teams, but it's an independent evaluation, an evaluative process. And then you bring those all together and it generates what we call consensus. And so when the Niners are always so far beyond that, it's like that's the galaxy brain. That's to say, I know better than everybody, not just you. It's you. So when you say you can never know, the Niners are saying, no, we do know. We know more than anybody. Everybody else is crazy but us. That's crazy.
And this is the other thing. Again, when we talk about a reach, you're telling me with the receivers I just listed, Zachariah Branch, Chris Brazzell, Antonio Williams, Malachi Fields, Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell, Deion Burks, Jacoby Lane, Bryce Lance.
Yep.
He wouldn't be there at 70. Stribling wouldn't have lasted till 70. Hell yes, he would have with those names left. Easy.
Markel Bell to the Eagles. And I tell you what, there's another guy. Nate Tice was on with Dane Brugler.
Oh, that's a big boy.
They were on with Dane Brugler, and who else did he have on? Oh, God, who was it? They all
think about that. Jermon McCoy is falling because of it's like I said earlier, so it's been confirmed. The knee plug, no, not even the cartilage. It's not degenerative knee. So the knee plug needs to be replaced. He's going to require a second surgery. Right. Probably going to be out for the rest of the year.
Right, but they said if the surgery is pretty normal, that he shouldn't have. It isn't
that
one.
Plug most likely will require a second surgery, most likely, and it probably is going to take him out for another year.
Like I know, right? The 2026 year.
Yes, this upcoming season.
But then after that, the idea was like it should be able to like play after that and be good.
You're taking a huge risk on it. That's why he's falling.
Absolutely,
right?
And there's
so
no.
I was just explaining why he's fallen.
You can't fault the team. You can't fault the team for. Honestly, though, this comment right here. This isn't a slam on Purdy, by the way. Like this is interesting. Purdy was just talking about this week. By the way, he was saying about because of his height, how he has to kind of look between the giants, and this is actually true. That idea that it's sometimes and anyway, we're talking about Markel Bell. This was a guy that came up a bunch this week where people were saying, "Am I too low on him? Do I think he's too raw? Am I falling back on that lazily? Does this guy have a lot to work with? And could he hit it in the right scheme?" And they actually brought up the Eagles.
Well,
and so I'm sitting here. I can remember exactly where I was walking around by Lake Superior by this rec park that we have in town. And I can remember, and I was like, oh, I'm going to bring that. I got to put that back to memory because there was something interesting that I want to go back to. Same thing that he was talking, the same place I was when they're talking about Onyedem. And here they go, Onyedem and Markel Bell. I think the Eagles are killing it right now. I think the Eagles are saying, hey, we want premium grade dudes, and we feel like we got the discipline, we got the coaches, we got the know-how, we got the scouts, we got the culture, we got the system, we can make this work. And they're not going to expect Bell to go in right away. Bell doesn't have to play right away.
He's going to sit a whole year. And not only that, they're about to get a 2027 probable first round pick because they still got to trade AJ Brown to the Patriots.
I disagree on the Bell pick with you guys. I know, like we like to say that the Niners reach. This is a reach for me.
Okay, it is a reach. I agree with
the
that.
Flexibility, the hip flexibility, the balance and leverage that he showcased on film. I wouldn't have taken him there. Now I understand them trying to find the traits that you want, right? For his size, good footwork, good hand usage, athletic enough for being 6'8", 6'9", physical strength. But for me, that's a reach.
Can I say this though? Can I say what the difference is between what they did and what the 49ers did and why I would be more okay with a reach like this than what the Niners did? They don't have another pick for another 2.5 rounds. So if they feel like they want an offensive tackle now, and that's who they want to take their flyer on, then go ahead. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you don't pick for 2.5 rounds and you want to take a bit of a reach, then do it. But the 49ers picked again at pick 58. It's like you didn't have to do that.
And here's the thing. I'm with you. I'm with Jesse on this because we talk about taking swings at quarterback. Well, I think you take it swings at tackle. And when you don't, and that idea that you're going to make him sit, we've talked about this actually before, Marco, years ago, that tackle is one of those things, especially at swing tackle. We've seen swing tackles. Sometimes I get zoned in on the Niners, but we've seen guys like Jalen Moore come in as a swing tackle and then get a job at KC, right? We've seen a guy like Colt McKivitz start out as a swing tackle, and now he's got a starting job at the right tackle, And now, granted, that's 5th round or that's 4th round, but here's you're in the 3rd round in a class that's maybe not top heavy and it's got a lot of parity. I think it's one of those things where you're like, hey, again, like Jeff said, let's just see what we can do with this. If it doesn't pan out, it doesn't pan out. We've got a roster that's pretty stacked already, and this is something that I might believe in. I'm convicted in. I agree with you. I think it's a reach. If I expected this guy to contribute right away, if it's somebody that I think I can coach up in 3rd round, I can get behind it. If it's somebody who I think that it's supposed to be Nick Martin, a linebacker, supposed to come in and fill a need and doesn't even play because he's not good, well, that's another hole. That's another story, in my opinion.
And it's not like this was a bad player. I mean, this is a guy who started at left tackle across from the number 1 tackle in the draft all season long.
Well, the 49ers are drafting again. So this idea that the Niners are saying we're drafting. Oh no, Matt Miyoko says unless they make another trade. Oh, I think he was just hinting at the fact that
I think he's just joking.
Yeah, I think that the Bears are taking Sam Roush. Yep.
Jeez, I don't like that pick at all for the Bears. How many tight ends do you freaking need?
Well, but here's the thing. This could mean that Cole Kmet's on the way out, and I think Sam Roush with Loveland, that's fun. And I don't,
Yes, I don't mind the player, but geez, man.
Well, yeah, okay. So this is the thing, though. If you don't mind the player, and at this point, I've always been a fan of drafting. I like the NBA approach in a little bit, right? sometimes I think draft good players, figure it out later, see how it takes. To me, third round and on, especially in this draft class where I don't think it's like super top heavy, I'd rather be like, hey, this is a good player. This is the best player on my board. I'm cool with it. If it's a reach at some point, Deshaun Stribling being the best player on my board at 33 is that's just nuts.
Okay,
but at here,
we're on the clock, right?
We're on the clock. Yep.
Who would you take?
Emmanuel Pregnant. If I'm filling a need, plus if I'm looking at it, I hate to go need. I'd go Antonio Williams, but we already went receiver, so I can't say that. I go Chris Bell over here. I like Sam Hecht. I like Trey Zune. I love Marlon Klein. The tight ends are kind of gone. I like Eli Raridan, but he's not here. I like Dalen Everett. So I will go Dalen Everett. Oh, I have to do a shadow draft, don't I? I'm gonna go Pregnant as a shadow draft with Dalen Everett as my my second choice.
Yeah, if they go Pregnant on here, I'd feel pretty good about things. I would feel a lot better than I did about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. I'll tell you that.
What about you, Marco? Oh my God,
really
we got a lot of
somebody. They really need somebody opposite of Bosa. I think I would go Danny Dennis Sutton. If it wasn't Danny Dennis Sutton, I would probably go Sam Hecht or Trey Zune at left guard and then have them transition to center. Knowing the Niners, they probably are gonna go Romello Height. Like that.
Oh, by the way, I keep forgetting about DDS. So yes,
they probably go Romello Height. Like that's my guess.
I'm changing mine from Emmanuel Pregnant.
Breaking news: Niners take Romello Height.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay. You wanted Romello Height?
No. I said that's who they would go. That's who my guess was.
Okay. I mean, whatever. It picked 70. I don't think it's a bad pick by any means.
But we talked about, we were moving down to pick 70 so that we could fashion that into beat the Saints at 73 for Kayvon Thibodeau. That's the chat was saying too. And then,
but he's 25 years old. He's literally the same age as Kayvon Thibodeau. It's like
Emmanuel Pregnant's a little bit older.
But 24. So I mean,
what?
Who is?
Stribling's 24. So like, there's a theme here.
What? I had no idea.
Stribling's 24. Sure I thought 24. He was 23. No. Please tell me no.
I'm pretty sure he's 24.
There ain't.
He'll be 24 in December. He's 23. So
whatever. Yeah, I mean, Romello Height's 25 years old. He's 240 pounds. I
wouldn't have taken Romello over Joshua Joseph, over Danny Dennis Sutton.
We talked about Romello Height, guys. If you look at his frame, he already looks kind of jacked. He's maxed out even at 6'3". This guy is not going to be able to naturally, optimally, efficaciously add healthy muscle to be playing at his level. Like he's out. He's 6'3". Oh, he's 6'3". He's what is he?
He's 240. He's 25 years old. He's not going to gain that much weight.
No, this is nuts. We're living in La La Land. We know third round. Don't you dare get in the chat, by the way, and act like we don't know. We've seen the third round.
I mean, he's fine. It's whatever. I'm not. Whatever. I don't want to complain because
No, can't. Yeah, we can't do that.
So, woo, Niners. Okay, Miguel says, at this rate, the Niners are going to trade themselves out of the draft, and they just never play whoever they pick. Yeah, pretty much. Peter M says, I hope this is the final year of John Lynch. Every year the draft gets worse and worse. They're killing it, guys. Ryan LG says, the Kyle GM experiment needs to end. Hire a real GM. Kwesi Odofamensu is drafting. 808 Niner says John needs to go. I like Stribling and I cheer all Hawaii kids on, but not at 33. Kyle looked like McVay last night. Just totally disgusted. What up? What up, Marco?
Well, who said what's up?
Javi says, or Javi maybe, says 2 a.m. in the UK to watch another poor draft. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry you're staying up for this. Double B Studio says this pick only makes sense if they're trading away a wide receiver. True. Daza says ChatGPT would have drafted better than the Niners. GTC Real says, do they even scout and watch college football? No, they don't. I mean, there's no point because we don't know who's going to be better until they play. So you just pick names out of a hat. Gregorius Greg says, Jesse, I was just joking about Moody. Just remember the bad old days. Basically, we are surprised. Nope. Lyle is going to Lyle. No, I know you were joking, Greg. I know you were joking. You hit a trigger point because I remember how many people told me that I need to calm down. Spider says, Alar, the hive is buzzing. Ooh. I would like Aller, but no, we got the Maple Missile. 808 Niner says, John thinks Kyle is coaching the 49ers flag football team. Glorified 7-on-7 team they're building right now. Just take McCoy. They're not going to resign Green. Golly. Double B Studio says, Underdog NFL Draft YouTube channel predicted this in a video 2 weeks ago. I'm convinced Kyle watched that video. Kyle must be trolling. Did they really pick Striblin? Really? That's kind of crazy. Lizette Ruiz says, please, I hope Kyle and John get fired and Jed sells the team. Wow, golly. Big J says, how are we feeling about pick 70 Romello Height? Yay. Love it, guys. Killed it. 25-year-old, 239-pounder. He crushed. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I would have taken other players. I think between the three of us, we listed about 17 players we were okay taking, and none of them were Romello Height. So there's that.
I just my issue with Romello Height, like, and I shouldn't even say issue, but like when I watch his film, yes, he's athletic. That's great when you're athletic. But you
Antonio Williams. Antonio Williams is a commander. Sorry, go ahead.
So when you're up edge coming off the edge, you either have to have some elite trait. Romello Height didn't have that for me. Obviously, he ran his 10 yards. His 10-yard split was great. You could say he has an elite first step. Sure, I don't think it was an elite first step. His bend was there, but now it's essentially what the Niners plan on doing is you're gonna have Michael Williams, at the base, on base. So he's gonna be outside, kick him inside, and Romello Height is truly just a situational pass rusher. He's not going to be a 3-down guy. To me, I wasn't a fan. It's very concerning because he lacks the length. Do they see maybe D Ford? Sure. That's maybe what they're envisioning. But 240 pounds, 235 pounds, roughly. 32 1/4 arms, which is 25th percentile. That's not great. So you're gonna have to live off of your speed. Once you get to the NFL, these offensive tackles
who literally didn't produce at any level until he was 25 years old in college. Let's just be clear about that.
Which is also a concern.
He was at Auburn for 2 years, had 0 sacks. He was at USC for 2 years, had 4 sacks. Then he was at Georgia Tech, 2.5 sacks. Then he went to Texas Tech and had 10 sacks next to a bevy of very good players.
David Bailey.
Tons of good players.
Lee Hunter, Dante Corleone, Jacob Rodriguez.
Yes.
Dante Corleone was a Cincinnati, bud.
That's what I meant.
That's what I meant.
I'm mad.
So he had 16.5 sacks. 6.5 of those came in 5 previous years, and then he had 10 sacks last year.
What about pressures? Throughout his career, did they show that? I don't know. But
let's see.
The guy's sacks are overrated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying they're not, but
it's not what your mom said.
To have 16.5 sacks in 6 years of college football.
Yeah, man, that's sacks are
25 years old with short arms.
Hey, I'm a designated pass rusher, but sacks are overrated for a designated pass rusher. Home runs are overrated.
It's like
For
saying
a power hitter
Yeah.
who strikes out a lot.
I'm
only thing I
a
could find is he had
shooter I'm a
62
shooter that comes off the bench, and 3-pointers are overrated. Go ahead. What?
He had 62 pressures at Tech.
Wait, what was that? Sorry, what was that?
62 pressures in 2025 at Texas Tech.
Cool.
I bet you won't.
Hey, but how did I honestly, deep down, I knew they were going height based off of I knew they needed an edge, and I knew they were going to go for the speed rusher over the better edge rushers, or in my opinion, I think Joshua Joseph's a better edge than him. I think Danny Dennis Sutton is a better edge than him. So I had a feeling that they're going to go against what I had thought, and they're going to go the speed guy. If you look at Joshua Joseph, the length, a little bit bigger size. I think he has a little bit more of a frame to pack on another 10 pounds and keep his speed. But he has a good bend and everything like that. So I'm looking at him like energy, hands,
Yeah.
I'm just a little confused on what their path is or what they're planning on doing. But, hey, I mean,
let's not beat around the bush here.
Hey, how's our friend Adam Peters doing over there? Actually, I see someone in the
Oh,
comments.
yeah. I know, because sacks are overrated. Steve Supremo with a Chihuahua. It's always the guy who's the dogs to the PFP. They're going to come slap people at games, right? I'll tell you this. Look, you won't do anything. You'll never be there. You probably can't afford a ticket, and that's cool. That happens. Like, the bottom line is, by the way, here's something I got for you. This is my season ticket member badge. I got priced out though too, because now they're building suites in our seats. But we've got to I think red alert this in a very calm way. I honestly wonder if Kyle and John are saying, Jed, put your money where your mouth is. Do something about it. Make us change. I'm dead serious. Make us change. Like, because look, I'm with you, Steve Supremo, actually, that I think that I have been a long time person saying that INTs are overrated, or at least overrated in the way that it is the exclusive metric of which you derive any type of evaluative analysis of somebody in the secondary, particularly cornerback. I'd much rather have PBUs. I'd much rather have forced incompletions. I'd much rather have and I don't even like pass rating, but you could say pass rating against to a degree as a corner. If I'm in a situation where I can clearly show that I'm like assignment sound, as somebody though who is a DPR who I can't trust in the run game, who as 25 years old, when you're talking about a body of work, if it jumps in, I'm all about scouting the prospect, not the production, with the hope though that production can be there. And with that production, it's going to be that pass rush win rate that's going to be at a level enough where you feel like that could be something that translates. But when you're 25 years old going up against 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, and your breakout year is on a defense stack with NFL talents all drafted ahead of you, and that's the first time that you could put pen to paper to say, hey, look at me, put this on the fridge, Mom, give me a gold star. Come on. How much water do we have to carry? How many times do we have to be Matt Mayoko say, hey guys, 40 years ago, we traded back 4 times. Come on. Tell me that
Oscar Delp to the Saints.
Yeah. Oscar Delp was one of Jesse's guys too. I just at what point though do we say
Giants have selected Malachi Fields, by the way. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's fine. In the chat though, why do people always say we can't know? Why does nobody ever say, yeah, I would have taken Romello Height? Ask people to talk about it. Say, hey, who are players that you want? Nobody brought up Romello Height. And Marcus is here eloquently talking about it.
He's 25 years old with a slight frame, short arms, spent 6 years in college, and has 1 year of production. That's the reality. We can talk about what stats are overrated, what's this, what's that, is he good, is he not good? Do we not know what we're talking about? Those are the facts. 1 year of production next to a bevy of other NFL players, spent 6 years in college. He's 25 years old, has a slight frame and short arms. That's
My
the
question
reality.
is what happens when the first offensive tackle he sees and jump sets him, right? He can't get to it. He can't beat you inside with anything. No power, speed to power. Obviously, he's a lot smaller, so you need a lot more speed. So you jumps at him. What's his counter to that? Now, what do you do when you have a 45 angle set, and then he goes inside and you just wash him down inside? Like, in to me, what's going to be his counters? What's going to be when you're truly watching an offensive tackle go up against a guy like this with shorter arms and speed? His first set, jump set, boom, boom, get him. How does he counter that? And when you watch him, when he played against some of the better offensive tackles that they played against, when they would do that, he would have to do a lot of different things. They would have to move him around and stuff like that. So for me, I'm a little concerned on that because the NFL isn't the college level. You have NFL tackles who are going to do right away. First thing they're going to do, knowing that he has less length, jump set, boom. Okay, now I give you a jump set. Now let me give you a 45. Let me open up to see your speed. It's going to be a chess match for him, and it's for him. He needs to rely on his speed to win. And when an offensive tackle takes that away, what does he have to counter it? Because then they're just going to start washing him inside. And to me, that is a big, big concern for speed guys. That's, for example, Drake Jackson. He had speed off the edge, whatever, right? The athleticism. His biggest issue was he didn't have a counter and he didn't have the length to be able to counter off his initial step. And that's why we saw him wash out in the NFL or the Niners really fast. So that's my biggest concern on why I don't really, when it comes to shorter armed edge rushers, because of how offensive tackles are supposed to block. That to me is a concern.
I will say this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jess.
I was going to say this is a write-up at NFL.com. An edge defender with a lean, angular frame, height will need a heavy dose of weight room to compete at the pro level. He's 25. How much weight can he really pack on? His rush is fast and relentless. He uses long strides to challenge at the top and can leap inside the protection. However, his lack of play strength and contact balance allow blockers to bounce him around. You were just talking about this.
What did Marco say? Yeah.
Just talking about this. Height needs to improve his skill level. He's 25. And refine his approach if he's going to make an impact as a designated pass rusher, but he has the talent to cause some chaos in the pocket.
And it's hard to cause chaos in the pocket when you're going up against an offensive tackle who truly understands going up against a speed rusher. All of these guys understand going up against speed guys. First thing in camp, what I want to see is I want to see him versus Trent. I want to see Trent jumps at him right off the bat. Okay, now how are you going to counter Trent the next time? Because now Trent's not going to jump set you and have you go inside. Right? He's gonna go give you a 45 angle. You're gonna realize and try to get him to open up early. Trent's not gonna open up early. He's gonna wait for you to come inside, and he's just gonna wash you inside. Like that's what's gonna happen in camp. And for me, that's gonna be the biggest thing to see is how does he continue to counter offensive tackles who have more length, strength, and athleticism than him. That to me is a concern rather than not even talking about the player, just talking about the traits and the intangibles that he has. That to me is what causes a player to essentially not end up making it at the NFL level. Now, shout out to him, man. He got drafted. He's a 49er. I hope he turns into a D4 or whatnot. So let's go.
Well, let's go like a Brian Burns DPR, right? 249 at the combine, Romello height, 239, but maxed out. Brian Burns, 10-inch hands at 34-inch arms. Romello height, I mean, going back to, I got to go look him. At his length is 32 and a quarter. We get about a 2-inch difference in arms. You have a 10 pound weight difference on a guy that looks yoked up, maxed out at his height. We talked about like healthy muscle. There's a difference. People like all these miraculous, like, oh, he's almost 6'3". He could add, not necessarily, guys. Like and this is the thing, like we talked about, like it's not just like you could add muscle miraculously and then have that be useful muscle or the way that you're moving the way that you want to move. Marco, man, if you guys are watching Marco right now, this is why my guy, when I met Marco 5 years ago, like I was like, dude, you ain't following Marco, you're doing it wrong. right? He eloquently just talked about, like, without trashing the person, talked about like why maybe this is a questionable pick, and yet all of us are going to cheer for him as a 49er. It doesn't mean that this is something. And when you guys asked me who my players were, I did forget DDS. At 58, I said EMW, in no particular order. I said EMW, Anthony Hill, Kieran Crawford, Antonio Williams. And I had forgotten DDS, so I just mentioned 4. Okay. All 3 picks were picked before the 49ers went to 70, and the pick after they picked Romello Height, Antonio Williams went to the Commanders. So all 4 of my guys basically went right, boom, 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 and then boom after. Now, what I'm saying here is not to pat myself on the back and say, you asked me who my guys I like. NFL teams in that range from 58 to 71 clearly agreed with me. That's not me saying, go throw me a red, like go. I don't have a blue check on Twitter. I don't monetize anything. I make no money on anything. But my point is, like, if little old guys like me can go out and say that again and just say that, and then other NFL teams, like, why is it? I mean, am I making sense here? Like, I'm not trying to, like, I feel like I'm kind of clout chasing a little bit. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to kind of drive home the point that this doesn't have to be as complicated. It doesn't have to be as complicated. And the 49ers make things complicated.
Let me ask both of you this question. I want you guys to chime in on answering this as well.
Real quick, Miami reached for a wide receiver, Caleb Douglas. Go ahead.
Yep.
That's a reach a little bit.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
If the 49ers, then he's over here doxing he's over here dry you can over here doxing me where out there. I don't live in Modesto no more though. Well, joke's on you. So the Niners wanted an edge rusher, right? So
yeah,
if you're looking at an edge rusher who's a speed guy, right? And this makes sense. And the Niners are looking for a guy opposite of Bosa who can fulfill that D Ford role.
What happened? What?
Steelers take Drew Aller, because I know you guys would want to know this, because
that is a great pick.
I never want to interrupt you, Marco, but like that, I knew you want to hear that.
Yeah, didn't I say that earlier?
Yep, you did. You did.
The Steelers were on the clock, I think, and I said maybe Drew Aller. I think.
Our guy, I know. I can't even. Oh, my brain's farting right now.
When they took Jeremy Bernard, I said they should go Aller. So that they end up getting the quarterback that I thought they should get. But let me ask you guys this. All right, Niners are trying to go edge, speed guy on the edge, trying to get their D Ford opposite of Nick Bosa. I understand that makes sense, right? It makes sense to do.
Yeah.
Well, would you guys have taken Cassius Howe, R. Mason Thomas, the speed guys that everyone was coveting as a speed guy, over Romello Height? I want the chat to answer that. I want you guys to answer that.
Of course.
Yes, of course.
And that's with Cassius Howe arm length had me pushing down probably even into the 3rd already. I was out on him on the 1st, like not even close. You couldn't have woke me up from, like, I would be in a coma. Like, don't even try. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to put that card in on the 1st round for a guy like that. Probably not even the 2nd. I could be talked into it at 58 if you had gunned ahead and you said, these edge players, of course, I'm taking R. Mason Thomas, I'm taking Cassius Howe, and I'm also taking DDS and Kieran Crawford. No, like 10 times out of 10 and twice on Sunday. Like,
so for me, like, in the chat agreed with both of you. So for me, it's like, okay, if you're going to get the speed guy that you're looking for, that your defense really, really needs, why are you waiting so long to get the speed guy? I mean, all three of those guys have similar things. They're smaller guys, smaller frame guys. They lack the arm length. So, like, it doesn't make sense to me to get the guy who, in my opinion, that when the first step, you could argue Cassius Howe and Mason Thomas, they have a better first step. So, like, to me, if you're searching for that speed guy, why not just take one of those guys at 33 who had the younger, the upside and everything like that? To me, I'm just a little confused on what they were doing there. That's just my thought process on everything. Now, I get they thought Stribling, but they could have easily gotten the better edge rusher of those two guys who have had, in my opinion, a little bit better college careers. They end up going the guy who's had the 1 year, but
by the way,
to the last second, that's a great comment.
Packers took a guy I stopped thinking about him because this is the thing when you guys asked top 4, top 5, guy I really loved actually out of Mizzou, Chris McClellan, teammate of Josiah Trotter, teammate of Zion Young. Chris McClellan just went to the Packers. The Packers took Brandon Cisse, Chris McClellan, 2 of my guys. They were on my guys lists, and I did a third team my guy this list cheated a little bit because I just wanted to make sure people knew kind of where I stood. But I think the Packers low key are kind of having a good draft. I think getting Cisse here, getting Cisse in the second, getting McClellan in the third is nice, and I like what they're doing. I really do.
GGC Real says David's wood panels draft better than Kyle and John. Dave wants to know if John Lynch has brain damage. I mean, I don't know. He took a lot of hits in football. Steve-O says, here's $10. We appreciate you, Steve-O. You're like my brother in the chat. I argue with you, but I still love you and hate you at the same time. Go ahead.
It's nothing but love, brother. We go back and forth, brother, but it's nothing but love. We get to know each other. We'd probably not be at odds.
Let's see. A shadow draft pick. Let's see.
I don't love Zach Greer. I definitely don't love Zach Greer. He's from Missouri. Nobody loves anybody from Missouri except for Chris McClellan
at all.
My grandparents are from Missouri. I mean, I hate half my family, so I definitely don't like you. I actually love my family. They're good people when I remember them.
Well, let's see. Last year, your shadow draft was Walter Nolan.
Me? Look at me. You're talking to me?
Yeah. I mean, people are saying that, you know, you don't know what the hell. So let's.
Who's saying I don't know what the hell?
I'm just saying in general, like we have no idea, right?
Oh, that's okay. Go by
David does this. David does this every year. So Walter Nolan instead of Michael. I mean, right now that's roughly a wash because both of them got injured. You had Azariah Thomas, who was the number 2 rookie corner last year ranked.
No, he was the number 1 rookie corner in the entire NFL in forced incompletion rate.
Okay. Then you had Noel. What was he ranked?
Noel's going to be the better player than Jaden Higgins, and I like Jaden Higgins a lot. I'm an Iowa State guy. Noel's an ascending player. I know Marco disagrees with me a little bit there. I think Jalen Noel is going to get his numbers. I think he's going to carve his way out. I would have taken him at 75, 100%.
Okay. Then you had CJ West, who they took.
I like CJ West. Look, you guys hate that, I guess.
Then you had Marcus Mabau.
And which, you know, who knows, right? A 4th round player, right? In the offensive line, yeah.
And then you had Swinson.
Yeah.
You know, but we're talking 7th round picks and whatever else there later, right? So
but
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I would say Walter Nolan, Mike, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like we're all gonna miss. I think this idea that we're gonna rag on people's shadow drafts, but not ever deign to actually think about like, well, what about John Lynch, the guys who get paid millions, literally like millions of dollars to do these things?
That's my point.
Like why is this like this low hanging fruit kind of like just
pay me millions of dollars and I ain't that missing that many times.
Right. Like I've got to actually
because the thing is the difference between what some people in like who are running the show, what they're afraid to do is say, hey, what do you think? It's always it's what my ego says this is the right thing, right? Nah, hey. Delegate. Hey, I need you guys. I need everyone in this room. Who are we going with?
Yep.
And that's what the great GMs and the great front offices do. There's other front offices who the GM and the whoever the head coach or whoever the ones who are making the selections truly go, hey, I got to make the pick.
So
that's the difference between the great front offices.
I teach AP World History, AP US History, AP Human Geography. This is not a clout chase, by the way. I'm just saying, like, I go to conferences where I present at AP conferences around the country. I score AP, like, it's the college level courses for high school kids that take these classes. I work with admissions officers around the country. I do these things where we talk about one of the things that you just brought up. And then not to bring up what you would do with
Falcons
like Abraham
take
Lincoln.
Zachariah Branch, by the way. Go ahead.
Abraham Lincoln said, team of rivals, right? When he was a president, he had in his cabinet, I was just talking to my students about this the other day, right? Where he decided not to have ditto heads. He decided not to have people around him that were going to be just sycophants. He said, I'm going to have people around me that are going to challenge me to think about, like, look at my biases, reflect on it. It might not have been a perfect system, and he got kind of dragged by it at the time. And I'm not even making Lincoln out to be like some untouchable person. In fact, in history, I talk about there's no heroes and villains. It's not a Disney movie. The point, what Marco is saying, though, is that when you're at your best as a leader, you're at your best when you start to reflect on the fact that it's not my way or the highway. It's that idea that I might be wrong. And so one of the things I challenge my students to think about all the time is to challenge yourself to prove yourself wrong, not prove yourself right. And in this situation, I don't think that I'm unequivocally right at all. I think that I've been wrong plenty, but I can probably admit that. What's very unequivocally clear, though, is that we get paid $0 to talk about this, do this, and commit time to do this. And it's just a hobby, and it's our own issue if we commit time to it. And we shouldn't be thrown a pity party for doing so. The bottom line is, if this were our jobs where we dedicate our entire lives to it, as Marco just said, we would put ourselves in a position to surround ourselves with people that would challenge ourselves to go outside of our comfort zone, to go outside of our biases, but then also to kind of like coalesce around something that becomes, hey, what's the consensus even in this room? And then we should challenge ourselves, like, what are other people thinking outside of this room that are in this sector, that are in this business, and who has done it well, and what does that look like? This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about digging our heels in and saying, like, we're unequivocally right, we're flexing, and we're dopamine chasing, this is just that conversation. And I think what's become very crystal clear, and you could disagree with me in the chat, and that's fine, is that the 49ers don't think this way. The 49ers operate in this world where we're right, we're convicted, we're gold helmet guys. We don't look beyond ourselves. We just trust our eyes so much that everybody else's eyes are a distraction. And that is not how you lead. And that is not how you operate healthily. And I feel like at some point, you have to ask yourself, is this working? And I would argue that it's not. I'm not saying the 49ers have never hit on players. I'm just saying that time after time after time, if we always hang our hat on some like dart throws in day 3, but in round 3, we never hit. In round 1 and round 2, it's rare. I think that's a problem. I think it's a problem that if Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL in 2018, and that puts you in a spot where you get gifted Nick Bosa, and then you get the point where you can get a guy like Deebo Samuel because you're the top of the round. I would kill for that. I would kill for that. What changed? What changed to go Deshaun Stribling at 33 and Deebo Samuel at 36? What changed in that time?
I think that's the point, is that I can pull up David's shadow drafts, and there's going to be a lot of misses, right? But they're every bit as good, if not better in a lot of cases, than the 49ers. David does this part-time for fun so that we can have a good draft cast. Those guys are paid to do it.
Yeah.
And
the whole life.
This goes back to the best point of what you just said is this. It's been what, 5 years since we drafted Trey Lance. All right.
5.
I obviously love Trey Lance. I talked him up.
Me too.
I still get more flack for liking Trey Lance than the 49ers ever got. And they are the team that actually traded 3 first-round picks and then drafted Trey Lance. But they don't get any flack for it.
Nope.
At all. I get flack for it. It's like, well, who am I? Why do you care that I like Trey Lance? Shouldn't you be mad that the 49ers wasted all those assets on Trey Lance, but they get to get away scot-free because you got an axe to grind against Jesse in Twitter? Like, come on, man. It's weird. It's so weird. Larry Woodard says, gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you, Larry, every time.
Larry is so cool. Larry is so cool.
He says, I'm here, guys, just sad and quiet, trying to spin happiness, just not happening. But hey, go Niners. We appreciate you. And then Games of Runs Poker says, how did the 49ers consistently have a top 10 roster if they're so bad at drafting? How can you prove your shadow drafts would play out in the Niners scheme? Because they did really good early on in drafting. Like, we're not saying they always sucked. At one point, they were pretty decent. And then they've sucked for about 4 years. They've also, by the way, done a good job in trading for guys like Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and Brock Purdy was an absolute steal in round 7. I mean, that's what it comes down to. If you look at all the main players on the team, they were early regime draft picks. Early regime draft picks. Kittle, Warner, those types of players. So
that's what I said about Deebo Samuel was 36 back in 2019, right? That was 7 years. That, guys, and again, we're old. I mean, Marco's a young pup still. My God, look at that guy. Look at the
and by the way, I beg to differ. They don't have a top 10 roster anymore. They did last year and they don't this year. So let's be honest.
Why do people say that? Like, we're still hanging on. Yes, of course, George and Fred, and Mike Evans, first ballot Hall of Famer. We're talking about, though, we don't know where these players are with their health and their prime. We're not talking about careers that just accumulate and then just stick and they're always there. That idea that this is a top 10. I agree with Jess. I don't.
And I forgot about
that.
Bosa. Bosa was absolutely gifted to him because of an ACL tear.
Right. But so
Bosa was gifted.
Yep.
They traded for Trent. They traded for CMC. Kittle, Fred Warner. Those guys were a long time ago.
Yep.
Those are their best players. Brock Purdy, phenomenal pick.
I still look back to 2023 and I am dumbfounded. Wait a minute, was 2022? 2022, right? Was when Christian McCaffrey came over? Or no? Was that 23? Am I correct? No, it was 22. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those trades, it seems like not that long ago. Trent Williams was 2020, 6 years ago. Guys, these trades don't happen anymore. It's like teams wise up. I don't know what Dan Snyder was thinking. I don't know what Dave Tepper was thinking. I don't know what they were doing in that organization where they were able to say, hey, guys, here's nuclear grade material. Here's 2 of the top 10 players in the NFL. Take them. Give us peanuts for it. Cool. And honestly, I have to say, John, it still takes 2 to tango. Good job on the Niners, of course, in fleecing them in those situations. The fact of the matter is, this doesn't happen anymore. And in that situation, getting gifted these guys and then drafting back in 20, those are still that idea of being at the top. So in this top, though, this is my confusion. Why is it that the 49ers are here drafting at 33 at the top of the second round, and in 2019 at the top of the second round we're able to go with Deebo Samuel and not go and this year go Deshaun Stribling? Are we saying that Deebo, that's the thing, chat. Deshaun Stribling went 33. Deebo Samuel went 36. We could say it's hindsight all you want. At the time, for those who can remember, if you could try to memory of a memory, do you remember what your reaction was to Deebo in 19 versus Deshaun Stribling in 2026? Do you think at your heart of hearts that you had them evaluated at the same level or even comparably?
And by the way, David, here's the great thing about this. Let's just go through the last 5 drafts. Everybody who thinks we're tripping, let's just go through the players drafted. We now know who these guys are and are not in the NFL. There is no guessing game. All right, let's do it. Raise your hand when you think that we got a
me. You talking to me?
And yeah, just raise your hand when you think I name an elite player. Okay. Or even a really good pick. Trey Lance, Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, Ambry Thomas.
And I liked Ambry before. I'd like the chance, but no.
Jalen Moore.
I will say,
but he's not on the team. He's not even on the team.
No, but we're talking about Jalen Moore. We're talking about a 5th round pick here.
Sure.
A swing tackle.
Deommodore Lenoir, awesome.
Yep.
Talanoa Hufanga, awesome. And then Elijah Mitchell. But Hufanga's not even on the team. So out of 2021 draft, all the players we listed, there's 1 still left on the team. We're only talking 5 years later.
Oh, Lenoir.
Deommodore Lenoir. Let's go to the next year, 2022. Drake Jackson, Ty Davis-Price, Danny Gray, Spencer Burford, Sam Womack, Nick Zakelj, Kalia Davis, Tariq Castro-Fields, Brock Purdy. Awesome pick. Awesome pick.
Mr.
So,
Irrelevant. The last pick of
so-
the draft that Brian Greasy said stood on the table for, not Kyle Shanahan's revisionist history.
So listen, 21 and 22, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 picks, and 2 of them are still on the team. You ready? Let's keep going.
Yep, please.
2023. Oh, the Niners on the clock?
No. They
No.
trade?
Okay.
No.
Niner 2023. Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cam Latu,
My
Darrell
God.
Luter Jr.,
Good
Robert
Jesus.
Beal, D.
What?
Winters,
Ugh.
Braden Willis, Ronnie Bell, Jalen Graham.
Holy shit. The worst draft of all time.
Let's go to 2024.
Sure.
Ricky Pearsall, Bernardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Arindo, Jacob Cowing, Jarrett Kingston, Tatum Bethune.
I'm old enough to remember when
Guys.
Jacob Cowing was the next real thing.
Guys, we have evidence on these guys. Tell me what draft they've knocked out of the park out of the last 4 prior.
Go back to
last year. I'll give
Do
you
25.
last year, 'cause
Do
we don't know
25.
yet.
Let's go to 25.
Okay.
Oh, we know some things. Go to ahead.
Michael Williams,
I like
Alfred
Michael.
Collins,
Yep.
Nick Martin, Upton Stout, CJ West, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James, Marquis Siegel, Curtis Rourke, Connor Colby, Junior Bergen.
And again, we're not going to rag on 7th round picks. That's just low hanging fruit. The bottom line is, guys, we just listed off, and we didn't even do
Evidence.
20. We didn't even do 2020. We didn't even do 2020.
No.
Okay. Like, guys, that's 21. That's 5. Now we're into the 6th year. Like, that's, you could say, and there's teams that say only teams hit at this rate. Well, guys, folks, I mean, I don't know what else do you say? It's not, again, we always cheer for these players as people because, and like it or not, a lot of us, I know Jess, I just talked to Jess when you were gone, man, I talked you up, brother. I just want to say
Thanks,
to my guy, Jess, no, for real. Like, this is for real. Like, we're just talking football here, guys. It's not that serious. Even if you get into it, it's not that serious. Jesse is one of the best people I've ever met in my life. The fact, like, my wife's my best friend. My wife is a good barometer. Like, my wife knows that Jess is a good dude. And like, if my wife trusts another man, like meeting him for the first time, like, that means something to me. Like, Jesse is he's a great dad. He is a dude that, like, give you the shirt off his back. I know there's people in this chat that know that too. Like, real talk though, Jess, I love you, brother. You're a good man.
Love you too, man.
And it's like, and I know we talk about football and we're getting amped about this, and this is not, we're not Skip Bayless people. Like, we actually just kind of ourselves, but like behind the scenes, we're real people that actually care about people and care about this. And in the end, it's not that serious, right? It's just football. But like, when we're talking about this, it's like we all have this childlike kind of faith of being a football fan, that we believe in the iconic nature of the 49ers organization. And maybe that's foolish. You know, maybe that's this like nationalistic fervor of being a sports fan that's weird, right? So, but if we even can like buy into that weirdness, like, can we at least admit that the Niners are kind of weird? Like, the way in which they operate sometimes, and the way in which, like, they're doing some of these things haven't necessarily paid as much dividends as we actually think. That's all we're saying, you know? And I think that we've enjoyed successes. We've been there, but like, we've gotten close. I would say this. Do you, in the chat, do you honestly trust this regime to get us back to the spot where you are legitimately, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about winning 12 games in a regular season. I'm not talking about that in a 17-game season or 18-game season. I'm not talking about Pyrrhic victories. I'm not talking about also rans and second and runner-up banners. I'm talking about like legit contenders. Do you really believe that with what you're seeing over these draft classes that Jesse just went through, do you really believe that we are on the doorstep, or even approximating a closeness to being on the doorstep to being back again? And if you do, I will totally listen to you, and I will respectfully, honestly hear you out. I'd just love to hear the rationale.
I don't personally. Double B Studio says, I just drafted 8 tacos. I'm a better team than this. All right, here's what's happened as of late in the draft. Steelers went Drew Alar, which we know. Chris McClellan to the Packers, you know. AJ Halsey to the Colts. Zachariah Branch to the Falcons. Jacoby Lane to the Ravens. Albert Regis to the Jaguars are having an awful draft too. Dominique Orange just went to the Vikings. Your guy. There it is. There it is, brother. There it is. Trice 187 wants a ring, man. Trice 187 wants a ring.
Sheltered life, huh? Yeah. Okay. I tell you what, man.
I love how people like know.
People have no clue. They have no clue.
This is crazy, bro. This is absolutely crazy. The Bucks are on the Chris Brazzle went to the Panthers. I like that pick. This is great. 83 overall. That's a good pick.
What's my favorite taco up in the freezing tundra? That's a great question. Not enough good tacos up here. That's why I spend most of my summers in California, living the sheltered life. Yeah.
Frisco Shill says Niners aren't even on the block. Forget the doorstep. They're a great drafting team. All right, let's look at some best players available because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks, and then the Niners.
Yep. Where are we at, man? I've been lost on these picks here. Brazil, Orange, the Big Citrus.
Yeah, he went to the Panthers.
I will say
Big
this: Gladstone for the Jaguars. I got to say, he's not engendering a lot of excitement here. I thought before. I think these people are going with these like analytics wonks, but he went with Hunter with his weird, the crazy trade, and then he's gone with Berkshire and Regis. I mean, we're talking about he went with 2 Texas A&M guys. Big time reaches on both these guys. Like I think he's kind of got that smartest guy in the room gene, and I don't know if that's gonna work, man. Like I feel like that's very on brand for what we've been kind of critiquing here in Niners world. And I'm cheering for the Jags. I know a lot of guys that cover the Jags that are great beat writers and are really good independent media dudes. I'm hoping for you dudes, but boy, I don't know. Bucks got a pick, you say? No,
they're on the clock. Games of Runs Poker says, yes, we're on the doorstep with the best coach in football. We're super unlucky. And there's a lot of RNG in sports. GM is questionable. Yeah, I'd say the GM is questionable. The best coach in football. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
I mean, I think
I appreciate the super chat, but the best coach in football.
I would say Kyle Shanahan. I've long espoused. I've said this on this show tonight that at once upon a time I said give him a lifetime contract because of his mind about what he's done with Les at quarterback time and time again. And I'm not even talking about Brock here. I'm talking about like throughout his career, right? Whether it be in Cleveland, whether it be in Washington, whether it be in Atlanta. And look, Matt Ryan, again, you can say what you want. I'm sorry, Matt Ryan's not a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like this idea that what Kyle has done is impressive, and what Kyle has been able to get a lot out of nothing is impressive. I would also say, though, that you have to separate the mind from sometimes the evaluator and the guy who's pushing his thumb on the scales that dictate where this team goes. I can guarantee you right now that pick 33, 100% is Kyle Shanahan pick. No doubt about it in my mind. None. Now, there are certain things that we can't talk about because when I say this sounds, it's true though. Like we get certain information that we can't say, hey, this is where we got it, or this is how it comes. But it's like, because we protect people, right? That are good people that actually are right. And that the dynamic inside the front office right now is really kind of strange. That's all I can say. Like, Jess, can I say that? Like the dynamic right now in the front office is that there is, and also there is an evolution right now in the front office of things getting a little bit less free range, so to speak. There have been that 9 to 10 years in, not to abuse the metaphor, the clock is ticking, but the clock's ticking. Okay. Like they're like, it's not like, what have you done for me lately? It's like, what have you, like, we're gauging this not on wins and losses because the Niners are going to make money. There's so much revenue the Niners generate. It doesn't matter. You could build Levi's and never develop the outside where you could even go to a restaurant within a half mile. It doesn't matter. But Jed wants to pay the piper. Jed wants to see a winner, like a real winner. I can tell that's read between the lines in this, but that things are getting the leash is getting a little shorter. And I just don't know if this draft is going to do that. The Browns just traded 105, 145, and 206 for 86. That's a lot. That is a lot. Now, I don't know. Maybe the Browns came into this draft with more picks than I can remember, but holy moly. I mean, yes, they are moving up 19 spots. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. But it's 3 draft picks for one. It's significant. So whoever the Browns are coming up for 86 must mean something here. And we're not even getting picks yet for the Bucs and the Steelers. So
Alex says, just came from Coaches Live. Just wanted to show you guys some love as well. I appreciate you. But I'm actually appalled by the second day 100. I'm getting another drink, guys. Us too, bud. Us too. I don't know what the hell.
I got some hey, big talk. I got some friends who are in Napa and Hillsbury, the sheltered life, by the way, because everybody that lives in Napa, by the way, that people don't know in the wine industry, most people that work in the wine industry are actually really blue collar people. It's the bougie people that own the resorts, but a lot of the people that work in those places that make things happen, that take second and third jobs, working at bars and slinging pizzas and beers, are actually working 3 jobs and wearing different hats and hardly able to pay the rent. So maybe you learn a little bit of the economy before you talk about people being sheltered. But this idea of saying Paso Robles, it's another area down by Big Sur, down by Slow. It's a great place to get some wine. So I'm going to take another drink too, brother, because I need it. I drink one for my Chihuahua friend.
Steelers are who did the Steelers take?
Yeah, you have no clue, bro.
They haven't said, I don't think.
Go across the street.
Bucks took Georgia's. God, Ted Hurst, another receiver for the Bucks. Jeez, man, they just love their. And then Brazel went 83. Jeez, man. Browns have selected offensive tackle Austin Barber from Florida. Who did the Steelers take?
The Steelers took Ted Hurst was the guy that I remember that Marco liked a lot.
He went to the Bucks though.
The Browns have selected Austin Barber.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So what's it? Where did I miss this?
Did the Steelers get jumped? Like what's?
I'm scrolling, brother, and I don't see it.
Like, seriously, sad. What is going on?
I'm sad about the Big Citrus, but I'm happy for my Vikings friends because I love the Big Citrus. I think he's going to transcend that draft spot. I think he's not a sexy selection because he's not necessarily so.
No, Alar was way earlier though.
Yeah, Aller was at 76.
Or Aller was at 76. Now they're at 85.
Yep.
We don't know who they took at 85.
Because the Browns took whom?
Austin Barber. Yeah.
Who I had a lot of mixed. I had a lot of people in my circle that were mixed on that, but boy, the people that liked Austin Barber really liked Austin Barber. And there were some people, I didn't meet anybody that, I hate Austin Barber. There were people like, yeah, I don't know. It's not moving me. But boy, there were people that talked about Austin Barber being like, hey, here's a guy, Chris Collinsworth style. Like, so that's got me, this is what I like about the mock process. This is what I like about the draft process is you go through these things. And by the way, it's that team of rivals thing I was talking about. Go talk to people who have different opinions. And then once the fun thing after this draft tomorrow ends, is you go back and go through, and then I go back and kind of triangulate with other people. I say, hey, fill in the like person, like, what do you think about this? I remember you told me about this and I didn't quite jive with what I saw, but like, where do you feel this person fits
Steelers took Dalen Everett.
Oh my God.
Your guy.
Yep.
Dang.
I always said the mock draft machines, folks, the mock draft machines had Dalen Everett at like 160. And I said, there's no way he gets to triple digits. None. Absolutely zero. And I think that's the thing that when people say you don't know, I do respect people saying that because these mock draft machine culture is just weird. I feel really fortunate to have connected with some really, really good people who have reminded me that oftentimes what the public thinks, this isn't like staring down the nose. This is like the idea that like oftentimes even like the big talking heads that run these machines, they put a lot of work in, but they're trusting their eyes more than necessarily trusting their ears, or like maybe like broadening their horizons and like really looking beyond some of their own biases. And the idea that and Dalen Everett might flop. Ted Hurst might, all these guys might flop. And in fact, there's probably a high likelihood that most of them do. But the idea that I think Dalen Everett, he's a 5-star prospect. Okay. He goes to Georgia where he's on the biggest stage. He takes a little bit of a while to get productive, but then when you put him in a position in big games, yeah.
Sorry, I gotta say this too.
Go ahead.
I didn't even know this about Romello Height. So not only is he 25 years old, slight frame, short arms, 1 year of production and 6 years of college, he's had 2 shoulder surgeries.
Yeah, but somebody told me that Malachi Lawrence's shoulder surgeries were a non-starter and why they wouldn't consider him in the first round. So then they're going to say, well, yeah, but that's why we take this guy in the third. But he's 25. And he already was a third round.
Listen, I was fine with Malachi Lawrence, right? Because he was much younger and super talented. I'm not saying the shoulder surgeries by themselves are enough to like not take them. But when you add in everything, man, it's like how much? How many things are stacked against this guy?
Hey, Jess, we've got 3 more picks before us. And so I'm going to just
start looking. Yeah.
Let's start looking. I'm not going to go even. I'm going to go back and I'm going to be honest with people. I'm not going to, when we're in the moment talking, I'm not going to sit here. I will give you an honest shadow draft. My shadow draft is going to be what I would have done, a player I was considering, and then what I would have done based on my pick, what I would have done based on the 49ers pick, and I will be dead honest. I'm going to go position by position here. Let's be real. Let's go best available. And I'm going to go see here. We've got time a little bit here. Let's take running back, for instance. At this point, would I consider running back at 90? Hell yeah. Okay. Like if I'm like, I'm just saying any running backs that I would take at 90, because I'm just looking at good players at this point. I'm not saying I would do it. Mike Washington, Nick Singleton, Damon Claiborne. I'm thinking about it. I'm not saying I would do it, but these are guys I like. At receiver, I love Skylar Bell. I love Elijah Surratt. I like at this point, Chris Bell is like, hell yeah. But he had an ACL tear in December. 3rd round, I'm taking him. That's it. Okay. Tight end. Eli Raridan. That's kind of it. Okay. Did Oscar Delp get taken? He must have.
Yeah, he did.
OT.
He got taken a while ago.
Jude Bowery is a guy that I would love to take here as a swing tackle, but I'm sure that they won't because, we're going to win now. Emmanuel Pregnan is probably the top of my list.
He's got to be.
That's the only guard I'm looking
Sam
at.
Heck, I would take.
Sam, and then at center, I'm looking at Sam Heck and Trey Zoom.
Connor Lew.
Yep. So here's the thing. I'm going to be real with you. At this point, I'm looking at Heck, Zune, Pregnan. I'm not saying in that order. I'd probably go Pregnan, Heck, Zune. Pregnan, Heck, Zune is where I would go here. And that's probably going to be my shadow draft. At DT, there's some good players here. A guy that I love down the road, but not right here. But if they took him, I'd be fine with it, is DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson. Boy, these Clemson players, I'm telling you, Dabo Swinney knows how to recruit. But DeMonte Capehart is, he is a specimen. Okay. This guy is at 6'5", 313. He is 4.85. Think about this, man. 6'5", 313 at 4.85 in the 40. Dude, can you guys, like, I'm sorry. This is where you take guys like this in the 3rd round, who was highly recruited, who sometimes dipped in production. This year kind of had an upswing. I'm cool with this at 90. I am absolutely cool with this at 90. Linebacker, I'm looking at guys like Kyle Lewis, who is actually not even more a traditional linebacker. He's kind of like a linebacker safety. I love him. That's kind of it.
I don't care. I would take a chance on Jermod McCoy right now. I don't care at this point.
I haven't got that far yet. Yeah.
If you're taking an injury, listen, if you're taking a chance on a 25-year-old guy with injuries and is undersized and short arms and all that, at pick 70, then this pick here at pick 90, give me the guy who's the most talented corner in the draft, who may or may not play football again. I don't give a shit. Who cares at this point?
But Jess also, this is where in the third round, doubling up on edge, why not? Why not you just say, like, we're taking stabs, just like we take stabs at quarterback? Why not we say, we took Romello Height, why not take Jayshon Barham? Why not take Denied and Sutton? Why not try to see what happens there? At quarterback, Jermon McCoy, like you said, it's worth it. Keontae Scott, 25 years old. Boy, oh boy, I would have taken Keontae Scott at 25 over Romello Height.
What are the Dolphins? Dolphins are awful too.
I don't get it.
What they're doing.
Keith Abney. What they're doing. Here's the thing I'm looking at safety. I'm real excited about. Jalen Kilgore, Kamari Ramsey, VJ Payne. So if I were being honest with you, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Kilgore, Ramsey, Payne. I'm looking at McCoy and Scott as just like, hey, at this point, why not? Why not? Dr. Seuss didn't know it. Poet didn't know it. Barham and Sutton. I'm looking at Kyle Lewis. I'm looking at Capehart, and I'm looking at Hecht, Pregnon, and Zune. There's a lot of players there. Please
Pregnon just went to the Jags. Pregnon just went to the Jags.
Okay, so I was just ripping on Gladstone, and then he takes the guy I love. So that was my number one. That's gone. Okay, expected. But look, again, Pregnon at 33 would have been better than Stribling at 33.
So I would have taken Pregnon at 33 or 58.
Guys, I talked to some guys. I have some friends who are offensive line coaches at the collegiate level who do some area scout work, and they are not Jesus Christ, right? They are not unimpeachable. They are not people that can that you are infallible. Okay. But there were a couple of them that didn't really like Pregnon, but there were a couple of them that said, I am absolutely have a low first round grade if it was relative to this class, a high second round, but would consider absolutely taking him in a first round of this year's draft class. So as a non-offensive line coach, where I heard that enough in circles of people that have typically been right more than they've been wrong, that carries weight for me. So yes, unequivocally, I can say on that recommendation that 33 there, I think the Vegas money is smarter on Pregnon than it is on Stribling.
And Pregnon just went 88. I'm not Stribling.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, I'm done.
And Pregnon's 24, 25 too, right? Like he's an older player too. But Pregnon, the idea that he went from USC, I think he had a little bit of an injury, but he'd done well at all of those places. Whereas Romello Height never really did well anywhere. This is kind of like it's a Mesidor of Mesidor peaking.
I just want to throw this out there. I just want to throw this out there. We had two guys as our top two guys coming into today that the 49ers should take. Chase Basantis, TJ Parker. The 49ers went with Deshaun Stribling. The next two picks were Chase Basantis and TJ Parker.
Yep.
So to act like we have no clue, I mean,
no.
Some clue. Some clue.
I just talked about that with Anthony Hill. I just listed. I mean, the four guys I listed, they're all gone. And Antonio Williams, the only
49ers are on the clock. 49ers are on the clock. LSU wide receiver Xavier Thomas went to the Bears.
Oof.
49ers are on the clock. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that pick. I agree. 49ers are on the clock. Let's go receiver, dude. Chris Bell right here.
Why not? No, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I don't care. It's not neat. I don't care anymore. I'll go. I think Zune and Hecht to me, like we said, are fine here. If I'm going, I doubt it goes that route.
They'll probably go Jennings Dunker. They're gonna go Jennings Dunker. I'm calling it right now.
I'm gonna list. I'm gonna list guys that would be I'd be totally cool with. Jermon McCoy, Keontae Scott, Mike Washington, even for Christ's sake. I mean, like Kilgore, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Keith Abney, Chris Bell, Sam Hecht, Tiernan, Barham, Lewis, DDS.
They're going Jennings Dunker. I can feel it in my loins.
Kamari Ramsey, Trey Zune. I will say this. I think and if they went tight end here, if it was Eli Raridan, I wouldn't hate it at all. DeMonte Capehart, I'll take him. VJ Payne, I would love here. I don't.
What do you think of Jennings Dunker? What do you think of him?
I don't want him. I don't like him. He's slow and he's plodding and he doesn't make any sense.
I think he's the third best interior offensive lineman on that team.
He is, and he doesn't have the athleticism to do it. I'll take Trey Zune over him and Sam Hecht all day, every day, twice on Sunday. I don't care. Like, I don't want him. People like him because he has a red mullet. People, honest to God.
49ers have selected running back Kalen Black.
Hey, I'll say this. I'm going to go back and find my tweets, brother. I said look, you know, and people in the chat could say, you say all these things. Kalen Black is a player. This is the same reaction I had with Nick Martin last year. You'll remember this, where I didn't want Nick Martin in the 7th, but I liked him a lot as far as like, hey, but I liked him as a 7th round pick or a 6th round pick. Kalen Black is a player that I thought Kyle would like as running back. He has the requisite juice to work. He is a tough dude. He is a good player. He is a decent blocker. He is a guy that I think that can be, I'm glad that they drafted a running back, but taking a running back in this situation over better running backs like Damon Claiborne and Mike Washington doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But yet a player that I liked as a running back, Kalen Black was in my top 10 running backs. I guess that's what we do now, though, in the 3rd round, is that we're comfortable with like our 10th or 11th rated running back in the 3rd, and maybe one like the 4th running. Is he even like the 3rd running back taken? Jesse, are you still alive? Hold up, guys, chat. Oh, there he is. I just wanted to check because I was actually going to have a moment if Jesse had died and I had resumed talking about other running backs like I was a draft wonk, and my last words to Jesse were Damon Claiborne, I'd have a problem with that. Okay. We drafted a running back, folks. In the 3rd round, I had said if we went Damon Claiborne and Mike Washington, maybe at least we have players that I feel that can be functional. And I actually think Kalen Black can be a functional player. This is the same reaction I had with Nick Martin last year. I like Kalen Black a lot as a player in the 5th and 6th round. And people could say, what's the difference? Well, the difference is I like other players more. The difference is that, again, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, this is, guys, you guys can say whatever you want. That Jesse and David are saying these things. I just said in 3rd person, oh, I got to go do push-ups for that. The thing is that you could go back and say the Niners are doing what everybody says they do. They do it every year. They're doing the Gladstone thing. In Jaguars land, they're reaching beyond consensus more than any team in the NFL, and they do it every year. And then, in fact, they've done it with every single pick. And by the way, the Niners have only picked 3 times, right?
Yes.
So we started with 27 and 58, and we ended up with 33, 70, and 90. Are you telling me that Dijon Stribling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black are better as a triad than what you could have had at 27 and 58? Now, granted, they still would have been drafting and made the mistakes. If you guys got chat. I want you to be honest. Find an NFL team. There's 32 of them. Find an NFL team that has at least a minimum of 3 position players taken in this draft by the end of the night. We're going to be here tonight. Compare those 3 objectively to the 49ers 3, and where do you think they end up? Kalen Black is a 6th to 7th round pick. Maybe late 5th for me. Maybe, probably not. Last year, Jesse, you saw my reaction when Nick Martin. I actually got more excited for Nick Martin than I did Kalen Black. I was like, ooh, because I was like a guy that I thought was like a sleeper pick that nobody was talking about because I got geeked out about it. And then quickly I was like, oh yeah, that was my like late 6th, early 7th, like sleeper pick. And I was going to go talk about him as a geek. And they took him in 75 in the 3rd round. Mm-mm. Remember they took Nick Martin over Upton Stout. Remember that? And Nick Martin was a healthy scratch all year, but played a little special teams.
Hold on. I got one more thing to look at.
Bro, Jordan James, by the way, chat, I want to tell you guys. So I have it on good. This is the funny part. This is the good part of the night. You guys should. I feel like I'm teaching about FDR right now in U.S. history. We're talking about the fireside chats and the Civilian Conservation Corps and the New Deal and all of these different social programs that had like varying degrees of support and resistance in society for good reason, right? Like this, like it's good to actually support or disagree with things. And the idea that what he was doing was not all good or not all bad or not all in between. When we look at this kind of little microcosm of what's happened here, Jordan Watkins last year, when I think it was 4th round, Jordan James, 2 Jordans, Jordan squared. Okay, 2 guys, never injured, healthy all year, healthy scratches. It's a pattern. Okay, Jordan Watkins goes to Ole Miss. We then go Deshaun Stribling at 33. I was just doing some research tonight. Doing my own research. We went in and said like Jordan Watkins production scale versus Deshaun Stribling. Matt Mayoko went overboard to tell me that he had back-to-back 800-yard seasons. Okay. That's fun. Okay. In an RPO offense where you have high-volume plays in Lane Kiffin world, he doesn't have a polished rush. Jordan Watkins is actually more of a Kyle receiver than Deshaun Stribling, but yet Kyle wanted Deshaun Stribling more. Then you go to Jordan James, who said, hey, I've got a plan. I was told on good standing by people within the building that they have a plan for Jordan Watkins and Jordan James. A plan. This is what I was told. This is what several of us were told by people that are in the building. You can believe me or if not, that's fine. I don't give a shit if you believe me or not. I really don't. Okay. Then you go with 2. You have 3 picks, right? 2 of them are for Deshaun Stribling and Keelan Black. But yet you had a plan for Jordan James and Jordan Watkins.
Trey Zune went to the Raiders.
Right after that? Fun.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to throw this out there real quick.
Man, stop complaining, Matt. Stop complaining.
Before the draft started, I said there was one position that the 49ers cannot take, and I'm tired of them taking. And it was running back. And they just took one in round 3. All right. I'm going to go through the rankings of just across the board on this player. Okay. NFL Draft Buzz had him as a 7th round pick. PFF had him as a 5th round pick. Ringer had him as a 7th. PFSN 7th. Draft Scout 6th. ESPN 7th. Draft Tech 7th. MDDB 7th. We just took him in round 3.
Go to Dane Brugler.
You're gonna have to. I don't have it. I don't have the Athletic.
Guys,
will you pull it? I don't have it. I don't have the Athletic.
I got it. I had to take my headphones off because I can't take it any longer.
I gotta know what Dane said.
Yeah, I'll get it. We also had Jayshawn Barham just went. I mean, we're just taking people left and right that are good players in and around us.
The funny thing is the guys that we're saying we're okay with are literally going immediately before or immediately after every single time. So it's like, we may be idiots, but I guess every team that drafts around the 49ers are also idiots every single time. Every single time. It's happened all night long. Starting with the very beginning.
I'm looking it up. Hold on one second, Jess. I got a level head tonight. We good for a while? Can we talk for a while? Because I got to talk this out.
Yeah, Dane Brugler. What did he?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Oh, and we're looking at Keelan Black, correct?
Yep.
Oh boy, it's not good. Oh, I'll say. I think you had him higher. Oh, here's the thing. He had him as a 10th rated running back. That's what I had him. I had him as my 10th rated running back. I just said that. Did you hear me? I said the same thing. 6th round.
Okay, so here's the consensus. NFL Draft Buzz 7th, PFF round 5, Ringer 7th, PFSN 7th, Draft Scout 6th, ESPN 7th, Draft Tech 7th, MDDB 7th, Dane Brugler 6th. And just so we know, the Ringer is Todd McShay.
And I don't. And again,
and you're not a McShay fan. I'm not, but I'm just saying across the board, man.
Yep.
This is
guys. I'm old enough. Again, somebody in the chat, and I'm not even trying to be like butthurt about this, but like told me I live a sheltered life. Like, I want you to understand, like, I don't look for pats on the back, but I work in public education. Okay. My whole career, I work with the kids who come in the door, and I love them. That's my life. I love my kids. I love my wife. I love my students. This is just fun. This is football, right? Like, I work in the prison system. I worked in juvenile detention, where I've been a case manager for kids who are on the brink of nothing. Who I'm the only ally they have, and I'm not even looking for club, because you guys don't even know who I am. I don't monetize anything, but I don't live a sheltered life. Actually, like when we talk about football, right? We're just talking about entertainment, bread and circus. Somebody said that before, and I completely agree with them. Like, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Okay. So we all, though, have this childlike kind of nationalistic fervor for our favorite teams. We care enough to sit here and be on these live shows, to be following the draft, to be looking at these players and like doing all these things. Yeah, you just joke and troll. Yeah. Now you're joking and trolling. That's fun. That's fun, buddy. What have the 49ers done? Like, Kyle Shanahan has already gone as a savant. So we already knew Kyle Shanahan was smart, right? Right? Kyle Shanahan's a smart mind. That's an advantage, right? Inherently. Jess, are we correct? Like, he's a weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that covers for some other foibles and mistakes. So if not for that mind, if let's say we were working with a coach who didn't have necessarily the acumen to make something out of nothing, let's give Kyle Shanahan that credit, because he deserves those flowers. He does. But then when we give Kyle this outsized influence of being a thumb on the scales dude, because John Lynch, guys, is a baby kisser, a politician, and a figurehead. And if you don't think otherwise, you have no clue what's going on. These are Kyle picks. This is Kyle Shanahan. This is what it looks like to have unchecked power. But believe you me, this year, Jed York has said, you're on watch. This is as much as I can say without getting in trouble. I'm serious, because I don't want to hurt other people that have entrusted this to me. Jed York has said, you are on a shorter leash. You can say that I'm crazy. I can assure you I'm not.
Bro.
And you know what Kyle's done, though? Kyle has said, cool. Bet. This is what Kyle is doing right now. I'm dead ass. Kyle is saying, you want to tell me I'm on a short leash? You want to tell me I'm being watched? Watch this. Guys, there is nobody with a bigger ego, and everybody needs an ego as an NFL coach. God knows NFL coaches need and have egos. Cornerbacks have egos. Quarterbacks have egos. Receivers have egos. Here's your draft. You're going to talk about this in a minute. Kyle Shanahan is saying, I'm Kyle Shanahan. How dare you step on my tail? How dare you get up in front of me and put me on blast? You think that I need to be on a short leash? I'm going to show you that you need to put me on a shorter one. And this is what's going on right now. Kyle is saying, I can do this. I'm that guy so much that I can butcher this so badly, and it's not going to matter. I'll still get some wins. I'm that guy. I'm still going with my gut instead of consensus. I'm still going with only me. If you guys don't think that this is the case, hey, brother, I've actually said I've looked like just Charles Manson myself. I take that as a compliment, even though I don't think Charles Manson's a cool dude. Like, I've actually had a picture of me like side by side with Charles Manson during COVID. It was wild. And COVID got rangy, man, because I could buy a razor, couldn't go inside. Like, I actually will go show you the picture of where I look more like Charles Manson than I do now. and I can assure you
Somebody
that
said that in the chat.
I've passed background checks.
Hey,
every
let
year.
me talk about this real quick.
Please.
The 49ers, rounds 1 through 3, 20 to 25, have been the biggest reaching team across the board. Do you know that they've continued that trend with Stribling being a 58 pick reach? And I don't even want to know what this one's going to be.
This doesn't even include 2026.
No, this doesn't include 2026. But Stribling was a 58 pick reach.
Yep.
And we probably just got another, I'd say 70 plus pick reach, 60 plus pick reach. I would almost guarantee it. That's insane.
Yeah.
So we can talk about
kill the draft. We're going to go beyond the board.
It's funny. It's funny because this was a big topic of conversation before the draft. Oh, who's a big board? We don't know. Da, 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 da. All I know is that if they just stuck with the big board, they would draft better than what they do now. That much is clear. We know that factually because we just went through their last 5 drafts that were not very good. And if they had just stuck to the big board, they would have had better drafts across the board. We know that. That's empirical fact at this point.
Yes,
they just did it again by reaching way more than any other team in 2 straight picks again.
Jesse, there's 2 things I want to bring up here.
Man,
if you look at this graph, and I'm looking at this camera now, the guy said I look at Charles Manson. It's been 6 years since I thought about it. I'm like, oh my goodness, do I run a cult? Now I look at this. Do my kids think I do? Am I going to get fired tomorrow? I look at this draft and I see 2 interesting things, because what you just mentioned with the Stribling pick, the Romello Height pick, and the Kalen Black pick, they might have to bring the margin, Jesse. Do you see this, Jesse? This margin isn't even equal. So they have -60 on the left. They have 100 on the right. -60 means that you would be going like actually the reverse of reaching, that you are getting players of value. Now, you don't see that happen very rarely for any team. That doesn't happen often. That means that the teams are doing the best. Now, that doesn't always mean that you're going to have success, right? This is just 2020 to 2025, okay? So I look at the Steelers, but they're kind of usually competitive. The Ravens, they're in it. The Giants, right? But
the Romello High pick is not going to be a reach, by the way. It's just not. We don't like it, but it's not going to be a reach.
Yes, it will.
Not a big reach.
Oh, it's
not a big reach. I promise you, it won't. Not against big board.
It'll be a decent reach. Okay,
I don't think so.
It will be. Okay, but it's not to the degree of the Stribling, the Black scale. Okay,
the Stribling 58 picks and Black is going to be like 80 picks probably.
So what I'm saying is, what do you notice? You notice that with exclusively with Stribling and Black, that may put them over 100. They may have to make this margin bigger just for the 49ers. They might have to change this entire graph. And the only team in the entire NFL that does not have a bar that is at least adjacent to the 0, the only team is the Jaguars. Everybody else has a bar that goes to the left of the red line. The 49ers are the only team that not only aren't adjacent or abut the red line, they have a big white gap, right? A Cabo Boy gap, a big white Cabo Boy gap in between the red line and the far left end of their line. Yeah, you're seeing it. Look at that. This is like a John Madden telestrator.
This is literally saying from 2020 to 2025, they have not made a pick that wasn't a reach.
Right. So we're looking at this. I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm imploring the chat to say, if you think Jesse and I are insane, we are. That's true.
This is
crazy. But if you look at this, and we don't say this is gospel, but yet what this is an opinion, right? So let's go back to talk about why this is an opinion. This is consensus. This is as broad. I go back to Lincoln Team of Rivals, right? This is actually getting away from the myopic kind of like blinders idea of like, it's my way or the highway. This is considering, like Jesse said, empirically, the consensus, like as many different perspectives as possible without it being just like my drunk uncle down the street who doesn't know the name of the quarterback of his favorite team. Okay, we're talking about people who are in the draft business, the business of actually scouting, people that are afforded that type of clout and status to actually be listened to. Okay, not not the average consensus of mock draft machines from like 90 million people around the world. Okay, people that do this, that have conferred status in that situation. Okay, and the Niners draft, it does not even touch the only there's one team. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it goes right up against that 0 line. Every single other team goes to the left of it. The Niners not only have a gap, they have a sizable gap. In fact,
and it just got bigger, David. It got bigger after today because this doesn't include today. Hold on real quick. Here's the picks after the 49ers. Trey Zune, Jayshon Barham, Keegan Trost, Chris Bell. So Zune went to the Raiders. Jayshon Barham went to the Cowboys, by the way, another good pick. Keegan Trost went to the Rams. Chris Bell went to the Dolphins. Eli Raridan went to the Patriots, and Jennings Dunker went to the Steelers.
And there's Eli Raridan, one of my favorite tight ends. And I'm out on tight ends now. That's it. I don't have any tight ends I want anymore. Cool.
So we have the Vikings, the Seahawks, and the Jags. Hey, shout out to the Dolphins. I was crapping on all their picks, and
I'm going to be right back.
That was a good one.
I got to go make your calls, man. It's been a long night.
Chris Bell was a good pick for the Dolphins. Guys, listen. Okay. Before the draft started, I said there was one position the 49ers could not take. I know I just said this, but I want to throw this out there. The reason I'm throwing it out there again is because with all the trade backs that they made, I would be okay with them taking a running back at some point because they accrued other picks, okay? But to take this big of a reach, the 49ers, gosh, man, they've passed on so many good prospects, to take the players that they have taken, the reaches that they have taken. And the crazy thing is, the pick that we've talked about the most tonight, probably because I wasn't here for very long after the Stribling pick, I had to go coach my son's football game, has been the Romello Height. And I know David said that he thinks it'll be a major, I don't think it's going to be a major reach, personally. I think it's going to be pretty in line. However, there's a lot of red flags with that pick. And that was probably the best pick that they could make according to the area they were picking and where that prospect lands on most across the big board. Okay. That was the best pick they made. And there are so many red flags. The fact that they just took Keelan Black either for sure tells you they're probably out on Isaac Guerrero, who they just traded up for 2 years ago. And now he's competing with a running back that they took just last year. Just last year. The 49ers have taken TDP, Elijah Mitchell, Guerrero, Sermon. Who was the first running back that they took that was absolute garbage? Now they've taken Black and they've taken James. There's a possibility none of these guys pan out. None of them. Not a single one. And again, it's not, the funny thing is in all of these scenarios, it has nothing, it really almost has nothing to do with the prospect themselves. Keelan Black might be a good player, but you could have had Keelan Black if you really, really loved him and had to have him on your roster. You don't have a 6th and a 7th round pick. You could have had him in round 5. You could have had him in round 5. Same player. If you really like Stribling, you probably could have just taken him at pick 90. If you really, really had to have him. Okay? So, it's not the prospect. I'm not saying the prospect is garbage. But where you're taking them it's not value. There's no value there. None. It's like you go to a garage sale and you buy I don't know, let's say a baseball card that has a value of $50, but you spend $150 on it. Does it mean the baseball card has no value? No, it does have value. It's a pretty good value. But you spent $150 on that card that's worth $50. Why? Why? You could have had it if you bought it for $25 and it was worth $50, you got a good deal. That's what the 49ers are doing. So I hope all these players are really good players. Just like I hope that Ricky Pearsall was going to be a really good player, and I still have hope for him. But man, it's still a reach. Ricky Pearsall was still a reach. I don't care. I don't care what he does this. If he's amazing this year, he still could have been had 30 picks later, 25 picks later. And that's really what it comes down to. That's
Are we talking about running backs? We're talking about running backs.
I'm just talking players in general, David, prospects in general, and trying to not crap on these players who just got drafted and had their dreams realized. I'm not trying to crap on the player.
No.
Just, okay, I'll give you another example. If the Rams had taken Ty Simpson late round 2,
Niners still would have made fun of it. They would have made fun of it.
No, but it would have been more. It would have been universally acceptable. Who cares what we think? And the Niners, but it would have been universally acceptable. It would have been. Or if the Cardinals had taken him at the top, let's say the Cardinals took him at the top of round 2, it'd have been like, okay, yeah, I get it, whatever. But because the Rams took him at 13, it's an awful pick. It's an awful pick. Sorry, David, I'm muting you while you're eating. You got the crunches in my ear. It's good. It's a bad pick based off of value. That's all I'm saying. And the 49ers, based off of this right here, rounds 1 through 3, since 2020, have not had a pick and where they did not reach somewhat. And the crazy thing is, I can't wait until we see the black and the Romello Height one. Stribling, we know, was a 58 pick reach. That we know. Black is going to be an astronomical reach, even worse. I'm saying Romello Height's probably going to fall pretty close. I bet you it's within 10 picks. Romello Height might be the least reached player that they've taken rounds 1 through 3 since 2020. And Romello Height is undersized, 25 years old, played 6 years of college, has short arms, had 1 year of production, and 2 shoulder surgeries. That's what we're talking about right now.
So
this is not a good draft at all.
Well, no shit. Despite
at all.
Guys, this is the running. So I'm going to go to Romello Height. Where was he drafted? What was the position? What number?
Romello Height was, what did we take him? 70?
No.
58?
Okay.
I don't remember. Or no, 70. We took him 70. Let
me see. Okay, you're right. I mean, I think like it did. Jalen Husky, that was a guy that actually Larry Krueger was talking about. He just went
to the
yeah, guess what? It's another.
The Jags.
Julian Neal, a cornerback I really liked out of Arkansas, who I was going to say more of that 4th round. He went to Seattle. And
okay. So what was Romello Height? What was? It wasn't a reach, was it?
I'm looking at Romello. No. It's going to end up being a reach. I'm just looking at Dane Brugler, for instance. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, where was he selected? 70?
70. Yep.
Oh boy. You can keep talking. I might have missed it. Hold on 1 second. We're going back up to 70.
I think he might be in the 60s, man.
No. Okay. Dane Brugler had him at 80. But
not that big of a reach.
So I had, though, when I look at, if I go to PFSN, and I look at, let's see, we're going to go to PFF, for instance. And we're going to go to player pool. And I'm going to go to edge. Romello height for PFF was 77. Yep. I mean,
yes, right in line.
So that's fair. I mean, I guess. So I mean, hey, I'm not going to be a person that says that I'm going to sit here and like dig my heels.
I think I want to say, if the consensus is the same that PFSN has, which it may be, it may not be, they have him at 87.
87. Okay. So fair enough. And if we said that consensus is 87, that's a 17 reach,
17 pick reach. Yep.
Now in the third round, that's not unheard of. But
you want to know what? Again, you want to know what Black was ranked? You want to know what Black was ranked?
What?
164. 164. We took him at 90. That's a 74 pick reach.
But what I'm saying is to have a 17 margin reach
out of here, man.
In the third round be your safest pick.
Right.
Is wild.
Absolutely wild.
I also think that I'm going to be real with you. I disagree. I will say that was a player that and this is where I'm guilty of doing what I said the Niners are doing, but I would say with Romello height, because he's 25, because he took a long time. I'm sorry, I got my glasses on. I know they're glaring on this light, and I hate. That's why I never wear glasses. But it's getting late. I would say that the idea of being 25 years old, having a very extreme lack of production, and that mitigates that to me. And I don't think that's necessarily being factored in fairly. I think he is a guy who is maxed out on weight. I think he's definitely maxed out on height. No pun intended. Actually, it was pun intended there. You get it?
I got it. Does this character in football? Fuck out of here with that, dude. I'm sorry, Steve. I'm like, fuck out of here with that, dude. Stop.
Like
football character, man. He loves the game of football. He's a football guy. Okay. Yeah. Well, guess what? Is he getting paid? And is he really fucking good to play football? Whether he likes it or not, I don't give a crap. Like, I don't give a crap. Did every player after them have a rap sheet? Yeah. Come on, man.
What I love about that is like that idea exactly is that insinuates that only the Niners. Do you guys realize the childlike faith it takes to like? It's like childlike. It's a Santa Claus faith. I'm not talking. This is not me. I'm not diminishing faith. I'm talking childlike faith of like things that are superficial, right? Things that are, I'm talking about Santa here. Okay. That idea, that fervent kind of nationalism of like, only my team cares about character. Only my team cares about, right? I don't understand it. And so here's my thing is like, if the safest pick you took was a 25-year-old defensive pass rusher, a designated pass rusher who farmed around a bunch of teams that couldn't stick and had his best production at 25 against 19-year-olds. But yeah, there was another guy out of Miami, Akeem Mesidor, that actually went in the first round that did have consensus capital in the first, who I would not have taken in the first round either. And guess what? Some of us sometimes hit on those instincts more than others. This idea, like, color me crazy. What's he say? What's he saying?
He says, if I get one more ad while already being pissed.
AD, what's he saying? Am I
Hey,
nuts?
pay. You know what? You know what, Clutch Gene?
Yeah.
Welcome to 2026. All right. YouTube Premium. It exists.
Oh, this guy's sitting here living in Modesto. I got doxed him already. I said I couldn't believe one of the greatest moments. I was sitting here talking about how Jesse's a nice guy and a good dad and all this stuff. And this dude's like, and I said, Marco's going to be a dad. And I said, and then Marco was doing something to me. And I said, I'm not going to give you that Anthony Edwards jersey that I said I was going to give you your new baby. And then somebody said, Anthony Edwards is the father of Marco's child. And Marco took it in stride. And he was like, that'd be sweet. I mean, Ant's a cool dude. And I'd make a lot of money off of that, I'm sure. It was a true Vrabel Rossini situation. And it was
hey,
like
Marco, just like you try to talk us into TDP, talk us into Black, please. Please talk us off the ledge on Black. Please.
I'll talk you off the ledge. I like Kalen Black.
Yeah, please.
So Kalen Black is a guy that I like a lot more than Roman Hemby. I think he is I'm joking, bro. We know you don't live in Modesto. You live in Clovis. I'm joking about that too.
I can't, man.
Yeah. You're a Visalia guy. Excuse me. You're a Merced guy. Excuse me. No, you're a what are you? You're a Central Valley guy. You know that. Don't give me that. And that's the thing. Marco's always saying he's going to meet up with us, and he never meets up with us. He's always got something to do. Okay. Well, he's going to find out. I'm going to show up at his doorstep this summer with an Anthony Edwards jersey and say, you are not the father. Anyway, guys, the night is over. We're going into the fourth round. I'm sitting here with my guy, Jess. I'm sitting here reflecting. I've been a Niners fan since 1987. Since I was 5 years old, guys. I'm old. I've been a kid that was raised in Iowa. I'm not a Bay Area guy. I know some of you Bay Area guys think that's impossible. But like I said, a lot of us kids that used to live, and this is actually goes back. It's funny. I'm a history teacher. Radio is the same thing as TV in a lot of ways. So back in the day, there were a lot of St. Louis Cardinals fans on the West Coast. There were no West Coast baseball teams back then. And radio had a lot bigger functional region and reach than TV did. And so you see a lot of St. Louis Cardinals fans in Colorado and Nevada and Utah and New Mexico and Arizona and California because of it, because they predated. And a lot of those guys are come and gone now. So obviously you're going to have your Giants, your Dodgers, and everybody else, right? Your Rockies and things like that. But I look back at my fandom, and I've been a fan for a long time. Absolutely dedicated. And I reflect a lot on how kind of crazy that is, right? Like some of the most, how many changes I've had in my life, but one of the biggest constants since I've been a child has been a 49ers fan. And that's kind of cool. It's fun. And that's why we do it, right? It's like, it's nostalgia. It's something you hang your hat on. It's part of.
So instead of looking at the best players available tomorrow, let's go about 40 picks down the list and see who's there, because the 49ers pick at 107. We got 20 picks to go. Actually, let's go about 60 picks down the list, because we got 20 picks to go.
Yeah.
And start looking at those players, because that's where the 49ers like to reach. So looks like the 49ers are going to be drafting
we're just
Charles Demings, Le'Veon Moss, Brennan Thompson. They already took a running back. They could take two. Zane Durant, Michael Trigg, Caleb Alarms, or Trey Moore, Taylon Green. These are the players that the 49ers are probably looking at.
Dude, I love this. Jesse interrupted me from absolutely going down a rabbit hole.
30 plus pick reaches at this point, because that's what the hell we do. So
I'm sitting here.
That's tomorrow. That's the best available tomorrow, David. The best available tomorrow.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? David? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh,
I can hear you.
Can hear me? Okay. I think that was it. So I was sitting here just like waxing poetic about my fandom. And Jesse was like, I'm tired of hearing this guy rant. This guy sucks. We're going to just talk about who the Niners aren't going to pick. And that's exactly a microcosm of what it means to be a 49ers fan. And it's Sunil. Yeah. So let's talk about it, Jess. Where are we at tomorrow in picks? We
have pick 107. We have pick 127, 133, and 139 in round 4.
Okay, say that one more. We got 107.
107. So we got
127.
about 6 picks for us. Yep. 127, 133, and 139 in round 4.
So 4 picks in the 4th round, boy. That's fun. Okay, and then we're going to the 5th round, right?
We do have a 5th round pick. Yes. Hold on a second.
179.
49ers in the 5th round. Is it 179?
Yep.
Yes, 179. And
that's it. So we have 5 picks. I tell you, I'm old enough to remember, Jess, when we were trading out of 58 to get 70 and 107. And somebody was telling me that was going to be the way that we parlayed that into a Kayvon Thibodeau. And they were saying that the Saints were offering 73 and that was a trade. And this is where 49ers fans will go, right? 49ers fans will go to these lengths of saying, hey guys, actually, it's not going to be that bad because we're positioning ourselves to really make a move. Now they can't. There's nothing there. They have no capital. By the way, this whole idea of Ricky Pearsall and Ronaldo Green, what are you going to get for them?
Yeah,
whole
right.
Whole lot of nothing.
Whole lot of nothing. Hey, actually, this is a good comment. Who's been around to all the other channels and tell me what the consensus thought is? Dang Dang says between all the channels, this is as low as everyone has been in the past 10 years. I'm curious to see if we're outliers.
You mean like as low as like not just us, but everybody? Like everybody's been as low, or we're as low?
Everybody's as low. Like just
like we're low, like low being like we're depressed.
Coach is mad. Mad, all capital letters.
I can't wait to talk to Isaiah tomorrow, man.
I know. I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. So we're gonna join up with Coach. We're gonna join up with Tom. Tom, I guess, said this is the worst draft in 10 years. Everyone is depressed. Coach and Tom are horrified. Tom says this is the worst draft since the Joe Thomas days.
Oh, it's bad.
Larry and Damon will roast, I bet. Coach and Tom like the pick. What pick? Grant said D or F. Dieter will roast. I don't know. I'm curious to see what everybody else thinks. Because everybody said we were negative in the chat. So is it just us or is it everybody?
It's okay. No, but what I'm saying is if you're gonna here's the thing. The other end of the spectrum of saying that we're negative is that you got to go positive. You've got to go buy a Stribling jersey. You've got to go tell me you go invest. Like say, go in your dynasty league and say that I know it's not just fantasy football, but this idea that go put some money on. Like go say that these guys are going to produce. Go say that this is going to be these guys are going to contribute. We were told that this is a Super Bowl, a win now year. Jess, hold up. Jess, weren't we told this is a win now year?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a win now year.
So that we trade back and get reach picks even with the trade backs. We're not just accumulating picks and getting guys at consensus or getting guys that can contribute. We're getting guys like 25-year-old Romello Height, who's not even. There's my guy.
Tom likes Stribling. Well, listen, I can't wait to talk to Tom tomorrow because we're doing a stream together. And again, Stribling may be fine, but Tom cannot defend that it wasn't a reach. It was a reach.
Guys,
it's 100% a reach.
Guys, Stribling could be fine. Like Jalen Moore could be fine. Colton McKivitz could be fine, but they were 5th round picks, right? We're talking about virtually a 1st round selection. This is number 33 that you traded down twice, 27 to 30, 30 to 33. And then here's the thing I always talk about. So in AP Human Geography, I talk about functional regions. Take the node. The node is 33. Take the radius. Go out. Okay. Go up to the 27. Let's do that right now, actually. In fact, Jesse.
Do what?
Let's Go a 6-pick radius from 33 in both directions.
Okay. Oops.
Because that's all we can control. That's all we can control. We go to 30. We go to the first round. We go 27 through 32. Okay.
Okay.
Here's our picks here: Chris Johnson, Caleb Lomu, Peter Woods, Omar Cooper, Keldrick Fox, Jadarian Price. Now that's it. Those were those guys that they took. The thing is, though, that the other kind of just logical fallacy of this exercise is that if I only go to round 2 and I do that radius, and I say, okay, from 33 I go 6 and I go down to 39, but I also have to consider the picks beyond that. But even if I go the 6 picks, because the 6 picks above are out of my control, if I go 6 picks beyond that, I'm going DeSantis, TJ Parker, Caden McDonald, Colton Hood, Traden Stukes, Denzel Boston. But then, my God, the list keeps getting longer. So let's just stick to those guys. Okay, you tell me.
This is a good idea. I like this, Steve-O. This is actually a really good idea. Like, let's mock what they did today and see their picks and see what the grade is.
Oh,
go ahead, David. See, this is funny. This is actually a really good idea.
You want me to do it? You want me to do it?
Here, I'll bring it up right now.
I'll do it myself. They're all going to be available. That's the thing. We know that when we do this mock draft, that they're all going to be available. So if I say this and I go to the Niners, I don't think they have this adjusted yet.
Okay, let me just bring it up. Let me bring it up right now.
I got it right now.
This is hilarious.
So 33. Oh, they did it. They've already got it figured out. They've already got it adjusted. But PFSN is so fast right now.
Oh, they do.
Isn't that crazy?
Right. That is crazy.
Damn,
dude.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
These dudes are like working.
They're on it. Yeah, they're no joke. Wow, okay. What about like PFF or something?
I don't pay for PFF anymore because those guys. PFF has imploded. They fired all their people. It's automated. It's nuts. Bottom line is this: we don't even really have to do that. Like it is, Steve-O, a good call. I got PFF. I'm looking at this. I am looking at this, and I'm just. Let's talk about this though, Jess. Chris Johnson was a guy that I had elevated above. They kept talking about Brandon Cisa, and I wouldn't quit him. But Chris Johnson was a guy that had meteorically risen, and I was like, man, I can't stop taking him in the first round. I can't stop mocking him to other people in the vicinity of the Niners. Chris Johnson goes at 27. Caleb Lomu, who I didn't want, goes to the Patriots. The variable Rossinis. Peter Woods, a guy who was a top 10 pick in a lot of people's boards going into the 2025 collegiate season, falls to the Chiefs. They end up getting Mansur Delane. They end up getting Peter Woods, and I think they end up getting R. Mason Thomas. Unreal. Omar Cooper Jr., a guy I know our guy Marco wasn't as high on, but I liked, goes there. Keldrick Fox, 20, Jadarian Price. All players, every single one of them, better than Deshaun Stribling. We go to the second round. We get Deshaun Stribling. Chase Basantis was my shadow draft pick. TJ Parker was my number 2 shadow draft pick. Oh, they went 1 and 2. Interesting. Caden McDonald was my number 3 shadow draft pick.
PFF is caught up as well. So
okay.
It's not going to work. Damn it.
Colton Hood, Traden Stukes, Denzel Boston. Jesse, were any of those picks worse than Deshaun Stribling in the 6-point radius?
No.
Okay. Now that is just like the bare minimum. That's just like what we were talking about, but then we go beyond it.
Krug loved the Black pick for what it's worth. Listen, Black might be a fine prospect. David doesn't mind the player. It's still a reach. I don't care if everybody loves the player.
I don't care.
A reach is a reach is a reach is a reach is a reach.
I don't care. You know what's funny? I had this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to take the glasses off for this one, guys. I had more people question the Arizona. Can I swear, Jess?
Yeah.
I had more people question the Arizona motherfucking Cardinals on Jeremiah motherfucking Love, the number 1 or number 2 player in the entire draft class. Now, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking. Those are healthy conversations. There was more questions of like, well, oh my God, about Jeremiah Love. The consensus top 3 player in this entire draft class going number 3. Then I have some Niners talking heads folks who want to make sure their credentials stay nice and creased and ironed and glossy for Kalen Black. Folks, this is what we're talking about. When Matt Mayoko goes full court press to tell you, to gaslight you about 1986, George Orwell wrote a novel about 1984, which is pretty similar. Okay? Like, this is what we're talking about here. This is insane. The fact that we're going to gaslight people and say we're going to criticize the Arizona Cardinals more, a team that is nowhere to go but up, that says, hey, we've got some young offensive weapons. We know we don't have our quarterback yet, but we want to go and build around it. We've seen teams go with CMC and Saquon and Jameer Gibbs and Bijan Robinson and say, you know, we know we don't know if we're convicted on these other players, but we know this guy is good. And we know at least, hey, we get this guy. We can hang our hat on him. We can move forward. We'll see what happens. And we're building for the future. We have more people willing to criticize that than we have talking than Larry Cream of Wheat Kruger talking about Kalen Black. Why? Because Kalen Black played for Kurt Signetti on the.
Listen, I want to be clear about this. Just so there's always going to be somebody that says goes here, goes there. David and Larry openly don't like each other. Just being clear, I'm fine with Larry. He's, it's whatever. I just want to make sure because it's on my platform. Hey, I want to make sure that I clear my stance, right?
I'm sorry. I like cream.
You're fine.
Cream of wheat's fun. Oatmeal's
That's
fun.
fine. I'm just throwing it out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair.
To be fair.
Fair.
Micah Cervantes says Mike Washington 10 fumbles in college.
So what? I'm going to say that. What are we talking about here? Do we talk about look?
So then go the next guy down.
Look, I'm gonna talk to my guy Tom tomorrow. I love Tom. Tom talks about this all the time. He's like fumbles. Ashton Genty had fumbles. Like I don't understand. Like the sometimes I get it. We're not asking these guys to be Jeremiah Love. I'm not taking him in the top 5.
No.
No. What's your point? What's your point? Like, okay, do you guys realize punts are turnovers too? Turnover on downs is a turnover. Like, I understand like this idea of fumbles suck and like it could Christian McCaffrey fumbled in the Super Bowl. We don't talk about that. George Kittle was dicking around watching it. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this idea that a college player had a couple fumbles, and some of those might be outliers. Not every one of them probably is indicative of a pattern, but sometimes, okay. So then, but yeah, what about touchdowns? What about
also success? That can be fixed. If he's a clear better player, that can be worked on. That's what coaching's for, especially when you're drafting this late. Like, you got to. That's what your coaching is for, is to coach these guys up and make them better.
But hold up, Jess. What about players that don't fumble as much, but also don't score as much, or who don't have big plays as much, who don't block as well, right. Who don't like? So those guys are better because they didn't fumble as much.
Yeah.
Like,
I
what are we
guess.
doing here?
I guess.
Like, are we
I
sitting here
guess.
perseverating on this situation? Like, look, so Caitlin Black, a 6th to 7th round running back, taken at 90. And the 3rd round this year went to 100. Okay. ESPN actually, again, ESPN is not the gold standard.
No.
They had him at 213. That's a 7th round pick.
That's what I'm trying to say.
There's a lot of teams. 6th round was the ceiling for Caitlin Black.
That's what I'm saying.
There were a lot of other people.
No, 5th round. PFF had him 5th. NFL Draft Buzz 7th. PFF 5th. Ringer 7th. PFSN 7th. Draft Scout 6th. ESPN 7th. Draft Tech 7th. MDDB 7th.
Game Brugler
6th.
Yep.
That's it. That's
so actually the average is closer to 6th and 7th and 5th.
Yeah.
Late 6th, basically.
Yeah.
Late 6th, guys.
It's insane, dude. KC Cold says 10 years in, this is the worst draft this regime has had through 3 rounds. Wide receiver, 50 slots early, 25-year-old skinny edge, and another throwaway running back. Embarrassing.
Guys, 239 pounds. 239
pounds at 25 years old. Rael says this ish is terrible. Every year, same ish. I understand trading back to get picks, but what are you doing with them? Getting toys and put them on the shelf? Bro, I'm with you. Hemingway says, really dug Jesse's spontaneous reaction to the running back with the 90th pick. Muchas gracias to the both of you for the masterclass of sound analysis. I appreciate. I'm going to have to put a montage together of all of the reactions this year.
That is a hell of a super chat, bro.
It is. Thank you, bro. Fletcher says, D. Winters was traded to Dallas today. Do y'all think Romello was drafted to replace him? Was he really? What?
No, D. Winters is a linebacker, bro. Romello Hyde is a DPR. Romello Hyde is not a linebacker.
How did I miss this?
You were gone.
Oh, you didn't want to catch me up?
Yeah, we were too busy. I know you were so crazy about D. Winters, and he's a real needle mover.
Come on, man. You didn't want to let me in on that one?
Actually,
what'd they trade him for?
179.
Oh, no, 152.
What?
152. But we already traded 152, I think, to somebody else.
How did we do that?
As a part of some other. I thought that was a part of the trade
Cleveland.
To get up in
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
We traded up. Who did we trade up for?
I don't remember. We traded back with Cleveland and then traded up at the same time. It was like a back and up. So up in the 4th from 152 and then also back. I think that was the 58 to 70, yeah?
I don't want to know. I don't even want to know anymore.
It was 58 to 70, I think. I want to say it's a part of that deal. It's too much trading. Whatever. Cool. D. Winters is a Dallas Cowboy, I guess. I didn't know that. I was coaching my son's football game, and apparently that happened during that time. So
way to be involved, Dad.
Yeah, jerk off. All right, listen, David. It's 11:30. We got to be back on tomorrow. We'll be back on, I would imagine, around 11:30. We'll be with Coach. We'll be with Tom, you and myself, and I can't wait to see what the heck they thought of this whole thing. So Lombardi is saying that Kyle says they have a playing with your hair on fire grade on Romello was on the top. Good. Playing with your hair on fire grade. That's how we're. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.